What's that can't stop laughing moment, where you're in a situation you shouldn't be laughing? I was in a local support group for friends and relatives of people with bipolar disorder. One person was relating the story of her older teenage daughter who, in a manic episode, grabbed a flashlight and took it upon herself to stand in a downtown intersection and direct traffic until she was picked up by the police and taken to the hospital. I kind of covered my mouth and pretended I was having a coughing fit and excused myself to go to the restroom. Edit. Another person, her younger teenage daughter was in the emergency room getting stitched up after an episode of self-harm. One of the nurses was mean and implied she was a waste of space as opposed to the real patients and said, "You're just doing it for attention, right?" The daughter, irritated, said, "Yes, now Jim." I was able to not laugh at that one, but it was a close call. Edit 2. Younger teenage daughter getting her blood draw done once a month to check her lithium levels. Normally she absolutely hated to have it done to her and squirmed and sobbed and even put up a bit of a fuss, but this time she was kind of super calm and detached and blasé. Okay, mom probably thought getting this thing done is finally going smoothly for both of us. Then out of nowhere the daughter asks, "Can you please take a few more of those tubes full of my blood and give them to me so I can do an art project?" The nurse of course said no, and the mom was so startled and mortified she was speechless. Lithium carbonate is a medication used to treat bipolar disorder that requires frequent blood testing to make sure the level in a particular person is between effective and toxic, because this range is much narrower than most medications. Edit 3. Thanks for the awards. Edit 4. I'm getting PMs asking the name of the support group. It was in person at a local mental health clinic in the Minneapolis area, not online or national, and it's been a few years since I've been to it, since my cousin moved to a different part of the country. I don't know if there's a name for it, but when I get really nervous or scared, I start to laugh. Like, if it's bad enough, you'd think I was watching the best scene in the best Three Stooges skit ever made point. So I was driving down the interstate when I saw a deer bolt across. It got hit by a car in the oncoming lane, flew like a rag doll in front of my 18-wheeler, and exploded. I don't know what happened. There was just blood everywhere. It looked like I'd gone on a rampage in GTA, but with blood physics from Mortal Kombat. I pulled over to inspect the damage. Just blood and bits of flesh everywhere, and a cracked and bent grill. I got lucky, so I filled out a report with my company and took off for a shop to see about fixing the grill and hopefully a truck wash point. And wouldn't you know, there's an open way station just ahead. The DOT officer came out to see me as soon as I was in sight and waved me over to the inspection area. He immediately starts laying into me about why the hell the front of my truck is covered in blood. And I'm just laughing. I mean, I couldn't get a single word out. Every time I tried to say something, I got a few words out and just burst out laughing. Finally his partner starts inspecting the truck and finds a piece of a hoof. I slowly managed to calm down enough to talk and we got it all sorted. Luckily the DOT officer was having a good day because he decided not to write me a ticket and let me use their water hose they had on site to wash most of it off before I took it to a shop to repair the grill. Edit. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't quote chapter and verse, but some people are asking, so here's an answer. Some states have weird laws protecting wildlife, so if you hit them, you can be fined. I'm pretty sure this for specific animals like eagles, but I also have an ongoing fear of getting tickets every time I get inspected, so that was more of something I was relieved did not happen. We were in 8th grade. A boy that I didn't know well was in a non-fatal, but serious car accident with his mom. Not the funny part, he broke one of his hips, and a lower leg bone on the opposite leg, and one of his arms a few weeks after he had gotten all of his casts off, and he's back running about with the rest of us at lunch. We had science together just after lunch. Someone had spilled blue Gatorade in the hall right outside the door. This dude is going to be late for science. He's full out running down the hall, slips in the blue drink, crashes into the door which swings fully, and slams into the wall behind it. His one leg spins around, and kicks the full-sized garbage over, throwing trash everywhere. The teacher, teacher's aide, and some of his pals rush to help him. One girl gets a broom to sweep up the mess. There I am, generally a quiet girl, but I had been caught talking to my friend too much in class, so I was moved to front and center, and this is hilarious to me. I'm giggling, the tar gives me the look that I'm being inappropriate, which makes me uncomfortable, so now I'm laughing. I know I need to calm myself, but I'm nervous. Now people know I'm laughing, and I start snorting, sobbing. Honestly, I could have peed myself, I was laughing so hard. I never really got to know the guy, but 15 years later I still feel bad sometimes at how hard I laughed at that guy. Poor Jeff. Well, I was at a funeral for the wife of a close family friend. He had lost his first wife to cancer, and his second wife died of cancer 3 years into their marriage, leaving him devastated. He was / is absolutely the sweetest man I've ever met, and has since happily remarried. So 18 years ago, there's 12-year-old me at the funeral near the front. His wife's children had just given their goodbye talks in front of everyone, so we are all in tears. It was heart-wrenching. As people come up to lay flowers on the casket, a morbidly obese woman stomps her way up to the microphone and begins to sing Avenue Mariah. And by sing Avenue Mariah I mean proceeds to start making the sounds of a family of humpback whales getting violently rapped by a horde of angry gibbons. I tried to hold it back, I truly did. It started as a giggle. It grew into a snicker, and within seconds it was a guffaw. If the sounds that were coming out of her were loud, mine trumped them by about 100 decibels. I tried to hide it by pretending I was violently clearing my throat like a 5-pack a day chain smoker, but it was too late. My attempt to stifle the laughter was in vain. I was full on losing my shit. Through tears and the sounds of me gagging on my own inappropriate mirth, I look around to see 200 very angry and emotional people staring at me. Oh fuck. I turn up front at the singer. She is looking right into my soul with a hatred even Satan himself couldn't have concocted. Double fuck. I look at the widower whose sorrowful eyes would melt the hardest of hearts, and then to my mother, who is seriously contemplating why she hadn't aborted me in the womb. Fuck. Kapow. That woman smacked me across back of the head so hard and swift I swear my retina's half detached. Honestly, I wasn't even mad. It sobered me up faster than I'd ever experienced. I'd gathered my composure, realized I had offended everyone in the room, and I slunk into that pew farther than I could ever have thought possible. To this day I cannot hear Avenue Mariah without laughing like an idiot, followed quickly by searing hot shame. TLDR. Almost received a brain hemorrhage from my mother after laughing hysterically in a funeral. In a crematorium. We were doing a section on death and dying in a high school biology class, and went on a field trip to a cemetery. The funeral director was this 6-foot tall woman in a bright yellow pantsuit with a fluffy grey perm. She looked a cross between the tall man from Phantasm and Big Bird. I had to sit next to her, and she started singing The Worms Crawl In, The Worms Crawl Out, when I asked her if her job got depressing. It was horrific. Then we went to the crematorium. They opened an oven to show the class and they didn't make sure it had been cleaned out ahead of time. There was ash and little bits of bone, aka human remains. Then this other lady started talking about urns they put ashes in, but she goes on autopilot into an urn sales pitch and starts trying to hard upsell a bunch of 15 and 16-year-olds to get the most expensive urns. Like showing us price lists and talking about how we wouldn't want to besmirch our loved one's memory in a cheap urn. It was too much, and I just got the worst case of church giggles. My teacher, who was awesome, I felt really bad, looked at me completely appalled and kicked me out. I had to wait in the front steps of the building until my class came out. I'm sorry Ms. Massey, you were a great teacher. Went to this recital to support my siblings' budding vocal interests. Sat in the front row next to her boyfriend, now husband. Big mistake. While her voice was quite nice to listen to, she had been sandwiched between a murderer's row of amateurs who, one by one, got up there and mangled some unfortunate piece of music they had chosen. Just awful. By the time we got close to her turn I was vibrating with suppressed laughter. So was my soon-to-be brother-in-law. Then this mid-50s gentleman saunters up there. I think he was a doctor or something. Gave this spiel about how he had always dabbled in singing, but had never given it his all. Well, he gave it his all. Right there in front of us. It was like hell's goat had been sprung loose, scooped up, and violently shaken to the tune of La Donna Mobile. I looked around in shock. No one else seemed to be phased. But then I made eye contact with my seatmate and began to lose it. I think at one point I hunched forward to fake a cough. I was actually sweating. Cough came out like a squeak, and I felt an elbow dig into my ribs. Torture point. Then Goatman finished. Last note long, loud and flat. A polite applause followed. I came up for air, turned to see how my almost bro was holding up, and he's already leaning in. All he said was, "wow apostrophe," and that was it. That's all I needed. By the time my sister took the stage I was wheezing uncontrollably. I don't think I've ever prayed for mercy quite like I did then. And since it was a very small, very brightly lit room, there was no escaping her glare, which only made it worse. I think she sang 4 pieces. I honestly can't remember. But I stuck it out enough for her to wrap up and excused myself the moment everyone started clapping. Point to this day, that was the most I've had to laugh in the most inappropriate setting I've encountered. Funeral giggles have yet to happen though, so I'm guessing I'll top this eventually. A friend of mine who we all thought, including him, was in perfect health was having some soreness in his chest. He went to the doctor, and it turned out to be lung cancer. What's worse is that it was stage 4 and had already spread pretty much everywhere. They said they could only make him comfortable and guide the family through the end. Point. He lasted only 2 months before he died. The day that he died, my wife and I were talking about going up to the hospital and reading to him. My phone chirped from a text, and when I opened it, it was our friend's wife who was letting us know that Tom had passed that morning. Point. I'm a very sarcastic person and sometimes struggle with not making uncomfortable situations worse. I read the text out loud. My wife began to cry, and I snorted and said, "Well, I guess our day just opened up," and laughed for 6 minutes before I cried. At the showing we were all standing around talking, and his son and I, we were also friends, were sharing about the day that my friend died. It was getting really emotional and that knee-jerk reaction kicked in, and I said, me and the wife were going to come up that morning, but he died at all, didn't even text us first, so we could make other plans. I closed my eyes and cursed myself, and then started laughing. I don't know what my problem is. Everyone around me chuckled, and his son said, "Sounds like something dad would do." I think about that whole event and cringe even today. I was in my early 20s then, and don't really struggle with that kind of stuff now. I'm 38 and have a handle on awkward situations of intense emotional strain. Point. But that was definitely one of the worst times. My nervous sarcasm and laughing embarrassed me. Oh boy. This story is going to make me sound terrible, but here it goes. The mother of one of my good friends had cancer for a number of years. She passed away from it a couple years after we graduated high school. She was a very nice woman and my friend was close with her, so it obviously hit him hard. Point. I go to the funeral with my girlfriend at the time. We are sitting in the pews waiting for people to arrive, etc. I'm sitting there crying, and suddenly I hear this noise. Point. It's like a loud wheeze followed by a voice that sounded like Elmo smoked a carton of cigs. I look up to see who this voice belongs to, and there is a woman who has half of her face melted off going to sit down. Point. I don't know what flipped in my brain, but I just thought it was the funniest thing in the world for that brief second, and it started a train of laughing I couldn't stop. I put my face down in my hands and my girlfriend put her hand on my back telling me it would be okay, assuming that I was sobbing. Point. I stood up quickly and excused myself, and Usain bolted to the exit and went outside onto the steps, where I proceeded to laugh so hard I almost puked, and right then my friend and his family came around the corner to see me hunched off laughing my ass off on the steps to his mom's funeral. Point. It was all good though. His dad wrote it off as my emotions being wacky, and when I explained it to my friend later he laughed almost as hard as I did. One of my mom's favorite stories from her youth fits this perfectly. Point. As a young adult, one of the things my mother did was a few seasons as a camp counselor. The time period is the late 1950s, and she must have been 19 or 20 years old. It was against the rules, but on the weekends, the counselors would all get together, sneak out of campus, and do some drinking. One night, they came back to their second floor dorm after a fun time, in varying stages of inebriation. One in particular was very tipsy, and they were having problems. They helped her undress and proceeded to try and get her into bed. In the top bunk point, as you can expect, she fell out of it. What you wouldn't expect, and surprised everyone else, is that she not only fell out of the top bunk, but fell right out the window next to it. Panic gave her a boost to her reflexes and strength, and she managed to grab the windowsill to keep from falling to the ground outside, and began screaming for help. Hanging from the window, stark naked. My mother burst into uncontrollable laughter and found herself completely unable to help her friend back in the window. By the time the other girls managed to go over there and get her back inside, the entire camp had woken up and a crowd had gathered underneath. They got into quite a bit of trouble the next day, but thankfully no one was injured, aside from reputation. When I was in high school in 2008, I was a junior and had a senior in high school, Chad, who committed suicide a few months prior to his graduation. He was a fairly popular guy, friendly guy, etc., and he had a scholarship offer to Clemson. Supposedly he found out he was going to fail a class that was required to graduate and wouldn't be able to walk and would have to retake the class in summer school, and the F would also mess up his scholarship at Clemson. The next day at school, obviously it was all anybody was talking about. At lunch that day, I was sitting with my buddy Johnny and these 2 or 3 girls. Johnny was on the wrestling team with this guy, so presumably should have been closer to the guy than many people. Johnny was also well known for being one of the absolute nicest, friendliest guys at our school. Like, when you think of the nice jock who's cool with the popular kids, but also nice and friendly to the nerds, doesn't gossip, doesn't talk trash about people, etc. Johnny was that guy. Anyway, I'm talking about it with these girls shortly after sitting down, when Johnny just chimes in and goes, "I don't know, seems like a faking bussy thing to do," to me. Everyone's jaw drops and the girls start ranting at him with the whole "what the fuck Johnny, that's so mean. How could you say that? You're such a jerk," etc. etc. In the middle of it, Johnny just responds in the most sarcastic voice ever, "Oh man, I'm sorry, I feel so bad for saying that. Guess I'll LJSTGO fucking kill MSLF." The whole exchange was so incredibly out of the blue, out of character, and just totally awkward that I had an involuntary reaction and just burst out laughing. Not because I thought anything was remotely funny, but like one of those laughs where you feel so uncomfortable that you just can't help it. And then I had one of those moments where you know you shouldn't laugh and it just makes you laugh harder. I spit out a "what the fuck Johnny" in the middle of fits of laughter, but it didn't do anything to mitigate the look I got from the girls. Shitty part was, what he said instantly got around school. And the way gossip morphs, it went from "did you hear Johnny was making fun of Chad?" to "did you hear Johnny and Red0093 were making fun of Chad?" And then because John is so fucking nice, everyone instantly dismissed that he cold actually said it, and it became, "did you hear Red0093 was making fun of Chad?" During a school assembly, the whole school was gathered in a giant circle around the gym, to where everyone could see everyone. It was the day of the March for Life, so the principal was giving people who wanted to share petitions a chance to do so on the microphone. Well, everything is going fine until the girl with Down syndrome gets up on the mic. Now, lol, before anyone gives me hate, she had it really bad in me, and my boys felt bad, but being so young and immature, we would pee our pants in laughter over the way Down syndrome sounded. Anyways, as she gets up on the mic and my friend looks at me like I'm about to laugh out loud in front of the whole school, IGTG type look, he immediately asked the teacher to use the restroom. As he was walking out the gym, and as the girl took the mic, he turned around and there were streams of tears coming from his eyes holding in laughter. Seeing my friend trying not to laugh like that, then having a Down syndrome girl's message projected on the loudspeaker right in your ears was, well, I never had bitten my lip harder than that day to try not to laugh. I remember praying with all my might not to laugh as the girl let out some noises into the mic. The teacher was staring at me because me and my boys were troublemakers, and she knew we were trying not to laugh. I knew my friend was crying his eyes out in the bathroom from laughter, and that didn't help. Needless to say, I somehow managed to hold it in until leaving the assembly, where me and my friend laughed about it for the next week. Oh my god. My sister and I got tricked into attending a Strike the Fear of God in You brainwashing play at a Pentecostal church in a city near us. It should be noted, now that my sister and I have a bad habit of laughing uncontrollably in inappropriate situations, and then feed off each other's chaotic laughing energy. Point the play. 3 families, God-fearing, God-questioning, and God-denying, are camping when a tornado hits and all non-God-fearing people get sucked up and sent to hell. It's faked up, and we are just sat there thinking, what the hell did we get ourselves into? This one dude sees Satan, or whatever, and says no. Exactly like Piglet from Winnie the Pooh. Now, imagining Piglet getting sucked into a tornado and facing the devil was it. The catalyst. We broke point. We start laughing uncontrollably and are trying to stifle the laughter while getting dirty looks from our neighbors. We sunk down, laughing away at the entire play, and after what felt like an eternity it finally ended. We were free to escape. Point the pastor dude stands up and starts asking in the creepiest faking voice for those who want to be saved to put their little hands up. Come on friends, just put your little hand up. This man is staring into mine and my sister's corrupted little souls as we are laughing even harder and having an even harder time hiding our laughter. The pastor dude stands up and starts asking in the creepiest faking voice for those who want to be saved to put their little hands up. Come on friends, just put your little hand up. This man is staring into mine and my sister's corrupted little souls as we are laughing even harder and having an even harder time hiding our laughter. This guy repeated those 3 phrases over and over, staring at us for what felt like ages. The pastor dude stands up and starts asking in the creepiest faking voice for those who want to be saved to put their little hands up. Come on friends, just put your little hand up. This man is staring into mine and my sister's corrupted little souls as we are laughing even harder and having an even harder time hiding our laughter. This guy repeated those 3 phrases over and over, staring at us for what felt like ages. The pastor dude stands up and starts asking in the creepiest faking voice for those who want to be saved to put their little hands up. Come on friends, just put your little hand up. This man is staring into mine and my sister's corrupted little souls as we are laughing even harder and having an even harder time hiding our laughter. This guy repeated those 3 phrases over and over, staring at us for what felt like ages. This guy repeated those 3 phrases over and over, staring at us for what felt like ages. He must have given up on our souls, because he eventually stopped looking at us and started interacting with the people who had walked to the stage, and we booked it out of their cackling as we went 10/10. Piglet got sucked up into a tornado to hell. It's by far not the best, but I occasionally have a fit of laughter and rarely is it shared by other people. Once, my ex was putting a string of beads onto the Christmas tree. She was there for ages, neatly tucking it in and winding it through the branches. The string snapped. To this day the sound of 1,000 beads all hitting a wood floor and rolling away in every direction, one after another with no way to stop them still cracks me up. She was less amused. But the double whammy was when I was in Germany with some friends, one of whom had a German boyfriend. He hated me, presumably because he thought I was after his girlfriend, but really I was far more interested in her friend. But that's another matter entirely, and he did what every young man in that situation does. He tried to play up and show off. It was a freezing winter, huge snow everywhere all over Europe, everybody freezing all the time. We walked through Berlin. When we were walking to the town center, he was playing up. There was a reason, but I can't remember it, and at one point he decided to jump on a sheet of ice that was covering a puddle on the corner of a street, with the intention to soak us all. Bear in mind that everyone else was not German, so only had enough clothes for the day, and the others were Australian, so they were already freezing. He jumped, he landed, one foot went through the ice. The puddle under that foot was very deep. He walked the rest of a Berlin walking tour soaked to the thigh in ice cold water. I cracked up, the others were far less amused. I'm sure it came across as incredibly mean, but the guy was being an idiot. Then, a few days later, he decided to start a snowball fight. Again, the girls only had a few clothes, were already hating snow, etc. And he was throwing it at them all the way down the street. He knew better than to try it with me. Somehow we left him behind a little, and as we rounded a corner the girls expressed their frustration with him, and were soaked and freezing, and it clearly wasn't funny anymore. He wouldn't take the hint. So, fuck it, I'm already the mean Englishman anyway. So I grabbed a handful of snow and made a ball. We planned to ambush him when he caught up from around the corner. I'm a terrible sportsman. I can't throw to save my life. So I was just hoping for a small ambush and that would be the end of it. Somehow, whether by chance or karma, the girl's shots totally missed but mine did a perfect curve that I would never be able to repeat again. It hit him smack in the face, totally unprepared, then fell inside his jacket/shirt. The girls went totally oh shit, face, and ran. He was pissed, but at least he stopped throwing snowballs at people. A few days later, the snow had cleared, and we went to visit one of the old concentration camps. Everyone, including the guy, was suitably humbled, so the time for laughs and jokes and eggs were forgotten. There was nothing left of the place save one or two old buildings, and a huge pasture of grass that was enough to house a city, smack in the middle of an ancient forest. While out walking in the huge fields, we were all being very respectful, and then I turned round and saw him standing on top of a mound, walking all over the top of it, the way that a child would run to the top of a hill in a park. Incredulously, he was asking what it was, and wasn't it weird to just be out here in the middle of nowhere in between all the flat fields. Now the guy was an ass, but I don't think he would ever deliberately set out to do what he was doing, especially being German, but I had to explain that he was standing on the top of a Jewish mass grave in which the bodies of the victims were still buried, so it hadn't been flattened. There were discrete signs all over it that he obviously hadn't seen. Yes, a German was prancing about on the graves of concentration camp victims. He absolutely shit himself and was so humbled that I can't believe he would have done it knowingly. Luckily nobody else saw him, or I think we'd literally be looking at some kind of criminal charge. But it was incredibly difficult to stifle my laughs, even in that place. The trip ended when he convinced his girlfriend to stay in Germany and not tour Europe like we'd all planned, and her friend basically said fact that she was on a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Europe that she likely wouldn't be able to do again, and wanted to see everything she could, and instead went off with a complete stranger, me, driving around Europe for several weeks visiting as many capitals as we could. I don't think either of them expected that reaction, but least of all him. I think he thought we'd all just concede and do what he wanted. His girlfriend stayed in Germany with him, but they split up soon after, and she was extremely pissed off with her friend for ditching them. One of my least proud moments, but even to this day I still get an occasional chuckle out of it, while at the same time feeling mortified. My sister's homeschool group is having a talent show, and I'm in the audience with 4 other family members. This little girl, aged about 7, I'd guess, gets up to perform violin. She was bad, but NBD, there's all sorts of talent levels at a show like this. So, her performance is dragging on, and I'm just bearing through this strange progression of her slowly sawing with her bow at the strings, letting out an array of creaking sounds that barely resemble music, then pausing to pluck a string, before resuming her sawing. What felt like maybe 5 minutes into this performance, I look over, and my mom is bent over in her chair. She swears that she was just rifling through her purse in search of something, but in the dim light, it looked to me like she was shaking with the effort of holding back laughter. Now, the absurd performance was suddenly cast in a new ridiculous light, and it became all I could do to not join her imagined laughter. The song had been dragging on for so long, I thought for sure I could hold it in until the end. But, with each sawing refrain, punctuated with a pluck, I felt the laughter welling inside, until the last fateful pluck that pushed me over the edge. Suddenly the pent-up pressure of attempting to stay my mirth exploded out as an enormous snort. I doubled over in my seat, tears streaming from my eyes. I looked over, past the disapproving gaze of both my father and brother, and saw that not only my mother but myself, as well, had been triggered by my laughter, and were themselves doubled over in their seats. A veritable trooper. The little girl kept right on playing, unperturbed by our guffawing. Of course, that didn't help the matter on our end. Each time we'd somewhat managed to rein it in, another pluck of the girl's strings would reignite our peals. I'm not sure how long this went on. Needless to say, when she wrapped up her performance, and the applause drowned out our laughter, we were finally able to collect ourselves, and slink down in our collective seats for the rest of the show. And that is a story of how 3 grown adults laughed at a little 7-ish-year-old girl during her violin performance. Whenever this story comes up at a family gathering, we still lose it, and the first time it did, my mom and I had another uncontrollable fit for another 5 to 10 minutes. Of course, I feel like an awful person every time, but for some reason it doesn't stop me from laughing. TLDR. 3 adults laughing at a 7-year-old during her, not intentionally funny, talent show performance. My buddy and I were just out of high school and got dragged along to a big IT developers conference by his mother, who was pretty high up in the community and was giving a presentation. She wanted to expose us to the industry, thought maybe we might learn some things while we were there. So here we are with a bunch of young professionals, watching presentations from people leading their fields in the areas they are speaking on, and we are grasping next to none of it. A few were interesting, but it was mostly us sitting for 20 or 30 minutes before sneaking out to smoke a cigarette and try to process what the fuck we were listening to. Finally we got to sit in on his mother's presentation, which had maybe 60 or 70 people sitting in a big conference room. Her material was just way over our heads, and very quickly we got to the point where we wanted to walk out to smoke, but knew we should sit there for her whole presentation out of respect, and because we were near the front and couldn't get out without everyone seeing someone leaving. In our swag bags we got all these little office supplies like pens and tote bags, and also a plethora of different sizes of post-its, including one that was just a narrow strip of paper. So I'm lost in trying to sit there and act like I'm understanding at least some of this presentation, and when I look over at my buddy, he's taken that thin strip of a post-it and drawn it to look almost identical to a cigarette. Perfect lines, the filter with the little squiggly design on the paper, and even the word Marlboro in the silver paint pen we had been given. I just lost it. Still to this day I'm not quite sure why, but we both just started giggling uncontrollably and couldn't stop for like 5 minutes uninterrupted. I had my head down on the table trying desperately to stop embarrassing his mother, who's not 15 feet in front of us giving this presentation to business leaders and young professional people making their way in the industry. Finally, after like 7 minutes of this, I still couldn't stop laughing and just stood up and walked out. I didn't look a single person in the face on the way out, just walked with my head down to the exit with my buddy in tow. Everyone in there had to have heard us and thought we were stoned, stupid, or both. Luckily this was the last day of the conference and near the end of the day, so I was able to just hang out in the garage until it ended, and I could apologize to this poor woman. We had no business there to begin with, so I shouldn't feel as bad as I did, but that moment still makes me both cringe and giggle every time I think about it. Coming into this 12 hours late, so this will probably be buried, but when I was a senior in high school, I took a class about WWII and the Holocaust. Point on this particular day, we were watching Oprah and Elie Wiesel as they visited Auschwitz. My teacher paused the movie on her computer to explain something, and then tried to unpause the video using a remote on her desk. It didn't work right away, so she used her mouse to press play, and the video resumed. The issue, the remote she pressed play with was an Apple remote synced to her iTunes. As we are watching pictures taken from Auschwitz during the Holocaust flash across the screen, music started to play from the teacher's iTunes. Not just any music, though. Dancing Queen. By a point it took the teacher until the end of the first chorus to understand what was happening, and by then my friend and I were laughing uncontrollably and couldn't stop. The music was so well timed with the video that it seemed intentional, like Oprah decided to show us a picture slideshow about the Holocaust to Dancing Queen, and it lasted so long. It's been 8 years, and to this day I can't hear that song without bursting into laughter. Edited to at, I'm assuming she had a Barretti on her iTunes, because we were taking a school trip at the end of the year to see Mamma Mia in Boston, and she was a chaperone. She ended up sitting a couple seats down from me during the show. When that song came on, I lost it all over again. My ex and I were moving into a brand new home, and we rented a large U-Haul for some extra furniture. He was 6 feet 6 inches to my 5 feet 2 inches, and in the dark, unloading a couch, he didn't use the ramp I followed, and face planted on our brand new driveway. Turned into a broken nose, cheekbone, eye socket, along with multiple scrapes. We finally get in our room. My nose is still gushing, my eyes are blackening, and my hands are gravel filled from trying to break my fall. My ex and I are having a grand time chatting and laughing because I'm such a klutz and this whole scenario really was inevitable. The nurse turns over my hand and sees a scrape on the other side. The room goes quiet except for me just laughing away at how silly I was. Nurse asks how I got scraped on the other side of my hand. I continue laughing as the nurses and drive step between my husband and I. Finally realizing that they suspect my hulking 6'6" husband of abusing me, I lose it. Laughing so hard to the point tears were streaming down my face as they shuffle him out of the room so they can question me alone. I can't stop laughing/crying. My ex is huge, but truly one of the sweetest guys ever, so the idea of him ever hurting me is beyond ridiculous. But I can't stop laughing as they question me, telling me to just nod my head if I feel I'm in danger. That I'm safe, he can't hurt you. Meanwhile, I know it's my own klutziness that's done this, not him. By the time I can finally stop laughing, they think I'm hysterical and don't believe me when I tell them he's never even raised an eyebrow to me. I finally have to heave my bleeding self off the table and pantomime what happened before they'll believe me. Then I open the door to see 2 officers casually shadowing him. It's finally resolved, but I'm still laughing, giggling, and occasionally snorting because it's also funny. Wonder what would have happened if they saw me tumbling from the U-Haul later that night. It was the only transportation we had, and I got nauseous from the morphine on the way home. Tried to get out of the truck to get sick, but was tangled in the seatbelt. He released the clip, and I tumbled out. KLUTZ. I've had a few when I was a very young kid. My parents took me to a voice recital. One person sang a funny song, which caused me to laugh continuously for the next several minutes. Unfortunately, the next singer sang something more serious, and I had not stopped laughing. And by laughing, I mean uproarious laughter, with no attempt to disguise it, all because of the previous song. My parents removed me from the room. At the beginning of 7th grade math class one day, our teacher announced that a girl from the class was absent because the previous day, she had seen her father accidentally shoot her mother to death. After talking a little bit more, he concluded that discussion by saying, "And then there's math." We all laughed. In the early/mid 2000s, a woman somewhere in the city I live in died when she locked herself out of her house, then tried to climb through a window, which slammed shut on her neck. When I told one of my friends at school, he said, "Okay, you gotta admit, that's pretty funny." We both laughed. I watched a documentary about slaughterhouse cruelty. At some point the narrator said something like, "And then they are taken to the slaughterhouse, where they are fatally killed." I thought to myself, ugh, please don't make me laugh at this. Movie theater. The Fault in the Stars equals laughing when everyone is crying, so I went to the movie theater with my sister and roommate. I hate romantic movies and also sad movies because my natural reaction to sadness is to laugh and my natural reaction to romance is to laugh. Basically, my natural reaction to everything is to laugh. My roommate picks the movie, as I would clearly pick a horror or action movie, and she is just not into that. I usually prefer to watch movies that the other person wants to watch. I can tolerate bad movies and understand that many other people do not get along well with horror. So, cool, she picks the movie and we enter the theater. The theater is packed, mainly teenage girls and couples, just perfect. We get through most of the movie without any hiccups, but then, I can't remember which scene exactly. Everyone in the theater is crying, and I'm laughing, because the scene was actually just so ridiculous. And I'd get my sister going then too. My roommate is staring at us, just horrified. So I drop to the ground. Yes, the dirty movie theater's floor, and I'm rolling, because I'm laughing too hard and can't stop. My sister is now next to me, and we are attracting a lot of attention by this point. Our laughter is not quiet, we are heaving on the ground. The couple next to us gets up and leaves. I get up alongside my sister, still in tears, and compose ourselves. Needless to say, we didn't manage to compose ourselves for the remainder of the movie. My roommate never went to the movies again with us. Like a year or two ago, a bunch of my friends and I went to the tallest lighthouse in Michigan on a vacation to Silver Dunes, at which you can pay to climb to the top. We waited in the line and then started climbing the spiral staircase. It was summer, so there were a lot of people there to climb it. So, I assume for sand control, all the stairs are metal grates, so you can see right through them all the way down to the ground. This is the first terrible thing about the lighthouse. We keep climbing though, because it was $20 to climb it, lol. I'm also very scared of heights, but only once it is too late, and I'm already high up. I can climb up things, but not get down. I'm a cat, so there are tons of people going up and down these stairs. Two-way traffic on the small spiral death trap. We get up to the top, where you have to climb through this porthole to get to the top part, where the light is, and then there is a door to a balcony around the whole thing. The balcony was not very big, maybe 2 to 3 feet of concrete all the way around the lighthouse point. Here is where it gets bad. This little kid got scared while trying to get down out of the porthole because it was terrifying, and he was like 3. So all the traffic that's coming up is still coming up, but no one can get back down. This small balcony is now holding like literally 40 people, and they just keep coming. So I shout down into the porthole that I need to get out, and I'm starting to have a panic attack. Well, that little kid was still scared, so we were stuck there at his mercy. I started to black out and hyperventilate, and then proceeded to have a legit panic attack at the top of that thing. Finally the little kid got down through the hole and we were able to get down. I literally crawled down the 200+ foot staircase while hysterically crying and laughing at myself, holding onto the walls as my husband held me from one side and my friend from the other. Children, old people, everyone staring at me. I still crack up every time I think about it. There were literally children climbing up and down the lighthouse without any issues, and then me, 27, just losing it all the way down. Oh man. All those people must have thought I was batshit crazy. Who laughs and cries at the same time? My friend was asked by a colleague / somewhat more formal friend of hers to attend a cabaret she was a part of. My friend, myself and her colleague are all in the music industry, so it's not too weird to be attending a cabaret. In and of itself it's not too cringy. My friend, Beverly, asked me to come with. The theater is a small one across the road from me. We entered and ended up with seats in the center front of this tiny intimate place, ready to politely clap and smile. There were 2 other people in the show, a younger man, about 20, and another older lady. As soon as the show started we realized we had made a mistake. Beverly's colleague was okay, but the other older lady and the guy were absolutely horrific. The lady was trying so hard to sound sultry and Broadway despite never being able to find the key, and the young guy, he was our downfall. He was very much the laddie type, and full on wearing a suit with a vest and a fedora. He sang Frank Sinatra songs mostly, Natch, and had clearly listened to recordings of Sinatra way too much. He was doing little dances too, and each time he hit the exact inflections Frank would, but worse, we broke a bit more. Eventually, we reach that point where we know that we are literally in a spotlight, center front, with her colleagues, friends and family right next to us on either side, and we are so obviously giggling it's just making it worse. We are crying, laughing, and feel so bad about it, but it's impossible to stop. Every time we managed to stem it a little, we'd catch each other's peripheral eye and start again. By the time the show was over we pretty much fled, and I believe Beverly hasn't been invited to a show again. To preface this, my mother had 3 women she called mom, her adopted mom, A, stepmom, S, and biological mom, B. Grandma A passed away after years of living with COPD and conditions brought on by it. It was tragic, but we all knew that it was coming. She had been fighting back and forth for years at this point. She didn't leave much, just a few medical bills and enough cash to have her cremated and buried in a nice little plot at the local cemetery. It was a beautiful service. My mother works with feds and local PD, and my father is a fireman, meaning everyone from local beat cops and rookie firemen to federal judges and battalion chiefs were present. Now, this amount of police and fire presence at this funeral was expected by everyone, save for my mother's brothers. The lot of them were / still are in trouble with the law throughout my state. One brother in particular was arrested a week before the funeral after leading an entire county's worth of police on high-speed pursuits on backcountry roads, but because of A's death, who is his mom, he was allowed to come out cuffed up and in a jumpsuit. He got out of the cruiser to the stairs of S. B. The entire family preacher, every other cop, and Fed in the county, a literal judge who was in line for Trump's SC pick, and half the local FD. The stunned look on his face set the mood for the rest of the funeral. The other thing to mention is that this lot also happened to be situated on the other side of some shrubs from a rail yard. If you don't know, steel beams being loaded onto rail cars makes a ton of noise. And what would they start doing the moment that the preacher starts up? Yeah. My mom was sitting to my right, and honestly, with everything that's happened so far, starts laughing her ass off. It was a funny situation, no doubt, but being at the very front of this throng of people, everyone just saw her motion with her head in her hands, and see a crying woman. Grandma S starts crying for her, Grandma B starts crying for her, the crew of delinquent uncles start crying for her, the judge realized what he thought was up, and so do the cops and firemen. There were a few darting looks around as I looked back at where the noise was coming from. One battalion chief and my uncle on my father's side hop in a vehicle, a couple cops hop in their vehicle, and they leave. About a minute later we hear their sirens flip on. I get up and walk away and go lose it 50 yards away while the sirens got closer until they were on the other side of the hedges and the rail yard goes dead quiet. When I was little, I didn't know that fascists are something elderly people couldn't control. My dad is pretty gassy, and we would always have good laughs when he would rip like 3 to 5 second fascists, so it set a precedent for me that fascists are hilarious and to must laugh at. My mom takes me to visit my grandparents, and my great grandma was living with her. Great grandma was like 95 years old at this point. She was always this quiet, humorless lady who I had zero interest in talking to. Very old, very proper, not someone who enjoys fascist humor. How am I supposed to know though? This might have been the first time I had ever gotten to meet her and spend more than a few minutes visiting. She's sitting on the couch and reaches forward to pull herself up on her walker so she can go to her room for her afternoon nap, and then she ripped the longest fascist I have ever heard in my entire life. Like, I think this thing was somewhere in the ballpark of 7 to 10 seconds of loud cheek clapping. I started to chuckle at probably 2 seconds in, looked up, and my grandmother gave me this sharp look indicating that great grandma wouldn't think it's funny and that I need to cut it out. So as each following second went by, it got more and more funny. By the end I think I might have peed my pants, and my grandma was very annoyed with me. Great grandma didn't acknowledge it as she wordlessly shuffled down the hall, letting out a few more BRRTS along the way, and I'm over there like yellow glasses guy just absolutely failing to pretend this wasn't hilarious. I had a situation like this a few weeks ago. Boyfriend had his best friend around to hang out, where they began talking about uni courses with me in the room, but not participating. It was a normal chat to begin with, but out of nowhere the conversation started getting sadder and sadder, as best friend mentioned, when he was at uni, then dropped out of university due to a relationship which fell apart. Lived in poverty from uni debt, and with his abusive nightmare family for most of his 20s, fell into awful abusive relationships with a rapist and a child molester, attempted suicide twice and now works in a job he hates, just to get by and still getting back on his feet. There was complete silence. After he finished his monologue as he looked at the ground with a sad frown. The absurdity of the situation from how depressing the discussion had derailed in such a short amount of time paired with the awkwardness afterwards was so incredibly hilarious to me. I tried to stop myself from laughing, but it just made me laugh harder and harder. By the end I was literally crying with uncontrollable laughter. Boyfriend and best friend just looked at me then each other in utter bewilderment, which just made the situation even funnier. I explained why I had responded that way after I regained my compose, but I'm pretty sure they did not understand in the slightest. My mom used to take me to NA meetings as a child like 2 to 3 times a week. At one small meeting the speaker was an older man who couldn't stand very long, so he chose to sit for the 45 or so minutes he was talking. NA meetings often have a speaker and their story of addiction and tragedy is absolutely not a laughing matter, and this man's story probably wasn't any different. I couldn't pay attention to it though. The man stands in front of us and starts his story. After a few minutes you can see he's getting tired, so he takes a seat facing all of us. As he sits he crosses his legs, and out the bottom of his typical old guy shorts pops the biggest gray testicle I've ever seen. I immediately turned red and start laughing as quietly as possible, but 11-year-old me just isn't equipped to quietly brush a gigantic old man balls. After what felt like several minutes, someone finally whispers to the guy that part of his package has escaped. He gives a laugh, tucks his massive testicle back into his shorts, crosses his legs again, and dumps both of his balls out, while he casually continues his story of addiction. I absolutely lost it, and now I'm crying from laughing so hard. Finally my mom gives in, and lets me sit outside of the room, until I can get myself under control, which I eventually do. I went back into the meeting once I was able to breathe again, and both of his testicle hadn't moved. A room of 15 or so people were just trying to pretend everything was normal, but I couldn't help but keep laughing. It pissed my mom off enough that we left early. TLDR, old man balls are funny, no matter the situation. My previous employer was headquartered in DC, so I used to travel there semi-regularly. I always made it a point to take a day for the Smithsonian. They've always been my favorite thing to do there. This particular time, the National Museum of American History had a civil rights exhibit. I don't recall the specifics, but it had a bunch of horribly racist children's toys from the 50s, signage from restaurants, etc. It was a pretty heavy exhibit. Everyone was somber. I was standing next to a mom and her kid. I'm a poor judge of children's ages, but I'd wager he was about 4. His mom was quietly explaining what they were seeing. They were African American. I'm standing a couple feet from them, while the mom is reading signs for the little boy. She reads the following sign: no blacks, no Mexicans, no dogs. She reads it to the little boy and then adds, they thought so little of us, they compared us to dogs, with more disgust than I thought a child could muster. The little boy shakes his head and says, and Mexicans. I was the only person close enough to hear it, and I instantly suppressed a laugh and started very audibly trying to cover it with a cough, but it came out more as a choking guffaw or something. The mom hightailed it out, if they're dragging the kid, and I'm still standing there trying desperately to not laugh. The harder I tried, the more the look on the boy's face was hammered into my psyche. So there I am, as white as a white person can be, standing in a powerful civil rights exhibit laughing, while staring at a children's toy that involved an alligator with a string coming out of its tail, trying not to laugh. As you pulled the string, the jaws started chomping, and the string coming out of its mouth pulled a little baby into it. I ended up just losing it, and shame running out of the entire museum. Oh, I got a faked up one. So a few years ago I was dating this girl and her grandfather unfortunately passed away from pancreatic cancer. I really didn't get to know him for long, but that old man was a giant among men. All around he was a very friendly, sweet dude. So I went to his funeral to give my then girlfriend support, and it was a somber emotional experience, as you would imagine. Eventually the service started, and they brought out an old regular Baptist man to say a prayer for the service. Now, for those of you unaware of the methods of prayer of old regulars, they have a very loud and hot-blooded style of preaching/praying. They shout prayers and general religious phrases at the top of their lungs with as much passion and gusto that they can muster. It's actually a very emotional experience hearing them preach like that, honestly. But on that particular day I was a tad sleep deprived, because I had been on the phone with my girlfriend all night trying to console her, and she and her family were there at 6 o'clock to get things ready, and I got there the same time they did. So I hear this guy letting his faith work through him, and screaming everything he can in hope that God will hear him and usher our old friend into paradise with him. But at that point I was so out of it from the lack of sleep I start to mishear this guy's yelling as complete nonsense, like I sheet my diaper full. Oh my friends, I done got myself screwed now. Give that cat a banana, by God. And it hits me right in my funny bone, and everything within my mortal being gets the urge to burst out laughing, which isn't a very great thing to do at a funeral service. I had tears going down my face. I had to physically shove my fist against my mouth so hard I could feel my teeth cutting into the back of my lips to stop myself from laughing, and I was legit trembling because the force of my suppressed laughter was getting too much for my body to bear. I had to sit through this for like 30 minutes straight, fighting like hell so that my immaturity wouldn't cause me to ruin this service for my girl's family. It was honestly one of the roughest and most awkward experiences of my life, but thankfully she and her family mistook my obvious strain as me getting overcome with grief and emotion, and at that moment they all happily embraced me into their family. It was very weird time in my life. My ex-girlfriend were dumping me on our high school and I just stood there giggling because I had just smoked weed and it annoyed her so much that she slapped me hard and said we're done and left for class in front of everybody. But the funny part is that we had the exact same classes for a whole year, so I could annoy her just a bit more. She was very sweet and funny, but I began suspecting her of sexting with other guys because a friend of a friend told me that she used to talk to multiple guys at once. So one day I straight up told her, with a straight face looking dead into her eyes, that I know she talks sexually with other guys. That I know everything she done behind my back, blah blah. She panicked and asked why I went through her phone without her permission, which I absolutely didn't do. I didn't even know the password to her phone. So I say that one of her close girlfriends told me, and I won't say her name. As dumb as 17-year-olds are, she confirmed everything, just so I would tell her who betrayed her Mayo. After I told her that I faked everything, and that she admitted to sexting with other people, it was then she slapped and broke up with me. We were only together for 5 months, and I'm happy it ended early. I were planning on being together with her as long as possible because I liked her very much, but yeah, after I lost my trust for her, all that love completely disappeared. Now I have a beautiful and very smart fiancé. We've been together for 7 years and been close friends for 13 years. We were 14 years old when we first met each other, and we are 27 now, so it's half of our lives we've been close friends. She was my best friend before we got together, so I think that's the reason how we've been together for so long. A friend and I in a restaurant, early Saturday morning, only other patrons, one single guy in the corner and a table full of local HS cheerleaders. They had some sort of practice later. For some reason there's a sudden stop to the buzz of conversation. Also, the 1 in 1 million chance that lull coincides with a massive fetch that corner guy thought would be masked by noise of conversation. Everyone turns to the sound of a buzzsaw in the corner and see corner guy frozen in that stance. You know, the one where all your weight is on one butt cheek and you're trying to modulate the pressure of your flatus. Poor guy has the most panicked look on his face because of all the sudden unexpected and unwanted attention. Now, there's this thing called a socially non-existent fetched. That's when everyone knows, but everyone ignores it out of politeness, so it may as well not have happened at all. In this instance, everyone played their part perfectly, and corner guy would have been golden . Except me. I just couldn't stop laughing. I really tried. The whole time I felt terrible for the guy and knew I was ruining his recovery, but I couldn't stop. It was something about seeing the deer in the headlights look he had on his face while being frozen mid-rib, one butt cheek suspended in mid-air. So there I am, with everyone trying to ignore what happened, except this one a whole cackling in the corner with tears rolling down his face. Guy gets up from an unfinished breakfast and walks out. Never saw him again. I'm sorry, corner guy. I really am. I'm usually better than that. If we ever meet again, breakfast is on me, I promise. Dude in my first year apprenticeship class fetched it in our electrical class. This teacher was legend for like 30 years for coming down like the banhammer, for even being late and sheet. I actually think everyone turned ghost white in the class because he looked up from his desk and saw probably all of us all fucking scared and was like, what? I thought I heard something. Who was it? I swear dude, the fear of God was in everyone, and he just looks over at Paco and yells, start faking talking. You're all grown men. If you need to pass gas or take a sheet, do it out of the classroom. Then went on to call us all names and sheet and yell at us. Well, midway through our test, about 1/2 hour later, I just thought about how this guy just became unglued and how funny it would be if someone did it again. So, I just started snickering. I guess I caught his ear and he asked me what was so funny. By then it's a slowly built up chuckle and I'm shaking my head going, no, it's nothing. Then he goes, well, it must be something, now I wanna hear it. I lost it. I cold breathed dude, I was dying, sides hurt. Finally I was just like, you get so mad Gary. I just was laughing about how one fetched can set someone off like that, and then you blame Paco. Then we found out the real reason he blamed Paco for everything all the time. because he told our teacher Gary if he likes Sudoku, he should play bukkake with his wife. So I guessed he looked it up online with his wife, or whatever. Anyways, good time dude. Laughing when someone's pissed. Okay, I have two of them. And if anyone on here knows me IRL, they'll know this is my account, because I've told a lot of people about this. TLDR at the bottom first, my maternal grandfather's funeral. I'm sitting in the second row right behind my grandmother, who is seated next to her brother. Now, one thing you have to understand is my grandmother was very hard of hearing. You had to talk very loud for her to hear you, and, as a result, would speak just as loud at times, because she didn't hear herself. There we were, sitting at the funeral and some older lady gets up to sing some song or another. My grandmother turns to her brother and says, in a loud echoing voice, "Who's that singing?" Her brother just patted her hand and said, "SHHHHHH, it's okay." To which she replied, "But doesn't she know she's bad?" I lost it. She said it loud enough for those of us in the family section could hear her, but the people towards the back had no clue. When the service was over, and we were all walking out, my brother and I looked at each other, and started laughing again. Everyone at the back of the church thought I was horrible for laughing at my grandfather's funeral. Second, a few years later my grandmother passed. My cousin is a nurse, so was explaining things to her young children, 9-year-old, 6-year-old, 3-year-old. She explained that our bodies are like a shell, that our soul will go to heaven when we die. The older kid asks what bodies are made of, so my cousin started listing things like lungs, brain, heart, kidneys, and the youngest pipes up and shells mommy. She thought when her mom said our body is a shell that it actually contains shells. Then they go up to view her body. The youngest is full of questions. "Mommy, if we don't need our bodies in heaven, does that mean we only take our head to heaven?" I then envision floating heads in heaven. "Mommy, do her clothes go to heaven with her?" My cousin responded, "No, we don't need these clothes in heaven." Okay, now we are finally at the funeral. Grandmother is placed at the back of the church and the funeral director told us that if we wanted to pay our last respects we should do so before they close the casket. I follow behind my aunt, the little children's grandmother, as she is holding the youngest and is saying goodbye to her mother. It was very touching, that is until the little one saw her grandma crying and stared. "It's okay, grandma, she's a naked angel now." Same church, many of the same people, and there I'm laughing hysterically at my grandmother's casket. I mean, "she's a naked angel" was the funniest thing I ever heard. And during stressful moments I find humor anyway. The back half of the church all turned to find me laughing at my grandmother's casket. I don't go to funerals, I'm that church anymore. I get funny looks. TLDR, laughed at my grandparents' funerals. I no longer attend funerals at that church. I was in a chemistry class in high school and a friend of mine was up at the front doing a group presentation. I was sitting either front row and as usual, people were kind of bored sitting through other group presentations in a row. It was my friend's turn to present for her group, and in her presentation, she was supposed to say nuclear organism. I think you all can see where this is going. So she proceeds to say nuclear orgasm in her presentation, which kind of made us all perk up our ears. I looked over at my buddy with a look that said, "Did she just say what I think she just said?" I didn't have to wait for him to confirm, because she proceeded to make the same speech mistake again. At that point, there was no hiding it. We all definitely knew what we heard. I, being an immature teenage boy, proceeded to laugh silently to myself. Except the giggling wouldn't stop. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop myself from laughing at my friend's mistake. So, I proceeded to silently giggle my way through the rest of their group presentation. I did my best to hide it, but it was totally obvious because 1. I was in the front row and 2. My shoulders were shaking all over the place. My teacher took me out into the hall after their presentation and proceeded to berate me for not being able to control myself and threatened to give me detention. Made me sit out in the hall until class was over. To this day I still feel bad about laughing at her mistake. It was funny, yes, but it didn't deserve that kind of uncontrolled prolonged laughter. However, I'm still giggling to myself about nuclear orgasm as I write this. So, you can tell how much I've matured in the past decade. Not me, but my cousin, and I was right there. It was at my grandmother's funeral and my family, mom, aunt, uncle, and older cousins, were standing by the casket to greet those who came to pay their respects. My younger cousin has Asperger's and was almost 12 when it happened. My mom's boyfriend brought his family, mom, 2 sisters, 2 eldest daughters, with him. My cousin went up to them and introduced himself in the line, and he asked him who they were. They told him they were there to support my mom and I. They then asked him if it was his grandma that was in the casket, and he goes, "You mean the lady in the box?" They all start laughing their ass off to the point where they're crying and have to leave the line to grab tissues to make it seem like they're crying instead of laughing. They pulled it off well, if you weren't there to see what happened, and they scurried through the line very quickly after they had composed themselves a little bit. My mom's boyfriend and his mom were rolling their eyes at those laughing and saying they weren't related to them, but they then lost it too when my cousin again went up to them, hugged one of the boyfriend's sisters, and stuck his head right between her boobs. My mom started laughing and trying to hide it from the rest of her family, who can be very strict and uppity in settings like those. I was babysitting and looking on, so needless to say it was a very fun experience seeing as it was a funeral. Me and 2 coworkers, R and C, were playing Pictionary during a mandatory training at work. We were expected to take tests on the training that factored into our ACEs and whatnot. We got to bring our laptops, so we did share screen via Skype and drew in paint points and backstory as needed. R was getting really into LaCroix and his favorite flavor was pamplemousse, which is French for grapefruit. We had a pretty lengthy conversation at lunch one day about the flavors of LaCroix, so I knew these 2 knew what pamplemousse meant point. So I get Pompadour as my word from this online Pictionary generator, and I'm like, FK yeah. Gonna draw a French grapefruit, minus a mousse, and plus a door. The vision in my head was perfect point, so I get to drawing, and I draw a really terrible French stick figure with a giant circle head and an oversized shirt with small black stripes, as the French are wont to wear. Next to it, I try my darndest to draw a grapefruit, but I want to make my cross section of the grapefruit a little 3D looking, so you can see the pink flesh along with the orange skin. Manuscript paint freaks out while I'm trying to draw a curvy line and makes it looks like a hook instead of a curve. I can't fix it. We've come too far. It's been a solid 2 minutes since I've checked Skype to see what their guesses are. I switch over and our guest, Egg House, graped them. And I absolutely lost it. It was so stupid, but I could see from my terrible drawing how they came to that guess. So I'm laughing so hard that I'm actually crying, and they're laughing because I'm laughing. And the teacher, T, says, "What is so funny back there?" I hate being disruptive point anyway. Now Egg House Grape Ham is an inside joke we use in random ways, never forget. I've waited for this question for a very long time. My mum was a community carer for a number of years. She took an adoration to a lovely little old lady with no family. Her name was Peggy. We adopted her into our family and she came over for birthdays, Christmas and all the other fun stuff that comes with being a part of a strong family unit. Peggy sadly passed away about 7 years back. I was stood next to my brother at the funeral, and to give you an idea of where we were sat, we were the middle row, and I was on the end closest to the middle aisle. I don't know if that's what you would call it. We were asked to stand and sing All Things Bright and Beautiful. No problem. Lovely long to remember life and an absolute banger, I must say. It wasn't until we were near halfway through the hymn my brother pointed out some funny lyrics in the hymn sheet. Some hero wrote the words purple-headed mountain into the hymn. I automatically pictured a massive stinking bonus. I don't know what purple-headed mountain can otherwise mean. Needless to say, I was gone, and there was no coming back. I was barely laughing in the middle of a faking funeral. As I was in the middle at the end closest to the middle aisle, everyone could see me laughing. This made it even funnier for me because it's like being told off by a teacher for laughing, and when you know you're not allowed to laugh, it's automatically 10 times funnier. I still laugh about it to this day, but at the time I was so ashamed and was ready to embrace a fiery hell. Nobody spoke to me for the rest of the day, nor wanted to acknowledge my existence. That was fair. Oh, I have a good one for this. So I was in 4th or 5th grade, and it was silent reading time. We basically spent the time reading any book we liked, and I loved to read. Animorphs was my thing. I loved reading K.A. Applegate's Animorphs. Jake, Cassie, Tobias, Rachel, Marco, and Axe were my heroes. I think this book was one outside the main series. I think it was one of the Megamorphs, probably the first one. And in this book there's a scene where the team must escape some mad sentient tornado thing, but they can't morph. So they commandeer a truck and, as 13 over 15-year-old teenagers, drive away fast as they can. So imagine me, lol me in elementary school quiet reading time. It's silent. Deafeningly silent. Bang bang bang. Jake starts hitting trash cans. Like a lot. And Marco is mad because it's his father's truck. And they are teenagers who don't know how to drive. Bang bang bang. Jake hits another set of trash cans. And Marco loses it. Do you hate trash cans? Do you just hate trash cans? And in my mind's eye as I'm recreating this scene, I just start laughing like a maniac. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. In the dead silence, I laughed for like forever. It felt like I couldn't stop. I tried to stop. I just laughed harder as it kept playing out in my mind. My class just looking at me as I'm losing it over a book, and I just could not stop laughing. I calmed down at some point. Teacher asked if I was alright, and I just nodded. Went back to reading. Fondly recall the moment every so often. I went to a really fancy American boarding school for high school, where our field trips usually entailed international travel. My particular group went to Russia during spring break of 2015 directly after Obama passed the sanctions against them in December and some important politician was assassinated on a bridge near St. Basil's Cathedral. In short, it was the worst possible time a group of doofy American teens could do an educational tour on Russia, especially since out of the 17 of us only 2 kids and 1 teacher actually spoke Russian. Something about Russia, there's no black people, so when I was there with all my white classmates I was the black people. All 14 days people were videotaping my every move, stroking my hair, grabbing my hands, trying to stroke my face, jumping into class pictures so they could hug me from behind while I thought they were a classmate posing with me. On to the story. We are walking around neighborhood blocks in Moscow while waiting for our early dinner reservations to be ready. They could only accommodate our giant group at 4 p.m. RIP. For anyone who's been to New York City, this neighborhood had brownstones and our restaurant was on the bottom level down some steps. First we cross the street past a livid little old man who yells America must die, so we pick up the pace and round a corner. We end up wandering on the sidewalk toward 3 dudes day drinking with glass beer bottles on someone's front stoop. They whisper to themselves before calling out Americans, dap, in our street. Hey. So our lead teacher tells us to walk double file as close to curb as possible and go as fast as possible. The Russian dudes stand and follow us armed with bottles. My dumbass has a knee injury and is wearing a soft brace, so I'm stuck straggling with one guy friend staying by my side. He leans over and in the voice of the kid from The Simpsons whispers in my ear, haha, we are gonna die. I bust out in uncontainable nervous giggles as the guys start gaining on us. All of a sudden one of the guys stop right behind me and Sapphire Wallace and the Cocoa Dama, the chocolate woman lol, and all 3 in a high voice simultaneously go hee 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 hee. I turn around in open mouth shock that they decided to mock me instead of clubbing me on the back of my head, still laughing but terrified and low-key offended. But another guy goes Malai, cute, take care, Cocoa, and the 3 of them walk back to the stoop taking turns saying he had he. Ha he in my highest voice. Afterwards we switched to a buddy system where 3 of us had to be together at all times when we were allowed to explore, since I couldn't run lol. TDLR, my cute, high-pitched nervous giggles saved my field trip group from getting smashed up by tipsy Russians. Oh, this is awful, and I now see it as a trauma response, but here it goes. I'd just moved to America from another country and was living in an artist loft in what was at the time a bad neighborhood. My neighbor and I seemed to be on the train one after each other, or either the same, but I booked it. It stopped a station early and the walk usually was only okay for me if I'd kept up with the initial stream of people leaving it down the main street. I notice a weird vibe that I wasn't really sure about. There seemed to either be no one around or bunches of people around wearing red. I didn't really think much about it and didn't have any context for the situation, so I just kept walking. I get back to the lofts and my neighbors are already on the couch at mine watching TV. 10 to 15 minutes goes by and one of the guys next door storms in yelling around his room at being jumped. We all pile into the loft next door and he retells a story of some 17 to 19-year-old kids jumping him. He pummeled both of them until he glanced a knife and decided that despite his prowess as a brawler he didn't know how to defend against a knife, so he left them stumbling around on the sidewalk and walked half a block home. As he's telling this story he reaches up to rub his head in the layers of his clothing hitch up, allowing blood to squirt out from his abdomen. He did not realize he had been stabbed 3 times. We held a towel on his wounds, and when the EMT showed up a huge clot slid out from under his jacket onto the floor. He said, "What the fuck is that, my liver?" and tried to pick it up. I laughed. He survived. Those kids were so faked up they were still on the curb when we went looking for his glasses after they drove him to the hospital. TLDR. Friend got stabbed, blood clot fell out from under clothes. He thought it was his liver and tried to pick it up. I laughed out loud. My brother didn't look both ways before crossing the street and got hit by a car. The whole scene was chaotic. My parents wanted to have a family dinner and so I went with them to pick him up. At the time he was about 16 years old and I was in college. The mall parking lot was crowded and my brother, just not paying attention, saw my dad waving to him, so he stepped off the sidewalk without looking both ways. Right at that moment a newly licensed driver about 17 years old smacks him, and like a cartoon my brother goes flipping end over the top of the car. The driver goes into full panic mode and she's hysterically crying. My mom, having witnessed this, goes blasting out of the car hysterically crying. My dad, having witnessed this, runs up to my brother and starts screaming questions about who is on more drugs, the driver or my brother. This left me in the car, alone. Finally, everyone is walking back. My brother is fine and my mom insists that she sit with us in the back of this small car. My mom then proceeds to pet my brother like a dog and she won't stop making these whimpering noises staring at him. My dad, furious, drives straight home screaming about lies, past issues with my brother, and how he's on drugs, which he wasn't. We pull in the driveway, everyone gets out and goes inside the house, leaving me once again alone in the car, where I proceed to bust out laughing uncontrollably and had to call my best friend to relay the insanity that just unfolded. I'll never forget his body flipping around over this poor girl's car. I have told my kids and other children that story and the best response I ever got was from a little cousin. Did they have to put air back in him with a bike tire pump? So the comedy still lives on. When I was in the 5th grade, my best friend and I were in the same class. We had a teacher who was so mean and who really didn't seem to like kids at all. She was always yelling at the class for something. We later on found out she was undergoing chemo, but what does a 10-year-old know about that? For context, I'm the youngest of 3 sisters, both of whom are quite a bit older than me, so I was always sneaking little things away from my middle sister because they were cooler, big kid toys. Also to get back at her for borrowing my things. Anyways, one day I brought my newest acquisition to school to show off to my bestie. It was a long blue pen with thin fuzzy feathery wisps around this center point, bedazzled to look like a flower plus petals. For the life of me, I don't know why I couldn't just wait for us to get home before showing him, because not only were we best friends, we were neighbors. As usual, that day our teacher was lecturing the class about something super serious. I think she was specifically talking about getting parents to sign the slips they send home with you when you had something disciplinary happen. For some reason, I decided this exact moment was a great time to show my best friend my new pen. We kept our heads low on our desks to avoid detection and were swishing the fuzzy flower feathers back and forth on our desks. Something to know is that my best friend has always had a deviated septum. For our whole lives, he has done this sort of snorting thing to help him clear his airway a bit. Well, he did that, snorting out, and when he went to exhale, a loose feather strand shot right off the pen and up his nose, and we immediately lost our sheet laughing. I had to take one of those slips home to get signed that night, and we weren't allowed to sit next to each other for the rest of 5th grade, but man, was it worth it. One time in college, we had a super serious artist A-type come in to teach us some drawing technique. Now, this was a pretty relaxed course. Two small classes of about 15 kids each. We were either geeks or arty kids. It was an animation course, go figure, and some of the most laid back, brilliant tutors you've ever seen. There was also a kid in my class called Jeff. Jeff was one of the funniest fakers you've ever met. Just naturally, pants-wettingly hilarious without trying, and the plainest, most unassuming dude ever. Super serious artist. A lady sits down with an easel and starts her spiel. The entire course, 30 kids, are standing behind her, crammed into a corner, so we can see what she's drawing. She talks, and faking talks. It's seemingly endless, and she has the sort of nasally, monotone voice that puts you to sleep. Then Jeff does something so simple, so childish, yet so supremely perfect. He makes the blah 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 motion with his hand whilst pulling a face. That's it. I'm faking gone. I don't know why it tickled me so much, but the back quote "you can't laugh right now" seriousness of the occasion 100% added to it. I'm stood there, weak at the knees, silently laughing into my hands. The longer artist A drones on without noticing, the worse it gets, until tears are streaming down my cheeks and my shoulders are shaking. My pal next to me starts laughing because I'm laughing. Then the guy next to her. Then the two next to them. Then the couple behind those folks. Eventually, every faking person crammed in this corner is shuddering with near silent laughter and nobody knows what they are laughing at. Even two of the tutors started cracking up. We still talk about it now. I don't think I've ever laughed that hard before or since. For my grandmother's funeral, the minister had a bad stutter. And don't get me wrong, I'm sympathetic. As a child I had to meet with a speech therapist in elementary school for a while. There are still certain sounds I struggle to make, but it doesn't happen often. The whole funeral was absurd, to be honest. It took place in rural North Dakota. 2 months earlier I had moved to Oregon from Hawaii, where I had been stationed. My body had acclimated for 3 years to year-round temps above 70°F, and was struggling with the 40s in Oregon. It would get as cold as -35°C while we were in North Dakota. To make things worse, I hadn't had time to shop for winter clothes until the day we flew out, and what I did have wasn't rated for North Dakota. In early to mid-December I realized I needed a stocking cap during my layover in Denver. You would think, being a ski mecca there would be options in the airport, but you would be wrong. I ended up with brown synthetic fur cover that covered my ears, wrapped around my neck, and velcroed beneath my chin. Oh, it also had antlers, googly eyes, and a big fat moose snout. I was a pallbearer and carried my grandma's casket into the church that winter day with my cousins and I think my brother-in-law, who all had more appropriate winter attire. It was -25°C outside, but I was damn glad for that ridiculous moose on my noggin as family members I hadn't seen in years likely thought, there's still something wrong with that boy. There had been a blizzard the day before the funeral and nobody from the church had made it out to warm up the church. I remember being able to see our breath inside the church, so we all remained bundled up, and I proudly sat in the pew with my moose on. The minister started what was a lovely service, and did well reading from the Bible, but when it came to the eulogy he said, Genevieve was preceded in death by her husband, 1 son, a DAU daughter, her parents, 2 alpha stepbrothers, and 2 alpha stepsisters. I turned my head to my then wife with crazy eyes wider than saucers. The moose snout started to shudder as I desperately tried to contain the laughter and mouthed to her, alpha stepsisters, as the coldest tears of laughter stained my cheeks. 10th grade English class, we were assigned into pairs by the teacher to do a project about the Holocaust. I was a socially inept nerd who was paired with one of the most popular and outgoing kids, so I knew it was going to suck. Me and this guy had said all of 2 words to each other all year, and now we have to collaborate on a major project. Great point. We'd been reading the graphic novel Morse, and for whatever reason the teacher asked us to do a quick drawing representing our main takeaway from the book. I have zero artistic talent and was not thrilled about working with this kid, so all I managed to produce was what could be best described as a stick figure dog with mouse ears and a human smiley face. We have to share our drawing and discuss with our partner what we learned. This guy looks over at my attempted drawing, looks at me for a full 5 seconds, and we both bust out laughing at the same time. Hard. I'm doing everything I can to hold it together and all it makes us do is laugh louder. We can't stop laughing, and the entire classroom is looking at us like we are crazy, as well as the teacher who sent us into the hallway, where we laughed uncontrollably for 5 more minutes. Who would have thought that the Holocaust and my awful drawing abilities would have led to polar opposites becoming decent friends? I worked on a farm that would take a petting zoo to different events, and there was one that we were hired for that was a birthday celebration of some sort. So we get to the location and start setting up all the panels and tents for the animals, and it starts like superstorming. Like lightning hitting all around us, 45 miles per hour winds, crazy loud thunder in the works. So naturally, as everyone runs inside, I run to the pen of animals to try to keep them from freaking out and to try to keep the tents down to help keep shelter for them from the storm. Storm passes fast, and we end up shifting all the panels over so the animals don't have to stand in a flooded pen. But this means that where we moved the panels away from is now a suppy sheet field. Like straight up sheet from goats, sheep, alpacas, and mini cows just stomped into mud basically with all the rain water. We weren't able to move the pen far, so this sheet swamp is bordering one of the edges of where the petting zoo is now. Good for the animals, but bad for the visitors, cause now that's basically where they have to stand to interact with them. So one of the first kids through the gate to see the animals is this little girl, maybe 5 or 6, who comes sprinting in with her hair all done up, wearing a fancy little yellow dress and those tiny white shoes and frilly socks. And well, I don't know if you've ever tried walking across a sheet field, let alone running, but let me tell you, it's slippery. I'm standing in the pen with the animals as this little girl eats sheet. Literally, she slipped and full on face planted right into the sheet pond. Her face was covered, it was all in her hair, and her little yellow dress wasn't yellow anymore. So she's obviously scream crying, and I about piss myself in the pen, cause I'm laughing so hard. It was like out of body, almost, because I had no control. I was faking howling at this tiny child, and my bosses had to call me away from the area because I couldn't stop, and apparently that's not an appropriate thing to almost suffocate from lack of breathing over. Her parents and others were definitely aware of this because I was getting nasty looks the rest of the day, but 10/10ths would almost suffocate from laughing to see that again. This is the most horrifying yet funny memory I have from my grandmother's funeral. Little backstory: our grandparents were pretty well respected and loved by their community, and since my grandpa was a preacher, there was a huge crowd at my grandma's funeral. Since a lot of people wanted to visit her for the final time, a big funeral was planned. 2 houses and their yards were emptied. Huge tents were set up. A professional crew was hired for recording and live broadcasting the funeral, and our grandma was kept in one of those refrigerated body storage units with a glass top so everyone could see her. Now we, 5 grandchildren, were made to sit right beside our grandma in full view of the cameras and the public as we were supposed to sing a song at the beginning of the service. The problem was that us cousins get really silly on those rare occasions that we do get together and spend nearly all day and night doing stupid things and making each other laugh. It's not that we didn't love our grandma, we all loved her very much and were all really sad, but I don't know if it was a coping mechanism or just us being dumb kids, but we did the stupidest shit during those days, and it happened on the day of the funeral as well. So as the funeral is going on, my brother begins making silly faces, and I reciprocate with some of my own. Our sisters sitting between us scold us initially, but even they couldn't hold back their laugh as we keep making money faces and crack idiotic jokes. Now seeing them laugh made us laugh, and this cycle keeps going on till all 5 of us are become jiggly as hell, laughing uncontrollably and desperately trying to hide our faces. Now I don't know how many people we were able to fool, but an angry glare by my mother at the end of the funeral tells me our performances weren't Oscar worthy. To this day I haven't had the guts to look at the recording of the funeral. In hindsight, this was really immature and disrespectful. My friend's grand's burial. It was a do-it-yourself funeral. We all got to the cemetery first, and up rolls a shoddy old white van with the body in a cardboard casket. Yes, a cardboard casket that had basically been colored in with felt tips pens. For example's sake, imagine a human-sized rectangle box with a loose lid point. I'm handed a stereo and told to press play as they walk her up to where they were going to put her. The first problem was getting her out the van. It was slightly raining, so the box was already pretty damp from when they got her in and started to deform as they got her out. I can remember struggling while her hand kept falling out from the side of the box as the side point. After about 15 minutes they had managed to get some straps under the box and were slowly walking up the cemetery path while a couple people were on guard for spillage. By this time my sides were splitting and it only got worse after I turned the stereo on. Queen, Don't Stop Me Now. Oh my god, when that song came on I was literally crying trying to hold the laughter in. It was made worse by the fact that everyone else was so upset. Watching 7 to 8 people struggling with a dead body in a cardboard box in the rain while playing that song was the funniest thing I think I've seen in my life. It took about 10 minutes to get her to the site and the pre-recorded cassette tape had moved on to I Want to Break Free, which didn't help me in the slightest point. They got her in the hole eventually and I had to remove myself since my friend had noticed I was less than sad. Luckily there was a nearby hedge that I hid behind so I could quietly die from laughter. Best funeral I've ever gone to. TBQFH lol. The senior class my junior year changed the school's Wi-Fi name to Poop Smear and password locked it. They did it the last day of the school year and dipped, so no one knew it had happened until next fall. The campus didn't have summer school on campus. It was a small private school, so if you had to take summer courses, you went to a summer collective program where multiple private schools allocated their summer students to. Anyways, we all came back in for the fall and the teachers made us shuffle into the auditorium instead of our respective homerooms, which was not typical. Our very nice middle-aged principal had to get up in front of the entire high school and explain that the name of the Wi-Fi was a senior prank. It couldn't be changed for another 9 months because the Wi-Fi company only allowed businesses and schools to change their Wi-Fi names and passwords once a year, and their appeal to change it back hadn't gone through yet. Everyone in the back row had brought up the Wi-Fi on their phone and there it was, Poop Smear. The laughter started from the back to the front in this wave, and all the faculty had to yell at us and herd us into our homerooms for locker assignments. The kicker is that the password was dick butt. Neither of those things are inherently the most hilarious thing, but it certain is when you're paying nearly college tuition for private school and you have to log into the Wi-Fi you pay for by clicking Poop Smear and typing in dick butt. I was in boot camp, and on the second day the chief was really getting on us because some guys wouldn't shut up and were all chatty and cheat. He was yelling on and on about how it wasn't any Match.com, plentyoffish.com or aharmony.com, when just out of nowhere the guy standing directly beside just screams out as hard as he faking could, aharmony.com chief. Everything just went dead quiet. The chief and other petty officers just had a slack-jawed look on their face like what the fuck did he just do? For some reason I had turned and stared at him with that oh shit, oh face, and everyone around me were doing it too, and then the bastard does it again. I snapped out of it at that one and went to facing forward and saw the guy standing across from me looking at him like if a rooster had figured out he was getting his head chopped off. And then for some stupid reason I did that snort laugh where you're trying to hold it in and locked eyes with this guy named Paulson who started doing it too, and then we couldn't hold it back and started really laughing, and the chief and scariest guy I ever met in my life ran to me and got all up in my face and I couldn't stop laughing. I think it was fear laughing at this point, and then more people started laughing which made me laugh even harder, and shit was all bad. I had a target on me the rest of my time, and every time someone said a harmony I'd bust up laughing again. Dumbest shit ever, but I cracked up pretty hard reliving that experience just now. In 9th grade I transferred from a school where my class size was about 1200 kids to a high school with a 9th-12th grade size of less than 500. Well, being a dumb 14-year-old from a large city school I was used to not knowing most of the people in any of my classes and just hanging out with my core group, and then making friends in each class as I met them. Well, at this school everyone knew everyone, and they had all went to the same schools their whole lives, and grew up together. So, in health class a kid falls in his chair, and has a seizure. Not cool, right? Well, they take everyone in that class, and take them to the study hall room, and the counselor comes in to talk to us about what happened. At the city school I had previously went to, I saw stabbings, fights, and just about anything else you would expect in a school that size. The kids in this school rarely experienced that, so everyone was quiet, except me and this other kid. He started telling jokes, and since I didn't know the dude that had the seizure, I wasn't particularly interested in the whole counseling sessions. He tells me the following joke and I faking die laughing, because at the time I was 14 and super immature. Like, take the average maturity of a 14-year-old, and I was at least a standard deviation below that. How did Helen Keller's parents punish her? I don't know. How? They leave the plunger in the toilet. My husband and I attended his cousin's wedding around 9 or 10 years ago. It was at a Catholic church. Note that I was not raised with any religion, and my husband has not attended church regularly since he was confirmed 25 years ago. There came a point in the ceremony where the priest asked everyone to extend their right hands to send love to the couple, and that's when damn near everyone did the Hitler salute in church. To which my husband and I could not believe what we were seeing, and immediately started laughing as quietly as possible. My mother-in-law was next to me and was very annoyed at us, but come on. That is not an appropriate gesture, and hasn't been for about 80 years. Meanwhile, we are trying so hard to stop laughing, but we can't. It's just too much for us. Everyone standing there, giving the Heil Hitler, silently, and we're losing it completely, as quietly as we could. The moment passes, we did not participate, but it became a fun story to tell at dinners with friends. The good news is that this prepared us for another cousin's wedding, on the other side of the family, a different church entirely, where the same damn thing happened. My husband and I just gave each other a knowing look, a smile, and kept our hands down. We could hear the guests behind us trying to discuss this really kind of messed up thing that was happening, and if they should do it too. I'm pretty sure they opted not to, because they saw us not participating. When shouldn't you giggle at a fact? Pasted below for the lazy. Years ago, my family and I went on a whirlwind tour of Europe. Most stops were places that my parents and I had been to previously, because we lived overseas for a bit, but my fiancé had never been out of the country. One of our stops was Edinburgh, and one of the things you can do there at night is go on a guided ghost walk type tour. I think this is the right one, but I could be wrong. It's a gimmick, but it was something to do besides sit around twiddling our thumbs in the flat we had rented out for the weekend. The tour involved some underground catacombs, vaults, that were pretty interesting, some of which are very small rooms. Our tour group was roughly around 25 to 30 people, and in the incident room, we were squished in a bit. Before we go much further, let me explain a few things. I'm easily amused by facts, and frankly I don't care if you personally find them funny. I know it's on the childish side, but I refuse to grow up mentally, and they're funny, damn it. I also giggle sometimes when I'm nervous. Earlier in the day we had tried some excellent Scottish cuisine, including haggis. It is amazing over there, but here in the US you get stomach acid tasting garbage, and it started percolating as we entered the vaults. I have never been able to hold in a fact. I don't know why. Maybe I just don't have the iron control over my anus that others lay claim to. I can hold a sheet, but Ma's hole didn't come with a hermetical seal. When we get to the incident room, I know that there will be a fact. It's just going to happen at that point. It was, however, slightly under my control how it would come out. I could just let it rip, or I could attempt to ease it out by increments and make it as silent as possible. Every sound in here is making an echo, and I'm not here to gross everyone out. No matter how funny I think it is, I decide to do a test. As I release the clench, I find that I do have the option to go completely silent, so I do. What's the worst that can happen? Maybe my family will smell it, but I'm fairly low on the scale of smell. Typically, I felt that I could risk gassing out my group, mom, dad, fiancé and I, and hopefully they won't say anything if it is rank. I ease out the thatched as it goes. It burns my asshole a bit. Usually when that happens it's usually stinky. Oh no. Within seconds I realized how much of a mistake this silent flatulation was. My fiancé looks at me first with a Spock eyebrow. The question is plain on his face. Emote. Did you just faking fatched? In here. I nod and look away, smiling. I'm honest to God trying to listen to our tour guide. I'm hoping beyond hope that no one can see how much I want to laugh. I'm now smiling very hard. A couple near us, short woman, tall man, started reacting. To not interrupt the tour guide, the man has leaned down and placed the arm of his girl's jacket that the lady had around her shoulders over his nose and mouth. She has taken the other side of the jacket for her own safety. I'm now realizing that this was a very bad idea. I should have tried harder or waited for a walking part of the tour. I start getting nervous that I'll be found out. This thatched has now become a solid 25 on a scale of 1 to 10. The run for your own safety. Fuck the kids. We can make more. Rating. Other people in the room start smelling what can only be described as a 3 days dead, broiled and rancid lard skunk that was gently glazed with Satan's musky nutsack drippings with a side of steamed durian fruit. Maybe the smell won't spread too much. I'm so nervous now that I'm doing my best to just smile and not laugh, and those are my only choices. My mother turns to look behind her to figure out who in God's name just desecrated the room with that funk. Mom sees me grinning as wide as I can and pursing my lips to try and not laugh. This mantra repeats over and over in my head. Me. Internal. I must not laugh. 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 She looks between me and my husband, then realizes that I'm grinning like a suicidal mad woman and mouths the question, was that you? With the most disgusted face I have seen from her, and honestly, that look made it very hard to hold in my laughter, because it's funny that I could percolate up something that bad. This is my new personal record of what crawled up your ass and died. I nod and look away. The stench has now filled the room. We are now at critical mass. Everyone in the room is smelling this monstrosity. Every last person. Some people on the tour have started looking around to see if they stepped in a dead carcass of a putrefied rat somewhere or stepped in Cerberus's sheet, because this smell has to be from the underworld. The whole stone room has now acquired this smell, and like some kind of sick sommelier, it will not let the smell dissipate. The room has locked this noxious emanation into the stone walls, and it seems to be savoring the smell like an expensive, vintage wine from the best winery in France. The tour guide at the front is now trying to rush this room along because he doesn't want to keep breathing this smell into his lungs. My father turns to me and whispers the same question that mom did. I lose it at this point and giggle like an excited 4-year-old girl. He. My father rolls his eyes and just starts shaking his head. Now the entire tour group knows who bombed them, thanks to my laugh. Unfortunately, we were close to the center of the room, so as the smell expanded outwards in a mushroom cloud-like effect, people are looking towards us. My giggle sealed the deal for anyone still questioning who dealt it. The tour guide wraps up the room, and we stayed to the back of the group for the rest of the tour. On the plus side, I don't think they'll have any bug or pest issues for some time. A few years back, over 5 years I don't know, when my entire family got really friggin' sick. A family friend would come over, then everyone would get a cold for like a week. We always, jokingly, blamed him. Dude was always sick. Well, this time he must have brought over some plague or something, because, I mean, all of us were bedridden for like 3 months. I'm not even joking. Still working because you have to, but would go right to bed. Anyway, we are in like the 2nd month of this friggin' plague, right, and my husband, then boyfriend, got up to go grab himself a drink and just fell flat on his face, having made it about 3 feet into the hallway. I was in bed and started cracking up laughing. TBH, I was kinda thinking that, I don't faking know, he was doing a bit or something, like we felt like such shit that he had just kinda let himself fall. Look, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, but I couldn't stop laughing until he didn't move, and I rushed over and said, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Yet still giggling like an absolute asshole. He came to and asked me what the fuck just happened. I'm like, I don't know, man, you fell. I asked him again if he was okay. He said yeah, but he thinks he must have blacked out for a second because he seriously had no idea how he came to be in the hallway or YTF he was on the floor. I literally and figuratively felt like a complete garbage person for having laughed at all. Scary part is he had fallen, like right by the landing to the stairs, so that cold been way friggin' worse. Everyone's fine now by the way, except my friend who has since passed from other complications, but man, that sickness was absolutely nuts. I'd what it was to this day. I was at a work conference with other colleagues. It was the morning of the last day and we were in a boring presentation. I opened my laptop and started playing a game of Risk because it was the one game I had that didn't make any noise. At least it doesn't make any noise until you turn in your cards, at which time it makes 3 beeps, which I had totally forgotten. I had my Mac laptop configured so that the beep sound was a voice saying, boing boing going going. So we are in the middle of this boring presentation when my laptop suddenly goes boing boing going going. Boing boing going going. Boing boing going going. Really loud for the whole room to hear. I immediately slam my laptop shut, but my colleagues on each side start laughing, and I start laughing, and all our bosses are in the back, and we are all trying to stop ourselves from laughing, but we are just feeding off each other. The poor presenter was trying to get through his boring material, while the 3 of us are desperately trying not to laugh. Finally it dies down, and we stop convulsing. I whisper, "It wasn't that funny," and one of the others said, "Oh yes it was," and we all start laughing again, and try to stop from laughing all over again. The second round was at least as long and uncomfortable as the first. That was like 20 years ago, and one of my colleagues still brings it up whenever he tries to get me to laugh inappropriately. When I was in university, a local radio station was running a contest. Every day someone would be entered into a draw at the end of the month for, I think, $10,000. The catch was, to get entered they had to crush something from your house. Now they didn't just show up and pick your toaster and smush it. No. Too boring. Point. They had a guy dressed up in spandex like a pro wrestler, lucha mask and all, who could only say 3 to 4 words, 2 of which were crush and all in Phil Hartman Frankenstein style. So they go out to this one lady's house, the host is talking to her, and you hear the crusher in the background rummaging around crush. Now after a minute or so you hear him get closer and directly into the host's mic, a first for the crusher. He goes, "What's this thing?" I faking lose it. Never did hear a description of whatever it was. I'm in hysterics for entirely too long. So later that day I'm in a lecture, sitting next to a buddy, and I'm telling him the story and all is well, until I try to deliver the "what's this thing?" I completely lose it again, and loudly. Try for a couple seconds to get my sheet together but can't. Had to get up and run out of the lecture. Sat in the lobby until it was over, and people were coming out genuine concerned for me. So, yeah, if anyone from CFox is around, I'd love to hear that bit again. My grandpa used to be a super proactive member of the American Legion post in his hometown. When he passed away, the town decided to erect a memorial flagpole in his honor on the town's green. The day started with a parade including law enforcement, military, fire trucks and farm equipment. The parade ended at the green where there were about 20 white chairs next to the newly erected flagpole. I sit with my parents, aunt, uncle, cousin, several members of the Legion, police chief, a few military officials and the mayor. My family and the Legion members shared the second row, while the rest of them sat in the front. Someone begins giving a speech about that we generation and this and that. When the speech concluded, out march 7 Marines in ceremonial attire, followed by 7 state troopers on horseback. The soldiers begin their 21-gun salute. The first 7 shot ring out, cycle rounds, then the next 7. Once they began cycling for the 3 round, one of the horses did a half spin / pivot / wiggle, and in the process audibly unloaded its bowels. Just about everyone in the front row stood up and had been clipped with bits of horse sheet. There were gasps from the crowd. Me and my cousin, we have a 12-year age difference, just looked at each other and began turning red smiling. My parents were pale as ghosts. I can't remember anything else, but we were walking back to the car too afraid to speak, and my dad started singing that song Wild Wild Horses and my mom and me nearly soiled ourselves with laughter. as it was his father receiving the memorial. We didn't want to disrespect him in any way. So him breaking the ice was a huge moment for me. Sometimes you just have to laugh. I rely pretty heavily on people's facial expressions to tell their mood, since oftentimes just the tone of their voice alone isn't enough for me to tell if they are being serious or not. I was playing Among Us with my boyfriend, his older sibling, and his older sibling's girlfriend, who I'll call Elle. We had played through about 4 rounds by now, and every single time Elle was an imposter, and every time, she would kill me first. On the first round, when she's not an imposter, she begins hardcore accusing me when I'm innocent. I started getting kinda upset, but I played it up a lot in an attempt to make it kinda funny. Round ends and I'm still acting like I'm more upset with her than I actually am. After a bit of Elle and I bickering, her so tells her that she is being a bit of an ass, and my boyfriend begins to argue with her too. They get pretty upset with each other, and my boyfriend starts calling her names, and she begins to get really upset, but the entire time I'm laughing, because I can't tell if she's genuinely upset with him, or if she's kinda doing the same thing I was doing earlier. After a while she says, "Fuck you," my boyfriend's name, and is suddenly cut off. Meanwhile I'm still laughing because I, being a complete idiot, thought they were just faking around, and didn't realize that she was genuinely upset with my boyfriend. I felt really bad about it afterwards, and I went and apologized to her for not stopping my boyfriend before he started to take things too far, and she said that it was alright, and she's not upset with me, so things are alright. Still feel bad though. My friends from high school are a pretty tight group, and we try to do gatherings every couple of years to hang out for a week or so and catch up, engage in our favorite activities, 40k, D&D, bad movies, etc., and drink a lot. At one time we were scattered all over the globe, so it was a big deal when we could all make it in person. We try to go to a different location each time. This year we were in OKC. My buddy I will refer to as T was DM for the game we were about to start. We had already spent a good portion of the evening drinking and watching horrible sci-fi dug up from the dregs of a blockbuster, so we were feeling pretty loose and goofy. So we get our characters sorted out, and he starts telling us about the beginning of the quest. He says he has packets for us, so he doesn't have to explain everything, and proceeds to hand out these giant story breakdowns that will take a while to read. Like 15 to 20 double-sided pages, plus maps and such. In our drunken indignation at being assigned homework, we started beaching and picking apart the breakdowns that he had clearly put a lot of effort into. Then we found some of the NPC names, and for some reason they struck us as highly amusing. I'm one of those people that when I hit just the right amount of booze everything is funny to me. So this set of an episode of drunken laughter that did not stop for a solid 15 minutes. I was cry laughing, and then somebody else started, and then it happened. The laugh snort. It was chaos after that. Fortunately T was just as drunk, and laughing just as hard, and once we settled down everything went back to normal. To this day I still feel a little bad about it, but no feelings were hurt, and we all still get a chuckle out of it now. My brother suffered from brain cancer most of his life. He became very religious and truly loved going on medical missionary trips to Central and South America. Often, the church that he would join was not our own. One trip we were going to drop him off at the church on one very early morning, maybe 2 to 3 a.m., for their flight. As we were walking up, the church group asked everyone to circle around for a prayer. I'll take this moment to share that my mother and I are genetically predisposed to giggle fits. She, being a more mature being, has been able to both stifle them and do whatever she can to help control mine. This typically consists of a very tight hand squeeze. Iron claw-like. Back to the moment, as we were circled, heads down, we discovered that this particular congregation spoke in tongues. It built at first, an odd sound off in one direction of the circle, but it soon became all-consuming. Guttural, squeaking, nasal, bird-like and belly rumbles at once. With my head down I was safe. Just stare at the ground. Don't upset your big brother. He cares so much for this. And then I caught the eye of my mother. Like a sweet burst of release the giggles came in full force. I was shaking. I was unable to breathe. People had to have started to notice that I was not among them. The iron claw was implemented. No luck. It only confirmed the giggles. What is a mother to do? What does the mother bunny do when a falcon circles her youth? She distracts. My mother decided to draw the attention to her. As any non-evangelical family, we were not practiced in speaking in tongue, but she wasn't about to let that hold her back. It took a bit to get her croon down. The first sounds weren't very convincing. But cue the acting necessity and my often shy mother went full out. Suddenly we weren't the mother trying to control the child, but two devotees expressing their love for the Holy Spirit at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday in the parking lot of a church. Peculiarly, one was an odd, somewhat false expression and the other just sounded like he was losing it in laughter. Many years ago, I'm talking 15 or so years, I was hanging out with a guy friend of mine, we'll call him Eric. My oldest friend, we'll call Cindy, was dating Eric at the time, but still living with her son's father. Eric and I were hanging out and smoking when Cindy calls me. She is hysterical and is saying Eric and I need to come over to her house right away. Eric and I arrived to Cindy and our other friend, Ashley, trying to rush past Cindy's son's father, Mike, to get upstairs. He's doing his best to keep them from getting up the stairs. There is lots of yelling and screaming going on. Turns out Mike had an underage girl upstairs and Cindy was not happy. Cindy and Ashley had stopped by the house to pick up some green and found them together. She did not care that he was with another female. She cared that he was with an underage female. Well, I'm stoned off my ass, wishing I was at Pope stuffing my face and trying not to make eye contact with anyone with everything got quiet and Cindy stuck her finger in Mike's face and said with all seriousness, I foresaw your death. Then, crickets. The look of confusion on Mike's face, the look of pure malice on Cindy's face coupled with the fact that I'm stoned was just too much and I busted out laughing. I laughed until I had tears coming down my face. Cindy was not amused and was giving me the death stare, but I couldn't help it. It was just such a ludicrous thing to say in the heat of the moment. The situation itself was not funny and opened a whole can of worms. Mike eventually had a child with the underage girl. Her parents condoned the relationship 4 years ago. Mike was convicted of sexually abusing 2 little girls and is currently serving a life sentence. His son, Cindy's son, actually testified against Mike as he had witnessed some of the abuse. I'm so damn proud of that kid. In church class we had this really nice guy come in and always help and was really into try to make the kids' time there as fun as he could. He was kinda out of sync, but always the best intentions and we all knew that. Well, one day, he came in with a guitar. We all figured this was something he picked up a while ago and that he just wanted to play for us. We all sit down, probably around 40 kids on the floor in front of this guy sitting on a foldable metal chair with a massive acoustic guitar he's struggling to hold right. He was a smaller guy, definitely needed a smaller guitar. He starts with, hey kids. So, I learned how to play the guitar this week and wanted to play you guys a song. Point this. Poor man could barely play single notes on a single string without accidentally missing the string altogether or just playing half muted notes. Being 13 at the time, in a pitch silent room with off-note strums reverberating through this empty room, I was biting my tongue so hard I thought it would fall off. Then, he started singing. His nerves were already bad because he was messing up, and then you hear what sounded like off-note sobbing dialect pairing with the off-note strumming. You know the weird sound that happens when you are trying to hold back or start cracking up, like a nasally ch case sound. Yeah, I did one of those in a silent room with everyone just awkwardly watching this poor man try to play us his song. Following that, tears and me trying my faking hardest to stop making any sort of noise. My buddy who was sitting next to me was silently dying at the whole situation as well as tearing up, but he was still incognito. Every adult in the room gave me the biggest "are you kidding right now?" look, and my buddy calms himself, turns towards me, and goes, "Hey band, are you okay? Do you need some water?" People seem to buy it. I gather myself and stop making audible noises. God bless that older fellow trying to follow his dreams, and God bless my buddy that day. Ha 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 ha. Still laugh at it to this day. Worked in sales as a district manager. We had these people that were kind of a middleman between the independent stores and corporate. Helped us train people and make sure we were up to standards they set out for us. We had one of these people for every region we were in. They were pretty important to keep happy because they reported directly to corporate higher ups that decided if we could keep stores in areas and if we were good enough to expand into other areas. If they had an issue, the owners of our company would be on the phone immediately and we could be fired. If the corporate guys didn't like us, I always got along with them and my stores performed well. Well, I walk into a store and he's going over something with the store manager and I see he has new glasses. For some ungodly reason I say nice glasses and start laughing like a prick would. Looked like I was mocking him. He asks if I don't like them and why I'm laughing. I just say no man, they are cool, and keep laughing. I'm screaming in my head at myself to stop laughing. I decide to keep laughing to hopefully help the situation and say they are really cool over and over. He looks at me like I'm being a dick because it looks like I'm being a dick. Anyways, he doesn't like me after that and I start getting complaints from corporate. A few months later the stores I had in his area are giving to someone else and I lose all the commission I got for those stores. All because I'm an awkward moron. Back in high school, was with my best friend. Their family is super religious and decided to go to some abortion awareness seminar. I decided to go because they were gonna go to TGI Fridays afterwards. Boring as hell, but you can tell there's a sorta serious tone these people were speaking in. It was a fairly small size too, of like 12 to 15 people. We were the youngest people there too. About one painfully long hour in, they gave us an intermission. My friend and I were super bored and ended up just non-stop making dead baby jokes to ourselves. Just really dark humor. And by being in this seminar, it just made all of these jokes 10x funnier for some reason. So we all come back after the intermission was over, incredibly jiggly, and my god I couldn't look at my friend. He was red at the face and both of us, we are trying so faking hard to maintain our composure just like this guy. Just by looking at each other it would have been over for us. Let out a few chuckles here and there that nobody can hear, coughing at random to disguise our outbursts, looking down at the table focusing entirely on inhaling and exhaling cause we were in trouble. The worst part is whenever they were showed pictures of types of abortions on the projector, or just a simple image of a baby on screen, we would both get super red in the face and jiggly all over again, trying so hard not to burst into laughter. That was hands down the funniest sheet in the most inappropriate setting we've ever laughed. That was 8 years ago. Jeffrey Days was worth it. 10/10. I'm super late to this, but about 15 years ago, fact that makes me feel old, I sat in the common room of my first day of 6th form. It was an atmosphere of excitement, anticipation, and banter. The head of 6th form then walked in. A right one. Short stout woman. Short hair. Loved her hiking and outdoors. Definitely a Millet's loyalty card holder. Drove a clapped out old Nissan estate with outdoorsy stuff in the back. She strode into the room, to the front of the assembly of students. Clapped her hands together. Right. Can I have everyone's attention please? The room almost instantly fell deathly silent, save the few light rustlings of people hurriedly finding a spare seat. At this moment, at this precise junction of sharp mood change in the room, my mate leans in my ear and whispers, Squirtle. Yes, Squirtle. The faking Pokemon 15 years later, and I honestly struggle to remember anything so funny. We both sat there grinning like Ren and Stimpy, lips pursed, eyes drowning in the tears of laughter we were desperately holding back. It's just the fact she was a short, stout, round woman with short little arms and legs, very much like a Squirtle, who shouted, right, like a Pokemon would shout their name. Faking funniest sheet ever from school days. That and when a kid in my ed class caused the teacher to have a mental breakdown. But that's a story for another time. Was more my mother than me. Kind of long story. My mum's grandma, my great grandma, died and we were at the funeral in this waiting room for close family and friends. I'm early teens at this point and very much oblivious and uninterested in anything religious. While milling about just waiting for this thing to begin, my grandma and uncles were constantly mentioning that the scriptures weren't here yet. Like it was a big deal and we couldn't start until they arrived. This went on for like half an hour with the status updates. Again, not religious, but respectful of others. I behaved as I took whatever it was these scriptures were to be pretty damned important. Plus, I'm getting super interested as to what these great relics, I'm assuming maybe, or what important writings were on them. Finally my uncle comes in and says, the scriptures are here. There was a sudden change of mood in the room, now that we can get on to the funeral. Trying to peek at the doorway, to see what these things are, and what they're carried in, as I'm assuming in some kind of glass case or vault. Nothing comes through that door, but some old lady and old guy. I'm thinking, what the fuck, where are these damned things? Please don't tell me we have to wait until the Reverend whips them out at the podium for me to see these bad boys that surely Indiana Jones found on one of his many adventures. The people in the room start making their way to and out of the doorway onto the church floor, and I whisper to my mom, hey, where are the scriptures? She points towards the front of the group and says, right there. Completely uninterested. I said, where? I want to see them. Annoyed she responded, right there, talking to your uncle. I looked toward the doorway to see my uncle talking to that old lady and old guy who showed up late. Then it hit me. I asked, what are their last names? Irritated as hell she angry whispers, the scriptures. Why do you keep asking about them? I said, oh I thought we were waiting for some important books or scrolls for grandma. My mom looked at me, then them, then me again, and all of a sudden she burst out laughing in this super small quiet room. Needless to say, a lot of confused surprised looks sent our way, and I'm just sitting there red-faced feeling like an idiot. She finally calms herself down enough so we can fall in line and make our way to our Probably 20 minutes go by with nothing but the guy up front talking, prayers being said, and a song or two being sung when the big one finally happens, looking down at his book sitting on the podium, then looking up to the large crowd he says something along the lines of, now as foretold in the scriptures. At that I turn my head to look at my mom and she's doing the same thing. Our eyes meet, and then all of a sudden she just bursts out laughing. It was so loud, and she was even being shushed once people realized the sounds weren't that of a grief-stricken granddaughter sobbing hysterically at the sadness of her grandmother's funeral. Needless to say she was super embarrassed, but kept laughing throughout the day. When we went to any funeral as a family after that, if the word scriptures was said, I'd always look at her, and she'd look at me, but with more self-control. She'd put her hand over her mouth and start laughing until she cried. When my mom passed away 2 years ago, and my sister and I were sitting up in front, while the guy presiding over the funeral mentioned the word scriptures, my sister and I gave each other that same look, and we both started laughing out loud, and I'm sure many people thought it was really weird and rude. We didn't care, because knew our mom was laughing too. I was in the army and the back quota right in the bussy guy had just hit the scene. A buddy of mine was looking up an edited version to show a few of us in the platoon, which I will link below. I didn't watch the video because I can't laugh like I did then where I'm now. That video has spell on me now because of this moment. Our platoon sergeant, guy who shepherded about 50 blind cats like my buddy and I, comes into the room looking for his phone. My buddy has the same case, so he grabs the phone out of my buddy's hand thinking it's his. He looks at the screen, sees this, and presses play with a raised eyebrow. The sudden blast of noise looked like it fried a circuit in his brain. A 1,000-yard stare killed any expression on his face and he froze for a good 10 seconds. Several of us in the room actually fell over laughing as our platoon sergeant just handed the phone back, let out a disappointed ha that only a plat daddy can muster, and left the room questioning his existence. I was on the ground laughing for a good 5 minutes. Fully expecting our platoon sergeant to come in and PT us until we died once he performed a hard restart point. I forgot about this until a couple weeks ago when I was at work. I had to hold onto a table and hold my breath to kill the laugh attack. I don't know if I can properly explain how the timing and pace of these events felt like something from a movie or how much we needed that laugh in the platoon at the time. The only time I can remember him being more disappointed in us was when he found us at the mall. We had rented out all of those motorized stuffed animals Mal's have and were riding them around doing convoy maneuvers during lunch on a mandatory fun day. Edit. Minor clarification. I was in Switzerland once for a school trip, and the hotel we were staying at was fairly old. You had a block of wood that you had to put into the wall in order to retrieve your room key, which was a physical key. Being the dumb 16-year-old I was at the time, my friends and I broke curfew one night of the trip and stayed out on the town until about 12:30 at night. We snuck back into the hotel, and I was the lucky one that got to get our key. I quickly walked up to the wall of keys, and I put my block of wood in carefully, and immediately this incredibly loud alarm started going off. My friends I was with all immediately peeled upstairs, so I was alone in this weird hotel lobby with an alarm blaring in the background. Maybe I'm broken, but loud sounds are absolutely hilarious to me, especially when they are at bad times. I started laughing so hard I had to crouch down. All of a sudden, the German woman that worked at the front desk came storming from the back and looked me dead in my soul and said, "This is what you have done." Dude, I was laughing so hard I was trying to physically crawl up the stairs to find my friends, but I was laughing so hard I couldn't move. The alarm blared for a good 10 minutes and everyone started coming down to the lobby. Luckily, in the rush of people, I didn't get caught for breaking curfew. I found out in the morning that it was not even me that set the alarm off. Something was broken with the fire alarm, and if someone took too hot of a shower, it would set the alarm off. It was just bad timing on my part of putting the block of wood in the wall at the exact same time. I don't think I have ever laughed so hard in my life, and this poor German woman was so angry with me, but I couldn't stop. I used to convince my little brother of all kinds of dumb shit when we were young. Normal sibling stuff, right? So when he was 4 years old, I convinced him that headbutting walls would make his head harder. He would charge full speed headfirst into walls all the time in his quest for a hard head. I also told him that the harder the wall he headbutted, the harder his head would get, brick walls being the best. So some time passes and my parents notice his new habit. They try convincing him to stop, but he won't listen to them, because goddammit he wanted a hard head that could smash through anything. So my parents then went to me and threatened my life, TV, video games, etc. if I didn't get him to stop. But how was I supposed to get him to stop without making myself seem like a liar? I wanted him to still believe me, and for future dumb shit I told him. So I congratulated him, I rubbed his head, and made a big deal over how hard it was. I told him that now we had to temper it to kind of seal in the hardness, like they do when they hit the hot metal with a hammer. So I brought him over to the sofa, and I told him that headbutting this would temper and shape his head. Since it was soft and form-fitting, it would really pack the hardness down. It worked. Dude stopped headbutting walls and started headbutting the couch. My parents were satisfied with this solution, because what harm can a cushioned couch do? It was my grandfather's 70th birthday, and we were just about to sit down to eat. My brother and I had been headbutting the couch. I had been faking it with the wall, but a couch I would headbutt. All of a sudden you hear this loud bang, and my brother is just kind of sitting on the floor, stunned looking. All of a sudden he bursts into tears and turns around, and half of his face is covered in blood, like it's gushing down his face. My family drops everything and piles into the van to rush to the hospital, my dad holding an entire roll of paper towels to my brother's head. We get there, and as you would expect, he needs stitches. My brother has calmed down at this point, and he's laying there as the doctor gets everything ready to go. But as soon as the doctor turns around with the needle to begin stitching, my brother loses his shit. He's screaming, kicking, flailing, desperately trying to get away. The nurse calls for help, and there are suddenly 4 nurses each holding down a limb, my mother holding down his torso, and my dad and another doctor trying to hold my brother's head still, so the doc could stitch up the wound above his eye. I couldn't contain myself. The mere imagery of all these grown adults using all their weight to try to hold back a tiny 4-year-old instantly made me lose it. I quickly left the room, so my parents wouldn't see me on the ground laughing miles off, cause oh boy would I have been in trouble. I had a nervous reaction of laughing once when I worked in acute rehabs for people with mental illness. It was just me running the place for 4 hours while the regular staff had a staff meeting, and I'd been told one of the clients would be coming back with belongings from a storage unit. Doorbell rang, and I looked outside to see this woman on the steps holding a baby. Very confused, I went down to open the door and greeted her. It was the returning client. I said, "You came back with a baby?" She laughed and said, "No, it's a doll. It looks so lifelike, doesn't it?" Upon closer inspection I could see that it was an incredibly lifelike doll with soft looking skin, veins underneath, eyelashes, and the works. Not quite knowing what to say, I started walking towards the office with the woman whom kept chatting. I had it made in the likeness of my son after he died. Oh, I said, still trying to wrap my brain around it. We got into the office and the woman casually mentioned that her son's ashes were still inside the doll. Oh, is what I said again. The woman ran downstairs to grab something else, leaving me, this very creepy and lifelike baby doll, and the program nurse stopping by in the office. The nurse said she'd heard about this sort of thing, women who lose their children getting very realistic dolls to help them process their grief. Meanwhile I was starting to break down in giggles as an automatic nervous reaction. The nurse looked at me seriously and told me to stop laughing, but I couldn't. The client came back upstairs, and we always need to process new belongings for bed bugs, so, running on autopilot, I tentatively asked if she wanted us to put the babiddle into the freezer or the bed bug oven. Very cheerfully, she said just put the baby in the oven. Still desperately trying not to still giggle hysterically, I said I could accompany her upstairs to put the doll inside the bed bug oven. She realized I was anxious and started laughing. Oh, you're scared? Don't be scared. And without warning she grabbed the doll and plunked it straight into my arms. I had a moment of utter shock at now holding a super lifelike baby doll made in the likeness of this woman's dead son that still had his ashes inside it. Then like a robot, I began carrying it upstairs. Once I got there I felt the switch in my brain finally snap into this is hilarious as a coping mechanism mode, began laughing for real, and walked straight into the staff meeting room to show them the weird doll so everyone else could experience this with me. Man, I loved that job. Weird times. I'll never forget this day. Lol, in my high school, we were required to take one art or music class. Neither are really my thing, but I ended up choosing to take chorus because I thought it would be easier. Well, during the class, there were 3 live performances. Let me tell you about one of them. LMAO. So, our teacher had this pitch tuner that she would blow into to signify which pitch she wanted us to start the next song at. Well, before one song, she blew into it, but fumbled it as she was putting it down, and it fell on the stage. A resounding thud echoed through the theater as it was dead silent in that moment. I for the life of me could not stop laughing. Lol, and neither could a few of my classmates around me. I have no idea why it was so funny, but I literally spent the rest of the performance trying not to laugh. I tried thinking about my favorite player leaving my favorite team, but it didn't work. It was a very memorable performance, but our teacher was livid. But wait, there's more. She would tape our performances and we would watch them back during our next class. Well, I think you can see where this is going. She gave us a disclaimer that she was reluctant to show us the video because some of us were laughing, but was going to anyway, to try and help us improve for the next live performance. Obviously, I'm anxiously awaiting the big moment, and boy, it did not disappoint. You could hear the thud loud and clear, and I then spent the rest of that class period trying not to laugh. Lol, no idea why I found it so funny, but I can't remember laughing that hard too many times. That class kinda sucked, but damn if it didn't give me a lifelong memory. I used to work at an upscale men's clothing store. Right after Christmas, we were packed with people either buying or returning gifts. It's frantic as hell and there were only 2 cashiers. A lady who is next in line puts a shirt on the counter. Me, totally out of breath and in full on frantic mode, buying or returning. Returning. Me, reason for the return. My husband didn't need it. Me, receipt. I don't have it. Me, I'm sorry, without a receipt we can only offer store creditor. Oh, sigh, that won't help. Me, trying to get her out of the line. Maybe you'd like to look for a receipt or see if your husband would like to come in next. Oh, he died. Me, stares her. I suppose I could have buried him in it. Sigh. Me, begins to giggle her, but he had a favorite shirt, so I picked that, but I guess it's too late anyway. Me, tears coming from eyes, snorting sound coming from nose, lips bleeding them from biting them. Her, too bad he died before he opened all of his presents. He would have loved this color. Maybe I could put it by his grave so he can see it. At this point, someone sees what's going down and how I'm about to lose it and yells Fifi is taking a break now, sorry, and shoves me into the back room before I wet myself with laughter to this day. I don't know why that entire exchange just struck me as hilarious, but I swear it was one of the most awful hysterical things that's ever happened to me. TLDR. Lady told me her just died while opening a present, and I lost it. We were musicians on a trip to a city in another country for a competition. So we all were staying in the same hotel, bunked up in suites. So me and a few of my suite mates were drinking and laughing and telling stories. At that point we were in our 20s and 30s, but we were mostly telling stories of what it was like growing up as young kids in this environment. It's non-age segregated, so there were lots of funny stories about being little sheets around adults or stories about getting exposed to things we shouldn't, alcohol, drugs, etc. due to the fact that we were around adults so much at a young age. Well, we were laughing so much at each other's stories that most of us had tears in our eyes. So one guy, a hilarious dude, launches into a story from like 20 years ago when he was young. I'm thinking, this is gonna be good. But as the story progresses to the punchline, instead of a funny payoff, it culminates in him being molested by an older guy in the band. It kind of brought the liveliness to a grinding halt. And yet, because of the alcohol and the fact that I had been laughing so much, the awkwardness of the moment was too much for me. To the horror of my buddies hanging with me, I began to laugh. It increased in intensity until I was crying with laughter. It wasn't funny that he got molested, but it was funny that us mates were just having a laugh and this guy drops this bomb on us and none of us knew what to say. It was the hardest I've ever laughed in my life. Thankfully the friend who had shared was pretty intoxicated and was not offended by my response. But to this day, that is the most inappropriate laughing fit I've ever had. While I was away working in a bush camp this summer, my buddy and I decided to take 2.5 grams of mushrooms at the campfire that night. We have big parties on off nights. Typical for the job, about 30 to 40 ppl drinking/drugs, hanging out late. We were both off doing our own thing, chatting, goofing off ECT. I guess at the same time we both had to go pee. I walked about 30 meters from the fire, just behind a truck. I was focusing on the visuals. It was nice to get away from the action that was going on at the fire and just trip out alone. I walked back to the fire with my head down. My buddy came from behind another truck and said, "Bro." We looked over at the large campfire. There were 0 people there. In a matter of 1 minute 40 people just gone. No noise. Given the mushrooms and the whole oddness of the situation, we were super confused. I was thinking, are they playing a prank on us? Maybe cause they knew we're tripping? Why would they? We just met these people last week. A few moments later a figure appears from the darkness to grab one item they left by the fire. As the figure began to run away we yelled out, "Hey, what's going on?" They responded with, "Follow me." At this point my buddy and I are even more like, what the fuck is happening? We caught up to the figure and they lead us into the large dining tent. It was obvious from before we walked in that everyone was there. They were all being super quiet, 40 ppl in a room, not saying a word. We walked in. I noticed these beautiful giant balls of light and other light sources that had been set up that were super neat. It was so magical and surreal walking into this room. It's the last thing I expected. The whole group hushed us. I finally got to ask what the hell was going on. My buddy said it's Buddy's birthday. We planned a midnight surprise. We're waiting for him to come, so I looked at my buddy and we started laughing so hard. It was so hard to stop. I felt the dying need to explain the whole thing to everyone. I thought this was all about me for some reason. Shrooms are weird. The birthday man walks in and broke a pinata and all that. I left the tent with some other buddies and tried to explain the story, but they just couldn't understand why it was so funny and how it all happened. It's just going to remain a special funny memory for me and my buddy. I feel kinda bad about this one, but still hold that it wasn't completely my fault. I was 16 at my then girlfriend's house. The whole family, mom, 2 siblings, and grandma, was getting the house cleaned up in anticipation of their grandfather visiting for the day. I had never met the man, but the family assured me I'd get along fine with him. Wasn't really a concern of mine, but okay. So grandpa arrives, and I turn the corner to meet him, and immediately start chuckling. The man is in a full as wizard costume. dark blue robe that is dragging on the floor behind, a wizard's hat, like Mickey Mouse in Fantasia, and shoes that curl at the tip. Keep in mind that this is just a normal day. In my point it took me so off guard that I just broke down laughing. Wasn't trying to make fun of him, I thought he was doing it as a gaffe. My girlfriend's mom is now giving me an absolute death stare. She says, "You're being extremely rude and you need to apologize." Through my wheezing I try my hardest to apologize, but I think my continued laughing killed the sentiment. I excuse myself from the situation and my girlfriend follows. She was extremely upset and didn't understand why I laughed, said he dressed like that all the time. I just said something along the lines of, "We've been prepping for his arrival all day. You really didn't think to warn me that this man dresses like wizard every day." We didn't last long after that point. If you're out there, Gramps, I'm sorry I laughed at you, but I still think your relatives led me astray on purpose, so I'd make a fool of myself. They were an extremely manipulative family. If anyone out there wears a wizard outfit every day, I have nothing against you. Do what makes you happy. But you gotta expect some laughs when you go out in the middle of May looking like you're about to mind control some brooms to get out of chores. A male friend jumped into a really shallow pool, cannonball style. He came up screaming bloody murder. I'm talking wailing, shrieks, whole 9 yards. Pool was full of people, all of us high school to middle school ages. Horrified stares all around. I honest to God thought he broke his leg. I managed to drag him to the edge of the pool and was doing my best to figure out through his wails what was injured. Meanwhile, the host of the party's dad ran inside to call an ambulance. I was not the only one who thought he broke a bone. As I'm trying to drag this guy twice my size out of the pool, he finally calms down a bit and manages to gasp out that he crushed his balls with his heel when he hit the bottom point. Now, I have 3 brothers and I understand that hitting the dangly bits is excruciating and can still be dangerous. I've seen one of my brothers straight up faint getting whomped between the legs. I've seen men puke. I in no way find it funny. I'm teaching my daughter that lesson as well. But, in that moment, the relief of find out he didn't have a broken knee or something, the ridiculousness of the whole situation, I just started laughing, and I couldn't stop. I knew it embarrassed him. I knew it wasn't funny. I was just laughing out of pure, I don't even know if relief is the right word. He was screaming like someone ripped his leg off, and by the time I got him out of the pool he was recovering enough for it to be apparent he was not dying. I still feel bad about it to this day, and I'm not sure he ever fully forgave me. Went on a second date several years ago to a wedding he was well acquainted with, and that I barely knew. On the drive up, him and his friends started taking bets on how long the marriage was going to last. The groom was 21 and straight out of bachelorhood, while the bride was 36, recently divorced with 4 kids. She apparently had been sleeping with the groom on and off for the past 4 years. They claimed it was true love. It was an honest to God disaster in the making. By the time my date and I arrived and carpool and found our seats, him and his friend were still cracking jokes about how the wedding could go wrong. At this point, I was helplessly overwhelmed with what should have been a romantic outing and enjoying a beautiful day that was dramatically turning into a train wreck being watched and joked over by half of the people in attendance. I was not expecting a spectator sport this day. So, when the wedding and procession began, I totally lost my shit. As the bride and groom met and the priest began his prayer, I watched as both people were completely teary-eyed as they looked at each other. The groom had a long line of snot dangling from his nose, which he quickly snorted back up. At this point, I was giggling so bad that my seat was shaking, and I was starting to sputter from attempting to suppress the laughter. The woman sitting next to me looked up from her prayer and just stared. I apologize, looked down, and she did as well. Then, another wave of suppressed giggles came around. People in the front row started noticing and looking behind them towards me. I faked a loud coughing fit and then muffled around in my purse for nothing in particular after the prayer ended and the ceremony was carried out. I just kept a straight face and focused on holding up the wedding program for me and my date. He never said anything afterwards. He knew my laughter was his fault and loved every second of it. Family get together at my brother's house a few years ago. Nice house too. Pool, hot tub. He does well for himself, and I'm proud of him. My sister-in-law had just bought a new BMW, himself a boat, you get it, point in a hoe. I'm being nosy while hanging out with him and a cousin in his home office at one point in the visit and find his drone. I'd never flew one and asked him if I could try it. So we head outside where everyone was already gathered as it was a nice summer evening. He gives me a quick ground school and I'm off. I shakily hold the drone above our heads and start playing around with the controls, and within about 10 seconds I've managed to pilot the vessel upside down and into a death spiral towards his house. I somehow managed to pull it up enough so that it glances the roof of the house and crashes harmlessly into a grassy patch in his backyard mere feet away from the pool. My brother goes and gets it and returns to the front yard, brushing it off as he comes. He said sit down, shakes his head at me, and with great theatrics takes the controller from my hand and says let me show you how it's done, Dave, and with that the small aircraft leaps off the ground and straight up into the air. It's obvious he has plenty of practice with this drone. It stops its ascent and hovers a moment before he commands it to take off up and away from us. It's milliseconds before it's out of sight. You can only tell it's on its way back when he operates the controller to tell it to several seconds after he sent it on its sortie. It soon comes back into sight, small at first but growing in size. I can start to tell by the trajectory of the small craft that he is probably aiming it for my head to buzz the tower. As it quickly approached, my suspicions were confirmed. As it got even closer, it was evident he had flown it into steep and it was going to hit me in the head if I stood where I was. I take step back to avoid the collision and watch as his face contorts from a big grin to a grimace as he desperately attempts to pull it out of its glide slope, but alas, it is too late and the drone finishes its journey brutally slamming into the front fender of his wife's new Beamer. The thud the doomed ship made when it hit was solid as those Germans know how to build cars. After an initial moment of stunned silence, my brother simultaneously drops the controller and jumps in the air as his first move toward the car. My sister-in-law, who had been sitting not far away, was up out of her chair and she was pissed. I couldn't stop laughing. As hard as I tried, I couldn't do it. My sister-in-law shot me a glare and said in a low angry voice, "It's not funny, Dave," which served to only make it worse. I tried to muster all the military bearing I ever had to no avail. I could not stop laughing. My cousin is giggling and covering his mouth to show some contrition, but not me. I'm crying. Was playing Monopoly one Christmas with the family. My brother absolutely hated Monopoly and was the type of person who would rage quit and flip the table. Things start off as normal until all properties are bought up and my brother is left with next to nothing. After hitting all the chance and community chest spots, his meager cash pile is dwindling and my father, cousin and I are dominating the board. My brother is getting increasingly agitated, and you can see him just inching closer and closer to total meltdown point. He lands on one of my properties that had a hotel at the time and robbed him of all his cash aside from maybe $100. Meanwhile, we casually rolled past any properties he had bought, and he had to sell any developments he had to finance rent payments to the rest of us. The final straw, my cousin tells my brother he would trade one of his properties for the final railroad to own all four. Brother agrees. Very next move, my brother rolls and lands on the railroad he just sold. Cousin lets out a woo woo and motions like he's tugging on a steam whistle. This was the move that got my brother out of the game. Entire room erupts in laughter and brother stands up and flips the table and runs to his room seething and red in the face. My dad and I for the life of us couldn't stop laughing and we had to go outside and stand on the balcony until our 45-minute laugh attack subsided. Didn't see brother for the rest of that evening because he thought we were laughing at him. No, I promise we aren't laughing at you. We are laughing with you. Then bust out laughing again. So damn funny. I went to a Catholic boarding school at the very end of the 80s into the early 90s. Being a Catholic school, if you were a teenage smoker and you had written permission from your parents, you could go to a designated smoking area if you weren't scheduled for class or study hall. I was a freshman and my friends were all freshmen, so mostly 14 years old, and I had one friend who was super hairy. One of those guys who has pale skin, but covered with coarse black hair from scalp to wrists and ankles, and a full luxurious beard and mustache at 14. He looked like a small lumberjack. My friend and I, being real deal smokers, both had Zippo lighters. Zippers are typically refilled with Roncinol lighter fuel, which stays liquid in the batting and wick of the lighter, and because it's a liquid fuel, you can take your lighter and smack it, lid down, in your palms a few times, and build up excess fuel in the lid. That will usually make a fun-sized fireball the next time you spin the striker wheel. My friend and I were smoking one day, and he was holding forth about something I can't remember, and he kept smacking one fist into another for emphasis. Over and over he kept smacking his palm with his other fist, trying to drive the point home. Except he had his Zippo in the emphasizing hand and didn't realize he was building up a lot of excess fluid in wrong end of the lighter. He paused to light up his next cigarette, and whoosh. A fireball about a foot across curled back the mustache just below his nose, both eyebrows, his eyelashes, and the leading edge of his flat top haircut. I laughed for about 20 minutes straight, with tears streaming down my face and barely able to breathe. I broke out into giggles for probably another 2 hours. After that, he was okay, no burnt skin, but later whenever I brought it up, and I did, often, his brow would darken, and he'd angrily mutter that it wasn't that fucking funny. I can't remember one right now, though I'll tell one I witnessed of my mom. When I was a teenager, I helped teach kids in church, kinda a sidekick to the actual teacher, and mom was the teacher. This one day we were in the part before going to classes, and one of the little kids went up to say a closing prayer. Well, apparently she looked extremely grumpy or something, but my mom suddenly could not stop laughing as this poor kid is doing her best to pray. Think like 5 to 6. Mom tries getting up to excuse herself, but her dress caught on the chair and she stumbled and took it with her a few inches before finally clambering out the door into the hallway. She told me after she felt too bad, but she just couldn't stop and had no idea what set it off. I, on the other hand, tend to be set off by really stupid shit. I thought if one, so two for one, so I like pop, as do my brother and sister, all in late 20, early 30, and sometimes when we have a meal we'll watch lists for fun, or something random like Smosh or Unsolved Mysteries, you know, normal stuff. So one time it was a top 100 best pop songs of the decade, I think, and as the list progressed, a group that we all love, but doesn't get much attention, wasn't coming on. So C's was getting frustrated. Not bad, just like Oakmon with a few left. A song by them came on and the way she's situated I could see her on the screen. Suddenly bro and I just hear her in this deep faking trucker voice practically scream out sugar free, with so much booming energy behind it, because she was so excited. It completely caught me off guard, and I had to pause, because I couldn't stop laughing for several minutes. Bro kinda looked at her then was in the same state as me. C's laughed too and now we joke about it occasionally. I was at safety stand down for work right before the holidays about 5 years ago. I'm in the Coast Guard, and it's typical for large commands to hold these safety stand downs right before the holiday routine starts, when most of us get some time off before the winter holidays. They are pretty straightforward, usually. They have some guest speakers come in and talk about holiday safety, don't drink and drive, winter preparedness, etc. They usually last a couple hours. Well, we had this guest speaker. He was a very elderly retired fire chief. We were in an auditorium on the base and this guy's up there talking about home safety in the winter. He's speaking in the most monotonous voice I've ever heard. Think Ben Stein from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. He's going on and on, talking about the items that everyone should have on hand in case of a power outage or other emergency. Slide by slide, he's showing fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, first aid kits. I was dying. Finally he gets to a slide. It's a white background. In the middle of the screen is a giant roll of duct tape. There is a simple packaging on the item that says duct tape. Below the image are the words duct tape. I still can't explain exactly why, but the absurdity of everything I was seeing just overcame me. This slide was without question the funniest thing I had ever seen. I started to laugh, trying to stifle them. I just couldn't. The auditorium was filled with about 150 of my peers, subordinates, and supervisors, all of them active duty Coast Guard, and I was just losing my shit. I really, like for real, could not control myself. Basically everyone in the room was looking at me, including my lieutenant who was in the row in front of me. No one else saw the pure comedy of what I was seeing. Getting up and leaving seemed like a bad move at the time, so I just fought through it, trying my best not to be a rude asshole to the guy giving the presentation. I eventually got it together, but I was pretty embarrassed. I looked like a completely immature jerk off in front of basically everyone that I work with. But I'll be damned if that slide wasn't hilarious. This story is a bit morbid. It happened over a decade ago. Me, 17 meters. My then girlfriend, 17F. My very close friend, 16F. And this senior from uni that we all liked, 24 meters. Went for a late drive. We were drinking throughout the drive, including the senior who was driving. So it was him in the driver's seat, me next to him, my friend behind him, and my girlfriend behind me. The roads were empty, the booze was good, the music was nice, everything was good, and suddenly my friend started laughing. She has this issue that she laughs at everything, whether good or bad, whether serious or a joke, or even when she's nervous or anxious, she'll laugh. So me and girlfriend didn't pay mind to it. Been over a minute, she's laughing. Oh well, she's drunk. We all are. So it's fine. She suddenly grabs hold onto my girlfriend. My girlfriend turns to her and sees her face. She's not laughing intentionally. She just can't stop. She was laughing and crying. Then my girlfriend notices why. The senior had extended his left arm and was reaching back to touch my friend's legs. Keep in mind this is a small car. Imagine Toyota Aygo, and his has long arms, so he was reaching back and slowly creeping up her thighs with the left while driving using his right. My girlfriend screamed. Dude almost crashed. He stopped and begged for forgiveness. We took Uber home from God knows where. We didn't even know where we were. It took us a long time to reach our individual homes and calm down. We cut contact with the guy afterwards. Thinking back, he was the one who asked us to go drinking. He was also the one who insisted on inviting our friend cause according to his words she looks like she likes to party. Man, I feel sick even remembering that. I once got dragged to an opera by my soon-to-be wife about a decade ago. Few weeks before we went, I had bought this absurdist comic, Gumba for my Dutch brethrens, which has all sorts of deformities and deadpan stories to go along with it. One that particularly got me laughing was of this huge fat old lady saying she named her Hot Flashes with the most depressing smile. I got a good 20 minutes laughing fit out of that single panel, and I thought that would be the end of it. But then my girl dragged me to the 3-hour opera, forgot the name, which had the tiniest seats, and was full of these type of fat ladies. I was seated one seat away from the aisle, which got occupied by this huge fat lady that clearly had this ritual down pat where she was gonna get hefty hot flashes as she started to put handkerchiefs in every crevice of her body. From her neck to her armpits to everything down below one end. She was blatant about it like it was the most normal thing in the world. I knew then and there as I linked her to that grotesque comic I was faked. I started laughing mildly even before the lights went on, and about half an hour in, when she started supplying more and more handkerchiefs everywhere to so-call her sweat up, I was pretty much dying and biting my hand furiously to try and get out of it. What made it worse is that she didn't even face me once, so I just kept observing the whole routine and I couldn't get out of my now full-blown hysteria. Mind you, I was barely dating my girl 4 months then. I cried my eyeballs out from laughter and probably sweat up about as much as the fat lady, if not more. Face was in full-on pain from laughing like I had just come down from a LSD trip, as I had laughed straight about a good 60 to 70 minutes. I had pondered about leaving the seat, but I was enclosed by fat ladies on both sides, and I was certain I would died if I tried. Thank God for the first break. I got some mild echoes of it during the second half, when I heard fat ladies trying to piece the pompous opera in something of a coherent story. It's a dead art form to me. I don't get it. I've seen Burr, Reagan, CK, Chappelle etc. all live, but none of them got me into a psychotic fit like that fat lady did. I used to work for a non-profit that helps cancer patients with their expenses, end-of-life care, and just overall being there for patients, and especially their caregivers. Every year we have a huge annual meeting where we review how many patients we helped, overall successes/failures, and there is always one of those tearjerker stories of recovery, celebration of life, or just an overall awesome story that we can leave the meeting feeling rejuvenated and ready to help more people. Prior to the finale of the conference, I went out with some coworkers for a quick smoke. Working where I work, smoking was common just to deal with the stress and the funerals. We got back into the meeting. Think 2,000 to 3,000 people in a huge room hearing how this poor kid almost dying, then actually dying momentarily and being revived, meeting his baseball and wrestling idols, and recovering and being so positive. But during the part where the kid was about to die, and the story was being very somber and sad, Eileen starts giggling, which is weird, because Eileen isn't one of those people who giggle. I was literally thinking to myself, damn, this girl has a dark sense of humor. Then she started cackling, literally like this was the funniest thing she ever seen. I look over, and she's red-faced and bolted out the door. I caught up with her after the finale. Eileen had sat down near a tree when we went out for the smoke and literally had ants in her pants. That was when I learned that ants in your pants is not just an expression. I have an answer for this one. This happened when I was a sophomore or junior in high school, I think. At the time, I was forced to go to an early morning Bible class before school. Didn't want to be there, didn't even really believe in God anymore, whatever. Anyway, the day my can't stop laughing moment happened. We had all been joking around like sleep-deprived teenagers tend to do, and things got pretty silly. I'll be honest, because this was back in 2001 or 2002, I don't even remember what specific joke set me off. But when the teacher, let's call her Sister M, got someone to say the opening prayer not even 5 minutes later, I still had the giggles, so I ended up chuckling a little during the prayer. So did another kid. We both got kicked out and were made to sit in the building's foyer until a parent or someone else could come pick us up. I can't remember who picked me up that day, but my mom ended up going off on the teacher because Sister M refused to let me back into the class until I apologized. My mom saw no reason for me to apologize because I wasn't doing anything wrong and definitely didn't do it on purpose. My dad was angry about this and tried to force me to apologize, but my mom wouldn't have it, and boy did they ever fight over it. Happy ending, though. I never had to go back to that Bible class and didn't even have to participate in church-related stuff at all if I didn't want to. I was at a cousin's wedding when I was 18. It was an outdoor ceremony, and there was only one microphone on the altar, pinned to the officiant's lapel. This was not an issue until it came time for the vows to be exchanged. The groom spoke loudly enough to be heard, although he was still a bit too quiet. The bride, however, did not. As she delivered her vows, which I can only assume were quite moving, a problem presented itself. The officiant was a bit overweight, and as such seemed to be perpetually out of breath. Now, had there been adequate amplification of the bride's voice, this wouldn't have been an issue, but since the only microphone was pinned to the collar of this winded man, I found that the most prominent noise emanating from the speakers around me was that of his heavy breathing. Sitting there in a dead silent courtyard, I felt the sudden urge to laugh, which I was able to suppress. This, until I made the mistake of looking at my sister, who was seated to my left. When I turned to give her the side eye, she was already looking at me expectantly, eyes bulging, apparently stifling her own laughter. This was too much. My chest suddenly ached with the desire, the need, to laugh. I turned forward again, and, focusing all the energy in my body, stared at the back of the chair in front of me, and managed to once more hold it down. I took a deep breath. I had made it point. Unfortunately, the officiant also took a deep breath at that very moment, and the sound of his gasping roared out of the speakers with a ferocity that I could not concisely describe here. Horrified, I felt myself recoil. Determined to keep myself from audibly laughing, I tried one last time to keep it down, but the effort was in vain. I let out what may well have been the loudest snort my body had ever, or will ever put forth. The elderly folks around me turned to see what the commotion was about. My sister collapsed into a shaking heap. My cousins looked on with horror, as if thinking, thank God that wasn't me. Recognizing my failure, I resigned myself to being doubled over in silent laughter. I looked down the row once more, past my sister this time, hoping to catch a glance of my father's reaction. There he sat, shooting daggers at me with a look of pure disappointment and unadulterated rage point, and so I slowly collected myself, ashamedly awaiting the end of the ceremony, at which point I would surely be put to death by my old man. No matter, what's done was done, and I had no other option than to simply revel in the hilarity of my own stupidity or else collapse under the sheer force of the embarrassment I would inevitably undergo otherwise. My then boyfriend, now husband, brought me home to meet his family for the first time at Easter. His dad was singing in the choir at the church, so we went with his mom to support him at a little show they were putting on. Well, in the middle of the choir show they stopped to do a responsorial type of prayer where a person at the podium says into the mic "God bless America" and then they raise a hand to the audience and you're supposed to repeat "God bless America." Totally normal, right? Except this grown woman kept going with the stoic country blessings, like she agreed to do the choir show prayer at the expense of studying for her 5th grade geography quiz. God bless Brazil. God bless Brazil. God bless Ireland. God bless Ireland. God bless Ghana. God bless Ghana. God bless Canada. God bless Canada. This went on for 20 straight minutes. The best ones were where she had to think of another country. Yay. She wasn't even reading off a list. And there were little pauses like God bless Romania. God bless Romania. It just hit me as being so surreal. And out of nowhere I got the giggles and couldn't stop. I had to excuse myself to the bathroom 5 minutes in cause I could not stop laughing at this ridiculousness, and my mill, as well as the many people surrounding us, were glaring at me angrily while dutifully repeating God bless Japan. Also the bathroom had a speaker that was hooked up to the mic in the main church, so I heard the remaining 15 minutes of God bless us and didn't get myself under control until we left. Point not the best first impression I've ever made on a boyfriend's parents. A bunch of my friends and I were sitting around swapping stories one night and things got pretty inappropriate on my part. One guy starts telling a story his dad told him about when his father was a kid in the 1950s. So the story goes that his dad was sent to Central America, I forget which country, to spend a summer on his uncle's banana plantation, while his parents went to the relatively newly established Las Vegas Strip. The story culminated with his dad fearing for his life on a train in the jungle as it was moving loads of bananas to be shipped. The train was ambushed and robbed. One of the robbers ended up being shot in the face by one of his uncle's shotgun-wielding security guards, and my buddy's young father saw this newly faceless bandito fall dead. Everyone was really invested in this guy's story and I definitely thought it was bullshit, or at least overly embellished. But when I heard the words faceless bandito I started laughing so hard, I just couldn't help it. This guy was relating a story to us about why his dad was the way he was, and I was losing my mind with laughter. Tears. Unable to catch my breath. I couldn't even breathe enough to get out the words "I'm sorry." I knew it was a horribly inappropriate reaction and everyone around me looked thoroughly disgusted at what is probably the hardest I've ever laughed about anything in my entire life. My friendship with that guy never recovered. He couldn't accept that it was an involuntary reaction and that as it was happening I wanted it to stop more than anyone else did. Oh well though. That's the way of the faceless bandito. I'm from India and we have this system in our school, which is known as morning assembly. Basically, every student and teacher stand in veranda/hallways, and we sing national anthem and prayers. Also, teachers select 5 to 6 students to sing them on speakers, which is heard all over the school and also nearby areas. This was 8 to 9 years back. Our school just started SP. No one was selected to sing on the mic. My group of friends being the tallest in the class, we were standing at the back near the stairs which goes to the room where there was the mic thingy. One of the teachers saw us and told us to go and sing as we were nearby. We were very excited. We went in the room. The mic was already set. A girl from our group took the initiative to hold the mic. We were standing in a circle around the mic. The teacher told us to start singing. The girl holding the mic closed her eyes, started smiling weirdly, how singers on stage do, and used her smallest voice to start the anthem. We tried to control our laughs and started singing. As soon as we made eye contact except her, we started laughing and couldn't stop for the longest time I can remember. We didn't sing the anthem and even the prayer. We were just laughing, and we were laughing more because we knew we were in trouble. We were still laughing when we got back to the class. Teacher were giving us death stares and all scolded us. After the school, I went back to my house, and as I stay nearby my mom asked me about why people were laughing so loudly early in the morning in my school. I miss those days, man. One time in high school there was an international youth choir from Africa visiting our small town. It was a pretty big deal, and all the kids in the music and arts program got to take the period off and go to the gym to listen to them perform. My buddy and I were not in the school band, but we told our sweet biology teacher that we were, and she believed us. Off we went. Point in the packed gymnasium we found a few of our friends including our friend Joan, who gave us a puzzled "you're not supposed to be here" look. Now at this time Joan had the affectionate nickname of Froan because of her big beautiful hair, which is retrospect really wasn't all that big, but that's here nor there. The choir begins their song. It's gorgeous and crescendos into a beautifully powerful and loud chorus of what I will butcher and describe as a nanakuna, a nanakuna, afff3ca. The song continues, and after another chorus I'm singing along with it. I can tell we are reaching the climax. The choir is getting louder and louder. I have a brilliant idea that I'm going to make a joke substitution of Afro-Cat and sing it at Joan to get a laugh. Point the moment arrives. A nanakuna. A nanakaona, I, as loud as I can, scream/sing, af, but the choir had stopped. It was a pause in the song for effect. I had murdered said pause. My af echoed through the silent gymnasium. The choir continues, slowly, as intended. Africa. Mortified. Everyone in the risers turned around to see Joan turning beet red. Could not stop laughing. Looking back I do feel guilty for ruining their song, though. Usually in really stressful situations at work, kitchens, something really bad happens, but I just lose it. Like the stars aligned to just make this shift an absolute shit show. Someone passes out on the line in the middle of a rush. Someone drops 100 plus servings of a prepped item. Damn near cuts a finger off etc. Last week though in class, we had a kid cut through a $500 track. This kid's faked up multiple times in the past 16 weeks, but this was the final straw for my instructor. At the end of class we met up in the classroom and spent the next 30 minutes getting chewed out with every other word being fuck and or damn. I knew exactly what happened, and the kid has a very arrogant vibe to him, which made it even better. Everyone was stone-faced, but I couldn't stop from smiling, if not almost giggling. Tried to keep my head down until I thought I had it under control. Few minutes go by. Okay, looks sad and worried. Okay, I'll make eye contact with the teacher. Looks up. He's staring right at me, and if you ever fuck up my god damned equipment you better faking come find and tell me lost it. Point went up to him after class to ask about something UN related after everyone else left. Anything you want to add? MR 1,588,877? And he started laughing his ass off, rambling. Very stressful 30 minutes though. I was in secondary school and that was right before summer break, so the presence of students wasn't very numerous. I was sitting next to my friend in physics class and I must remark that the physics teacher was this weird older woman who dressed up as a young one. Weird hair, weird attitude, bit beachy, never laughed etc. So my friend, a bit worried, asked me if I've had any pad or a tampon. Unfortunately I didn't, and there were not many people she could ask that for cause as I mentioned, it was right before summer break and the female species population in our class was limited to me, my friend and 2 other girls who didn't menstruate yet. Therefore, I encouraged my friend to ask the teacher for help. Maybe she still menstruates, or at least has some emergency pad in her bag. Of course my friend didn't feel very comfortable with that idea, because this teacher was a weirdo, but eventually she proceeded to do so. Surprisingly the teacher had a very nice tone and kindly said that she do not possess any pads, so my friend should go to see a school hygienist. My friend, being super stressed at that point with the whole situation, thanked her, turned around, walked to the class door and knocked. All 12 people at our class with me, and the teacher included, looked at her, and I just couldn't through my throat, squeezed with incoming laugh reflux. I was able to say only wrong door. My friend suddenly from being stressed started to laugh holding onto the doorknob. The teacher after a while laughed so much that she even shed a tear, which was our first time to see her laughing or even smiling. Also on the other side of the door randomly passed our school principal who also lolled from the whole situation. Our class lolled casually, but I completely exploded from both my mouth and nose and eyes couldn't stop. Even when she already managed to leave and go to this freaking school hygienist and even come back. Then when I saw my friend's face again I laughed hysterically. I cackled till the end of the class. Couldn't focus at all on physics up to a point where the teacher scolded me that it's time to stop and told me to leave and calm myself down outside. So we were at an open house for a private school based on Quaker values. One of the things they do is have these morning meditation things for the kids. The person giving the tour was demonstrating one point. I totally appreciate the effectiveness of it, and I think it would work really well with the kids. But what she was doing was so ridiculous to me. We all got real quiet, and she started to talk. She was speaking very slowly, with regular short pauses, even in some of the weirdest places. As she slowly was unfolding some piece of felt and smoothing it out on the ground, I was on the verge of cracking up. Desperately trying to hold it in. I looked up at the other parents and they were all intently watching, except one guy. We made eye contact and he just opens his eyes really wide and rolls them towards the lady. I just faking lost it at that point. Started cracking up for a good 10 seconds. Tears streaming down my eyes as I try to hold it in. Everyone is just starting at me. My wife looks like she wants to murder me. I apologized profusely and then excused myself to the bathroom where I proceeded to laugh a bit more. I thought for sure there was no way my son would be accepted after that, but they still offered him a spot. Luckily, if they hadn't, my wife legit have tried to kill me. I went to the funeral of a coworker a few years ago. She had died fairly young, mid-30s, and left behind 3 young kids, so the circumstances were extra tragic. The funeral services were held in her hometown, a podunk little place in northeast Alabama. After the initial prayer and welcome announcements, the preacher stands up and approaches the podium. It might be important to note here that the reception hall was packed, as in every resident of this town had decided to attend the funeral. Personally, I don't do well at funerals. I have a bad habit of relying on humor and inappropriate jokes as a defense mechanism against situations that make me uncomfortable. So when the preacher stood up I thought, oh good. This guy is 300 pounds and only has one leg. He won't be up there for very long so this will all be over soon. The hall goes quiet. Preacher man looks out over the silent crowd and opens his mouth to speak. Only instead of a prayer or a sermon, he begins to sing I Can Only Imagine, a cappella. 300 pounds, one leg, and mercy me, y'all, I died. Only it's inappropriate to laugh hysterically in the middle of a funeral, so I internalized my reaction to the point where I was silently laughing/shaking, with my head down, to hide my giant grin so that it, hopefully, appeared as if I were having a situationally appropriate come apart, rather than the freaking laugh attack that I was actually experiencing. Am I proud of this story? No. Would I react the same way if I had to do it all again? Probably. My brother wanted to learn karate. We lived in a small town and we didn't have any instructors. One of the people who went to my mom's church mentioned he had a black belt in karate. My mom jumped at the opportunity. My brother wanted to learn, not me. I was signed up anyways. He wanted to instruct large groups and decided that 2 kids was enough to rent out a space for karate. It was the grade school gym. Build it and they will come, right? The first day we went to class, the guy was dressed in his little karate outfit. Imagine a super pale, 6'2" white guy, who was all limbs, hands, and feet. His legs and arms were too long for the outfit. He looked ridiculous. He moved around all choppy. He was kicking and karate chopping the air. I couldn't stop laughing. He was trying to teach us Teikai stretching exercises. He was in front of the Barney food pyramid. I couldn't stop laughing. My mom took me to the side and tried to sober me up. The guy worked with my brother a while and then came back to me. He was so serious and I was trying to be as well. I was about 8 years old and this guy looks directly into not my eyes and says, when you start dating and a guy leans in to kiss you should hit him in the vocal box. I lost it. I was laughing so hard I was crying. Just thinking about the poor future guy leaning in for a smooch and me Miss Piggy karate chopping him and wondering why he never called back after the date. Yeah, we never went back. He didn't become a karate instructor. He moved a few months later. I can only imagine what the feeling of an 8-year-old girl laughing hysterically at your serious hobby could do to someone's self-esteem. My then boyfriend, now husband, and I attended an extended family dinner of a very religious friend of ours. We are both not remotely religious as adults and didn't grow up with religion in the home. Just before we were all about to sit down to eat, all 20 or so people gathered in a circle to say grace. My husband and I awkwardly shuffled in to respectfully join. Now my husband laughs in extremely inappropriate moments at the best of times, but this was something else. As soon as we all begin holding hands, some guy we don't know starts speaking in the some tone and pace as an auctioneer. He starts using the term "Lord Jesus" almost like a full stop point. Thank you for all gathering here with us today. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, deliver us from our sins. Lord Jesus. We are grateful for one another. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, thank you, blah blah blah, so on. Lord Jesus. It sounded absolutely insane, and not in one of those cool sermon delivery kinda ways you see in a movie. It sounded like he had lost his marbles. Within 10 seconds I chanced to glance up and all the others were eyes closed and heads bowed with zero reaction. But, next to me I could feel my husband's hand start shaking, and his whole body was trembling, and I looked quickly and saw his chest was doing that involuntary jerk movement when you are desperately trying to stifle violent laughter. The prayer continued on for at least an uncomfortable minute or so, and the second the man mumbled out back, "Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, amen, Lord Jesus," I felt my husband drop my hand and he basically raced downstairs into another room and hysterically laughed for a good minute, while the noise was stifled by the sound of everyone collecting their dinner. At my grandmother's funeral, my great aunt, a humorless Catholic nun, passed around a pamphlet so that mourners could participate in a scripted type of prayer with her. I was sitting with my mom. Neither of us practiced Catholicism. Additionally, we were known for our sinful secular ways. My cousin also sat with us. We were both 19, but she was sheltered most of her life and was quite naive. A lot of things would go over her head as my great aunt cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. My mom, always full of sarcasm and having little patience for religious ritual, put her arms up as if she were holding a cane horizontally up to her chest and getting ready to dance in a vaudeville review. Quietly sings part of the Muppet Show opening theme song, "Ba dum bum bum, here we go," followed by an eye roll. My sweet cousin looks horrified, puts her hand on my arm, and says with a quiet panicked voice, "Do we have to sing this?" My mom and I were left speechless for a moment, and then abruptly broke into laughter which was near impossible to contain, and lasted intermittently throughout the service. We kept our heads down with our hands over our faces, both of us hoping people would mistake our insane laughter for weeping. Grandma wasn't a practicing Catholic, and couldn't stand my great aunt, so I know she would have appreciated our moment of levity in the middle of missing her so damn much. TLDR. Cousin thought we had to sing a prayer at my grandmother's funeral service because my mom was being a smartass. Uncontrollable laughing followed. A few years back things were not going well for me. It got to the point where I wondered why couldn't a satellite perform a deorbit burn, start falling to Earth at terminal velocity, and strike, thus melting, incinerating, and exploding me all at the same time. But this was an event not to pass. One night I was walking around downtown when a 18-wheeler truck managed to make a wrong turn down a one-way street. This one, in fact. At some point I imagined the diver saying, "Yeah, it's the wrong way, but we are stuck, and there's no way out, so forward he progressed." Around this same time I was approaching an intersection of fate, walking left to ring in front of this building, and was about to enter an alley between the buildings to my left and the parking deck to my right. Somehow one wheel of the truck shed loose and began to roll down Market Street towards Main, and somehow Despite a slight rise in elevation, the tire and wheel seemed, if not to gain speed, it certainly didn't lose any momentum, based on my casual observation over the next few moments. Meanwhile, I was emerging from the alley and turning left towards Main and Markham. This is from the tire's perspective, as there is no photo that shows a scene from my angle. I would have emerged from the alley with my right shoulder to the direction of the entrance sign, and my left shoulder would have been facing the open alley, where I would turn to the left with my back now to the entrance sign as I was to proceed up the alley towards Main Street proper. Something in my reptilian brain said look up, and I did, just as 300 pounds of rubber and steel flew through the air, missing my head and shoulder by what could have been only centimeters. The wheel struck just right of the glass door and proceeded to bounce around, pinball style, between the buildings until it finally came to rest not far down the alley where I had just walked. For whatever reason, a 300-pound wheel and tire sailing past my head close enough to feel the air and smell the road grime was absolutely hilarious to me. I sat on the low brick flower bed and laughed until I could laugh no more. The police eventually showed up and asked if I was okay. I suppose that is protocol when encountering a laughing madman, and all I could do was stand and shake my fist towards the wheel and scream, "Not today." I told the officers I would excuse myself and, still laughing, proceeded to walk home. This'll probably get buried, but hey, maybe someone will still see and get a kick out of my misery. I worked at a Dairy Queen for 4 years. One day I was hanging out in the back with my coworkers when I heard the front door open and 2 guys come in. I went up front to greet them, everything casual, going fine so far. As they stood there eating the menu and deciding what they wanted, I let my eyes wander so they wouldn't feel pressured. Out the window to my immediate left was a car, and in the front seat of the car was a dead old woman. At least, that was my immediate impression. She was slumped back against the seat, head at a weird angle, eyes closed, tongue hanging out of her mouth, 100% still as the grave. I tell you, she looked dead. Like, comically dead. It was so absurd and unexpected I started laughing hysterically. I had to turn right around and run into the back so the customers wouldn't see. My coworkers who were still back there asked what was so funny, and I tried to explain in between gasps. "Go up and look, but don't make it obvious," I told them. Big mistake. Coworker #1 goes up, casually glances out the window, and comes back in stitches. Coworker #2 goes up, some stuff happens that we other 2 aren't paying attention to, and comes back deadly serious. "You guys need to stop laughing right now," she hisses apparently when she went up front. One of the guys said acidly, "What are they laughing at? If it's my mother, she has dementia." Oh, shit. That made the whole situation a lot less funny. We mastered our laughter and came up with both an apology and a convincing cover story in case he asked us directly what we were laughing at. We went up front all professional, but the only guy left was the one who hadn't made the comment. He ordered for both of them. When I sneaked a peek out the window, the guy with the mother was pulling a blinder over his windshield. I felt terrible. A couple of years ago, when I was in the equivalent of high school, a university invited us to visit their facilities and talk about the careers they had. The day was normal. Me and my colleagues saw an operating room, a small museum of organs, an industrial engineering workshop, an electronics workshop, and everything. In the end, we should visit the dental room. The fun starts here. It was a long day. At this point we were bored and making the typical absurd and stupid jokes of a boy our age. Me and a friend with whom I shared the same kind of humor. We got there laughing at nonsense, open to laughing at jokes without much grace. They showed us the teams in place. They gave us the typical information and everything until we were invited to meet the race director. He was a man in his 50s. Quite short, like 5 feet, very long fingers, long neck, with a very curious skull shape, bald, and a very slow way of speaking. Joke of the century. He looked like E.T. I saw it, and I thought of the faking E.T. The doctor spoke to us in all seriousness. He told us about the exciting things about the degree, the difficult, the easy, and so on, while I prayed that my laughter did not break out. My friend was much less able to hold back his laughter than I did, so in order not to suffer alone, I told him that the doctor looked like E.T. The worst part came when E.T. saw something strange in us. pointed his long finger at us, and asked us why dentists will continue to be important in the years to come. We had all my course friends watching, and E.T. himself in front of us, and he was looking me straight in the eye. It was the longest 5 minutes of my life, fighting not to burst out laughing in front of that doctor while I answer his question, who was about 5 feet from me and my friend. I finally made it, but my friend didn't. He laughed just as the doctor asked a question and everyone fell silent. They scolded him and kicked him out of the room because of me. I still feel bad about it, but it was worth it. Super late, but it's one of my most favorite memories. My sister and I had to go pay our insurance bill. Isn't that how all great stories start? I should mention we were both stoned all the time. We go inside and it's a one-man operation. Super quiet, no one else inside. She pays her bill first, and this guy has to dial up his internet. This was 2010. So coupled with the fact that I did not expect to hear a dial up at all, like ever again in my life. It was so quiet in that building. My sister and I can just share a look and know what the other is thinking. I felt it welling up in me. I knew this would be a terribly awkward situation, but I just couldn't stop it. You know how you can hear someone trying not to laugh and it kinda bursts out. I tried so hard, but I started howling. The guy acted like I wasn't laughing. The dial up was so long. I had tears and snot coming down my face, and my sister and this guy are just trying to do business. She finally finished and they stood up and shook hands. He tried to shake mine and tell me bye. I had to croak out I have to pay my bill too, and I had to give him all my information and I could not hold it together. My sister felt like the building was on fire. When I got out to the car, she had told my husband what was going on and he was crying. I still don't know why I didn't just get up and walk out when I had the chance to compose myself. I have a lot for this, but I'll start with two. First one is in high school, chemistry. Our teacher was in his 70s and had a very high voice and a very country accent and was very strict. Like him talking, slamming a meter stick on desks out of anger. Strict. One day he was going on an absolute tirade about how we weren't paying attention and his tone, analogies and everything were just ridiculous, that a few students started smiling. He's like, "Oh, you think this is funny?" and continues his rant, even angrier. I'm looking at the dumbass expression of the kid across from me as he tries to hide his laughter. He and I put our heads down as well as many others in the class to hide our laughter. Teacher is eventually like, "Now I've had enough of your snickers." The kid next to me just loses his just and busts out laughing real loudly, and this teacher starts yelling from office. I was faking crying, dying. We were all dying. Silently, heads down. The other one happened in church when I was like 9. I have no idea what Bible passage this is, but it was really inappropriate. I have no other way to describe this. Me and this girl next to me, also around my age, are just exchanging glances and letting out little giggles here and there. People started turning around and giving us dirty looks, and kid me is like, how do they not find this funny? Then the pastor reads something like, "And may they lift up their skirts," raise his voice to extremely high volume, and show us their nakedness. We were laughing so hard and literally putting Bibles directly in front of our faces, as if that was gonna make people think it wasn't us. Everyone in the church was looking at us and shing and tut-tutting. My mom was in front of me and was just like angry, whispering, "Stop. Oh my god. What is your problem?" And all I could muster was nakedness, and then me and the other kid just start busting up again. I used to work this really shitty job at a Home Goods. I stood up to my boss, Chris, and his bullshit, and he made me pay daily for it. What had already been a bad job, I was the morning maintenance person, and I was treated like absolute shit by everybody, was made even more miserable in any way possible. I started collecting write-ups like dollar bills at the strip club. It's like 2 to 3 days before Christmas, and the final write-up comes. I can't remember what it was over. Probably badly folded towels, or a cart of Go Backs night crew didn't handle, so obviously, it was completely my fault. It was like being the only sane person at the asylum. The other manager, Eddie, totally spineless suck-up of a sad sack, was given the arduous task of dragging me back to the office to acknowledge and sign the complaint. which I would refuse to, and yet would you look at that, it'd be signed by the next shift. I decided to humor him, as I was one more peppy rendition of Deck the Halls from soaking something in gasoline and striking a match, and decided to read over what latest bullshit I was being accused of. That's about when the giggles started. Come to think of it, I probably had a pretty good case for discrimination. Even in a right-to-work state, the office was crawling with cameras because of the safe, so there would be records of my refusing to sign and records of whoever was forging my signature. I mean, when you think of it, I don't know why Chris didn't just fire me on the spot. It's like he wanted to see what happened when I snapped. Wonder if he ever kicked himself for missing it. The accusation stated, 3 years on, and I still remember it clear as day, that I had accused a customer of being a lying B-word, and when reprimanded by store manager Chris, who happened to be in earshot, told him where to stick his suggestions. It's like he was writing the script for the day I quit. I started to laugh, because it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, this was a write-up. Cussing out the front line was a write-up. Like, are you serious? If I'd actually done as I was accused, I would have been fired on the spot, or more likely had to be escorted to and from the back, to keep from taking a decorative rain stick to the glassware aisle. The jail term kept this ideal fantasy as just that. Poor Eddie man knew what he was doing. He knew he'd been chosen to do Satan's dirty work, and right before Christmas too. He was trying hard to handle this in a civil tone, and I was cackling like a mad hen. When I had calmed down a little, I told him he didn't need him to formally apologize. I was going to quit. Did he want to escort me to the back room, or did he trust me to leave the store of my own accord? While barely holding back mad giggles, it was honestly for the best. I was hired to work at the Food Lion a lot closer to my apartment. Like a week later, I had befriended one of the temporary Christmas workers in our brief tenure, and we had a run-in at my new job. A few months later, she told me quite the yarn. Apparently my quitting, quite suddenly, without a 2 weeks notice, left the store in yet another pickle. One that corporate took a particular interest in. See, less than a month before me, the lead key carrier, junior manager in training, we'll call her Becky, cause I forgot her name. Becky had also quit, quite suddenly. Without warning. While leading in the running for an official manager position that had suddenly become available around Halloween. Take 3 guesses what happened to the previous manager. Becky had quit because Chris had told her he would do everything in his power to ensure a dike. His words, not mine. Like her never worked by his side. Apparently it took a manager, a key, and the maintenance worker, along with a rotating cast of coworkers, all female, for corporate to decide there must be something rotten at this particular store. Before she was fired, because her job was seasonal, my ex-coworker told me that they'd brought a bunch of stuffed shirts in. Eddie, Chris, and another manager were all sent away for some kind of training, and every single associate was pulled aside, on a paid break, in a private office, and given the time of day, to air their complaints and answer questions about the work environment. I don't know if anything came of it, because home goods has always been out of my price range, but I like to think it did. When I was a teenager, I was taking acid with a few friends and we were in the basement of one of their houses. Parents were upstairs. As long as we were pretty quiet, they wouldn't really care what we were up to. At a certain point, I remarked that it's obvious that we are apes if you listen to people laughing. People laughing sound exactly like excited chimpanzees. This made us laugh, which sounded like apes. Which made us laugh harder, which really sounded like apes. Then we kind of all simultaneously realized that we were the ones making this sound, and that we couldn't help it, and couldn't stop laughing. If you've ever done LSD, you'd probably understand that giggle fit stage. By this point we are cracking up so hard, we are out of breath. And our strained laughter sounded even more primate-like. Because of all the noise, friend's dad comes down and finds us all in hysterics. He first accuses us of drinking, does some perfunctory scan of the room, asks some questions, and decides we are not. But he's curious what we are laughing at. We tell him about the ape laughter theory, and he starts laughing too, in his own deep, alpha of the house dad way of laughing, which makes us all completely lose our shit. To the point we can't even talk or breathe. He doesn't think it's that funny and once again accuses us of drinking or being high or something. My friend whose house it was has the good idea that we need to go take a walk and get the fuck out of the house until we level off a little bit. So we spill out the basement door into the night, very nearly discovered on drugs by a parent. The dad knew something was up, but couldn't prove it and couldn't find any evidence of anything, so we skated by. But yeah, that was a close one. Epic though. We still talk about that night from time to time. Point on a tangent, that was the trip I titled Scene Change. Because every time I walked through a door into another room, or inside to outside, or from the woods to a field or vice versa, I'd hear this peculiar bass line, like in a sitcom, indicating a change of scene. I can still hear it whenever I think about it. Awesome. Do we have time for a story? Because this is a story point dinner and a fire point. This was back in my early 20s. I was out visiting a buddy of mine who lived in an apartment with his parents. He was out working and would be back late, so I came a bit early to have dinner with his folks and catch up points. So there we are in the living room, eating a nice dinner and talking when I hear this whoosh sound in the wall not 15 feet behind. My friend's dad suddenly becomes engulfed in flames. My eyes go wide, I open my mouth, but for a few seconds I can't process what I'm seeing. After looking at me, they both turn around and start screaming. Point. The mom jumps up, grabs her cashmere sweater, and tosses it at the fire. I'm still blinking in disbelief as the sweater bursts into flames. I finally get a hold of myself, casually stand up, and walk sideways a few feet to their kitchen. They collect fast food cups, the large plastic kind, so I start filling them with water and putting them out on the bar top in front of the kitchen sink. Still watching them fight the fire with the sweater, I eventually yell, "Hey, water here," and the dad scurries over and starts throwing water at the wall unceremoniously. After a few of these big gulps, the fire is out, the wall and floors are covered in water, and their decorations are wrecked. During the commotion, we come to find out the mom had been lighting candles everywhere around the living room. She lit one on the middle shelf of a plastic IKEA-like contraption, and the heat from the candle had melted the upper shelf and set everything above on fire. There were black scorch marks up the wall, books torched, and other personal effects. The yelling finally subsided, and I walked over to help clean up. The dad had thrown the top portion of the shelf onto the floor at some point, and it has since cooled enough to where I figured I could pick it up and move it out of the way. Nope. And this is where the hysterical laughing comes in. I go to pick this thing up, and it's completely melted into the carpet. The entire carpet lifts up, and I just lose it. His parents are not in a laughing mood, however, so they ask me to leave right as my buddy returns from work. He catches me laughing like a crazy person as I walk out of the apartment, and all I hear him yelling at his parents as I sway down the hall is, "What the hell happened here?" It legit took me a good 20-30 minutes to stop laughing outside, and a few weeks later, when everything had been fixed, the dad casually asks me, "Hey Josh, want to stop by later this week for dinner and a fire?" No one may see this, but at my uncle's funeral, he was a gay, alcoholic bartender who always had a few young men living in or hanging around his house, one of whom he was usually sleeping with and others that he could just look at. He'd find these guys at one of Anchorage, Alaska''s 2 gay bars, and it was consistent my whole life. He actually lived until his early 70s. Right before he passed, he found out he had a long lost daughter from a Navy trip to Japan all the way back in the 60s, and she attended the funeral. They had the funeral at the American Legion, so the drinks were like $3 a pop. I thought getting heartily buzzed before I spoke about him in front of a room full of PPL would be a good homage and just help me loosen up. I drank steadily throughout the party, which is what it really was, and at the end I talked to one of his oldest friends who was in contact with him until the end. She points to this young skinny buff guy covered with tattoos and his super pregnant girlfriend as they were climbing into my uncle's old truck, and tells me that he and some other guys around my uncle were fighting over his will at the end, and my uncle put up with it because he thought that the tattooed buff guy would eventually leave his girlfriend and marry my uncle. I laughed so hard and for so long, and I could not stop in front of everyone. My sister was like, "Calm down, you are freaking out his daughter," but I could not. Still to this day thinking about my crazy uncle still pining after straight guys a third his age well into his senior years is just so ridiculous and hilarious that it cracks me up to think about it. I'm vegan and I was presented with free chicken and waffles at this spot in Nick known for its chicken and waffles. I ate it, and it was amazing. The next morning, upon eliminating said chicken and waffles, the smell was literally something I did not know was humanly possible. I couldn't take a full breath. I was panicking and wiping as fast as I could. My husband goes into the bathroom about 5 minutes later. I did not expect him to as he is pretty predictable with his morning habits, and I thought the smell would just be able to dissipate into the atmosphere. But no. As he entered the bathroom, slight shock took over me, and I turned around to face the bathroom door to see if he'd notice or if he'd say anything. He immediately runs out, and I burst into uncontrollable laughter. He said the smell made his eyes burn. He was not joking, his eyes were slightly red. I think he questioned our marriage at that point in time. He thought he knew me, but isn't this how you keep marriages alive? Surprise them with something new, right? The shock/horror/disgust on his face and in his voice is something I remember anytime I hear the word chicken. He said I had chicken in my butt. Chicken makes me laugh, regardless of the situation, time, or place. Was visiting a friend to play some board games last summer. His son, 10, had been away with his mother half the day for some obstacle course event, running through the woods, crawling through mud, the lot. His mother dropped him off at my friend's place, and we were chatting for a while. My friend's new girlfriend trying to lay some ground rules for the kid. She's fairly new to the stepmom role, tells him to use the downstairs entrance and jump straight in the shower. I mean, the kid was dripping of sweat and mud. I sincerely agreed with her. We, the grown-ups, keep chatting, and the kid stays around, even though his stepmom keeps telling him every 5 minutes to go have a shower. After about 15 minutes he listens and goes through the downstairs entrance. After a couple of minutes I walk inside the upstairs entrance to the kitchen to get some refreshments, and I see the kid there and say hi. His stepmom sees him and yells at him, telling him, "Didn't I tell you to use the downstairs entrance?" At which he replies, "I did," oblivious to the fact that he is now 1 meter from the upstairs entrance dripping mud all over the kitchen. I turn away as quickly as I can to hide the fact that I'm grinning from ear to ear trying and desperately trying to swallow the laughter, but failing hard. I swear the look on that woman's face could kill. I've been telling her sorry ever since, but not that I've got a special star reserved in my book for that kid. He's awesome. Had two memorable ones. First one was in secondary school. My friend, 1, and I were messing around with our second, 2, friend's book in English. We were drawing shapes and lines until our creation became a massive fly. Now, 2 comes and sees the fly and starts scrubbing it out violently, which our teacher noticed. Now our teacher was this older posh guy who had a deep voice and was very well spoken. After noticing my friend he stood up and asked, "Has somebody drew a pair of genitalia in your book?" To which my friend responded, "No, a fly." 1, and I just burst out laughing and couldn't stop for the remainder of the lesson. Our teacher wasn't sure what to do, so just sat back down and didn't give us a warning or anything. We were threatened with lunchtime detention multiple times though for laughing, which made us giggle even more. The second one was on the first day at university, where a lecturer was explaining how one of the instruments works in a laboratory. All the usual boring stuff, do this then this. He then went on to say, "Now don't do this, otherwise the whole instrument will break and it'll be out of use for a month." As soon as he finished the sentence, someone slammed a book on the floor. Everyone began giggling as it sounded like a RFS. It's not going to work that for that long. But then seconds later the student collapsed. Turns out they fainted due to a medical condition they had. I felt really sorry for them, but for some reason couldn't stop giggling to myself. The rest of the year was really awkward whenever I saw them. If you're somewhere out there, sorry for laughing. In Navy boot camp, there's something called ship staff. It's a dumb way to call the recruits who take care of the building or ship. We stand watch, mop the floors all the time and whatnot. Also in the Navy, you have to pass your swim test in order to pass boot camp, and if you don't pass it the first time, you have to take it again and again until you do. I was lucky enough to pass the first time, but I know a bunch of people who didn't. I believe twice a week, every week, dozens of recruits had to go to the pool to do their swimming lesson, and it always sucked to be on watch then, because you have to check their pass and give them permission to come aboard, and there would be a huge line. Mildly annoying point anyway. I was standing watch on the front door with another guy, and in our building were 2 glass doorways. This poor recruit who had come back from the pool wasn't wearing her glasses, and she managed to get through the first door, but she just walked straight ahead and went face first into the glass wall. I busted out laughing and tried to keep a straight face as she walked through the second doorway. I saluted her and welcomed her aboard. She walked away, and me and the other guy could not stop laughing. Then an RDC, recruit drill instructor, walked up behind us and chided us for losing our military bearing point. Even funnier, one of our fellow ship staffers was just bragging about how well he cleaned windows. Well, they were so clean that this poor recruit walked right into them like a bird to a skyscraper. Political Science 101, small class of about 25 people, and it's the second week of the full semester. The professor is discussing the book we were assigned to read. Foreshadowing, one of the chapters is about genocide. Professor is talking about innocuous stuff, getting a little boring. These 2 girls in front of me whisper something to each other. One of them lets out a quick giggle and puts her hand over her mouth. She's quiet at first, but her face keeps forcing itself into a smile. She's fighting it, looking around at nothing in particular, trying to distract herself. And then the professor says genocide. Immediately the girl's expression got worried, but you know that feeling. The inappropriateness of it makes it that much harder to keep from laughing. The professor said something along the lines of 20 million people died in the Holocaust. And this chick just burst out laughing. This is the only engagement the professor has had all class, and he loses it. At first he just screams, "No, no, she ain't laughing anymore." He points at her and yells it's inappropriate and she can leave if she's going to act that way. The girl was mortified, and I felt so bad for her. I'm pretty sure the professor knew she wasn't laughing about the Holocaust. He was just pissed his lecture was going over so poorly, and he decided to take it out on her. He taught me a lot, but he was a pompous ass. My husband and I went to an Episcopalian wedding a few years ago on Nye. We showed up, and it was way more formal and serious than we expected. At the 2-hour mark in the ceremony, after sight reading hymns that I, a church-raised music nerd, had never even heard of, and listening to a full-on sermon, they called us all up for communion. We all filed into the center aisle, and as we got near the front of the slowly crawling line of 100 or so people, we realized this wasn't your traditional single-serve communion we had been exposed to in the non-denominational churches of our youth. This was the backquote served by the priest's communion. Not knowing the process, we studied the guests in front of us and confidently proceeded with the rest of the line. I was in front of my husband, and I knelt down and opened wide to have the first dude lovingly place a cracker on my outstretched tongue. Weird. Next, the cup. I just kind of leaned forward, and that priest clinked that fancy silver cup so hard against my tooth that I recoiled and grabbed my mouth to check and make sure my teeth were intact. Well, being the God-fearing woman I am, I kind of shrugged and went in for round 2. The priest smiled at me, I smiled back, and then got the giggles as I walked back to my seat. By the time I sat back in the pew, I was stifling my laughter that was so hard, I was shaking the entire row. To make matters worse, my husband slides in next to me and whispers in my ear, "That first priest dropped my biscuit." Oh my goodness, we laughed for the next 10 minutes, and we attracted more attention than we should have. We should have just snuck out and continued our laugh outside. We still talk about that moment all the time and have such great memories of that night. When I got my first smartphone, it had the one technology that I will miss every single day to the day I die. iBlaster. To those who are not aware what an iBlaster is, it basically turns your phone into a remote control for all the devices you have. Point overall, it's a hilarious device already. It's one of those things you have to experience, and no telling of a story will ever be enough. But some of my highlights were going to McDonald's/Burger King and playing with their TVs. or going to an electronics store, wanting to turn off a single TV on their wall of Samsung TVs and suddenly the entire wall goes black, and you start running before really realizing what's going on. The single best story was in school though. My teacher was very adamant at all times that when one uses a projector, it must not be removed from the power grid before the fan turns off. He also was very much against doing anything regarding the message about the filters being clogged. So he showed us something on the projector, turned it off, and then the fan remained on for a minute or 5, or whatever. So I restarted the projector. Teacher was surprised, got up, turned it off, sat down again. I did that for the rest of the period. The combination of my teacher's annoyed face, the other students being irritated and amused, and me not being able to voice my feelings made it one of those moments where remaining calm is hard. And when I showed the guy next to me my phone, and what happened when I pressed the red button on the screen, his realization of what had been happening for the past 20 minutes or so was amazing. In the end, the teacher removed the cable. The first funeral I ever went to, I was maybe 10 years old and didn't know the deceased, and my parents kind of sprung it on me the day of. Before that they'd sheltered me from death, so this was the first time I'd ever seen a dead body apart from squirrels squished on the road. I also had, and have, a lot of sensory processing issues that made me get overwhelmed by emotions really easily. And when I get overwhelmed, I laugh. Fun fact, there's nothing more overwhelming than a surprise funeral when you've never had that experience before. I'd never been to church, but I'd heard horror stories from friends about fire and brimstone and damnation, so suddenly everything being about God's love and the light of heaven just added to the weirdness. Got really overwhelmed when the singing started, and just started sobbing / having a wee panic attack. And then started laughing loudly. My mother grabbed me so hard I have bruises, and dragged me out of there to berate me for laughing, then walked around with me so I could calm the hell down. Then we had to go back into the funeral home. Then we had to go to the post-funeral potluck at the house and eat bad food while everyone was talking about the deceased. Mom made me sit on the porch for most of it in a WV summer, directly in the sunlight. I've never lived it down. Almost 20 years later, my grandfather passed earlier this year and my mom lectured me the day before the funeral about how I wasn't going to do that sheet, completely ignoring that I'd been the one to do a lot of the planning and was a support system for everyone, especially my grandmother, because I'm somehow the emotionally healthy one in the family. Knowing that I was into artsy things, a guy I was dating invited me to the year-end gala for the College of Performing Arts at my university, which his roommate's girlfriend was performing in. It was this huge production that all of the students and professors would work on all year long, and included a lot of original music and choreography. Everything was going pretty well, until they got to the contemporary dance performance, which was an original avant-garde piece choreographed and scored by the newest faculty member, who also happened to be an alumni. Obviously avant-garde performances aren't everyone's cup of tea, and can sometimes come off as silly or frivolous and often border on the comical, but this piece was just on another level. It felt so contrived and hacky, the music was completely bizarre and nonsensical, and the costumes / dancing were even worse. It was like someone was trying to do a parody of contemporary / avant-garde dance, which made it so much worse, because everything was being performed with complete and utter sincerity. I was dying. I couldn't even look at the stage. It was cracking me up so hard. I felt so horrible, because a lot of the girls were seniors and the guy, who obviously spent countless hours making this hot garbage, was right in the front row. I was literally white knuckling it, trying to hold myself back when someone about 6 seats down from me couldn't hold it anymore and let out a choked guffaw. Luckily we as an audience, aside from that one outburst and a few muffled chuckles, held it together for the most part, and made it through the performance without ruining it with raucous laughter. I still feel horrible about it to this day, but I so wish I could find a video of it on it, because even now it makes me laugh just thinking about it. About 3 years ago, my sister's aunt passed away. Little backstory before I go on. My sister's aunt is and was very much my aunt. We have different dads, but she's older and her family and my mom got on great, so when I was born, they immediately made me a part of their family. Anyway, moving on. The circumstances of her death were very dramatic. Her and our cousin were using drugs together, codependent relationship, and my cousin started overdosing, which caused my aunt to then freak out, and her heart couldn't take it because it was weakened from years of drug use. So her heart basically exploded. They were using with another woman in her car in the driveway of my cousin's house, and this girl threw my aunt out of the car like a bag of garbage and drove off. So the entire neighborhood got involved. On top of that, my aunt's mother, sister / my nanny, was in the hospital recovering from a stroke. Everyone knew the circumstances of my aunt's death, and that my nanj couldn't make it to the funeral, which made everything so much more heartbreaking. Fast forward to her funeral point. My sister's dad is extremely neurotic, but it's always been a thing we endearingly pick at him for. Like he irons his socks and picks up lint of the ground. Point, he showed up at the funeral later than we did. My mom, my other aunt, my sister, and an old family friend are all sitting there watching him say his prayers at her casket. We all started crying because we knew how close they had once been. He takes her picture that we had posed there and kissed it. He then takes his Kleenex, wiped off his kiss, and then proceeded to just dust the whole frame off. Point, we started cackling loudly. It did not stop. Everyone glared at us. So many judgments were made by others in that moment. Everyone knew how she died, and the role my sister had putting my cousin that was involved in jail, rightfully so, and it helped her get clean. So how dare we laugh so hard? Anyway, her dad knew why we were laughing, and he started laughing / blubbering at the same time. Aunt Lisa would have been the first to laugh at him. May she rest in peace. I wasn't the one laughing, but the one laughed at. It was my first day of school in a rich school. I just moved into a foster home, was starting in the middle of the semester. So high alert new kid, it's raining, and when you walk into the front door there are about 2 flights of stairs, and in my only shoes I had at the time, flip-flops, and we all know flip-flops and water on the stairs is usually a bad combo. So I go flying down the stairs, and this isn't even the funny part. So now I have mud / dirty water all over my pants, and go to Spanish class. We are in class, we partner up for whatever reason. So when we partner up, instead of standing at my partner's desk, I pull a stool over and sit on it. I didn't realize my backpack is now caught on the stool. Teacher says take your seats. I'm already sitting, so I stay. She doesn't like that. She wants me at my desk and says so when the class is quiet and already in their desk. So I climb down, get all wrapped up in my backpack, and literally fall on the ground. But I fell so hard I bounce, and I'm embarrassed and decided to just lay there until the embarrassment fades. Teacher asks from the other side of the room if I'm okay. I say I am, and just lay there for a second time, since obviously the universe wants my ass on the ground. Well, again teacher says I have to get up and get in my desk, so I do, red-faced and crying. I'm so embarrassed. She then takes this opportunity to explain our new word, embarrassed, and to tie into the class issues my falling as his example of embarrassment. So that was awesome. There were a few kids who just couldn't even deal with it, and there was thunderous laughter as the teacher recounted me falling and being embarrassed in Spanish for the class 5 minutes after it happened. I worked at a daycare, mostly with 4 and 5-year-olds. I'm one of those kid at heart grown-ups who loves Minecraft and Lego and Pokemon, and I favor shame-free natural consequence methods where the onus is on the caregiver to be a compassionate guide, which is surprisingly rare in childcare even these days. So I've always been a safe place for the kids to come if they need help and are worried about talking to other grown-ups. One day at lunch, I'm sitting at one table and a kid at another one becomes upset. He's a very shy little kiddo who usually hides when he's upset and hardly talks to anyone. He was at the daycare for 3 months before he'd do anything but completely clam up around grown-ups, even around me, but by this point we'd established some good ol' rapport. Even though he's upset, he's very quiet about it, but all the same my kinda sense was tingling, so I went to check on his table. The other wee ones at the table were all having a perfectly reasonable lunch gab sesh, led by my young friend who is the most natural sass master I've ever met, and an all-around clever kid who has some struggles with home life, but completely shines when he's properly supported. He's leading a thoughtful debate on potential improvements to Iron Man's latest suit, and I'm at a loss as to what the problem could be. I ask my shy kiddo what's going on, and after the saddest and quietest sniffle and hiccup, he points to the sass master. He called me a little hot dog. He told me, tears cascading down his face. Now, I've had to hold my laughter in some pretty absurd situations during my years in childcare. This little man was in pain, and I tried everything in my power to prevent the inevitable, but my strength only goes so far. I crumpled like a walnut tent in the wind. Thankfully, no lasting damage was done. I spoke to the SAS master, explaining that, even though he thought he meant no harm, and believed the new nickname was genius, some people only like to be called by their own names. I also apologized to my shy pal, owning up to my behavior, and expressing hope that we were still friends. At the end of the day, we all built a leisure center together in the muddy sand outside, and all was as it should be. When my grandmother passed away, several of my family members flew in. The night before the service, we all convened at a hibachi-style Japanese steakhouse for dinner. At some point in the dinner, I must have eaten something that was off. The next morning, I woke up with an incredible stomach ache, which quickly evolved into full-blown food poisoning. As the rest of my family got dressed for the funeral, I was sheeting miles out on the toilet and throwing up into the bathtub next to me. Hours of this. It was torture. I wouldn't wish it on my greatest enemy. But when the limousine arrived, I felt just well enough to venture out and try to be present with everyone. Struggling through almost half of the ceremony, I then felt a bubbling nuisance rise from deep within in my gut. We were sitting in the front row, with several more rows of family members sat behind us. My stomach was talking aloud at this point, groaning and turning over onto itself. Anyone next to me cold heard it. I was shifting in the pew, trying to gauge how long I needed to run back to the restroom if the inevitable should happen. Muah. My stomach groaned, and then I felt a gas build in my lower tract. It was tense, tight, and felt hot. I did my best to ease the thatched out, but I ultimately created a bottle top effect, booming the entire front pew with a low frequency rumble. My mother was sat next to me and knew of my GI issue, and she immediately burst out laughing, trying not to sound obnoxious at her own mother's funeral. This caused the rest of my family in the front row to also start laughing under their breath. The more we tried to contain our laughter, the funnier it became. My mom was convulsing so hard, laughing but trying not to make a sound. My great aunt Alice leaned forward from the pew behind us to pat my mother on the back, thinking we were just all really sad. That was the hardest I've laughed when we shouldn't have. Back in 8th or 9th grade, I had a science teacher that was kind of silly and awkward, and once the students caught on to that, the classes started getting chaotic, cause she had no control over them. I was also a shy awkward kid who recently picked up a habit of doodling in classes, so in one of those chaotic classes I was just doing my thing as always, doodling on my science book. The teacher noticed I was doing something and not paying attention, and so for some reason she decided to focus on that rather than the absolute mess other students were causing. So she called me out, and I just quickly turned the page and hid the one which was full of doodles. She asked me to return to that page and read a passing while she watched. Well, I was so nervous and anxious that she would see my page full of doodles. I just didn't know what to do, so I decided to play dumb. I turned 2 pages back and asked here, and she was like, no, the page after that one, so I just turned 2 pages front. What made me laugh hysterically is that we both just kept going on, and she just couldn't understand why I just wouldn't turn to that page, but she also just wouldn't try to turn it herself. Like, the surreality of the situation just made me get an uncontrollable fit of laughter at the most inappropriate time. What happened next, after an uncomfortable amount of seconds of our back and forth as I was trying to control my laughter, she just stared at me with the most what the fuck face and just gives up and asks another student to read from their book. By then I was just trying to look normal, holding my uncontrollable fit of laughter and just waiting for the class to end. I live in a small town in rural Arkansas. Myself and most of my family went to this small private Christian school. The schoolhouse was also used for church every Wednesday and Sunday, and had a pretty good sized sanctuary. Any type of meeting the school would do during the day would always be held in the sanctuary. One time we were all in the sanctuary. I believe the school was starting up a fundraiser, and they were speaking on the details of it. Anyway, we are all in there, and my group of friends and myself are sitting towards the back of the sanctuary, and my cousin decides he's going to let out a fetched point. He's trying to be really quiet. As he's doing it, he's not trying to cause a distraction. While one of the teachers is speaking to the students about the fundraiser, cousin slightly lifts from his seat and begins to release the gases. Everything was working out well for him for about 4 seconds or so. It was a low volume, high-pitched squeaker. Then all of a sudden, the fetched exploded. It was a massive pop that literally echoed throughout the sanctuary. Once that explosion hit, our group of friends just completely lost it. Uncontrollable, red-faced laughter. Nobody ever said anything to us about it. I still don't know if the teachers didn't hear it or if they were just ignoring it. All I know is that it was one of the most hilarious things I've ever witnessed. When I was in high school, I worked doing door-to-door canvassing, setting up appointments for people that were interested in getting free estimates on new windows and siding for their houses. These estimates were known as leads. Before we started knocking on doors, we would meet at the office so that the sales manager Carl could hype us up and give us our area maps / divide us into teams. So we are in our meeting one day with about 20 high school aged kids and this upper 30s-year-old man. Carl had recently created an incentive plan that he was extremely excited about and had put all of our names with the number goal on his whiteboard by his desk. As he was explaining how the bonuses and appointment goals worked, he decided to give an example. He explained, next to Frank's name it has an 8, which means Frank needs 8 leads by next month. Then he posed the glorious question, so how is Frank going to get 8 leads? Without missing a beat, one of the more clever kids named Zach whispers just loudly enough for 5 of us, including Frank, to hear Sukindik. One kid immediately turned blood red and put his head in his arms on a desk. Me and my best friend are trying so hard to contain ourselves, but we both have tears coming from our eyes. Zach just there sits completely upright with a sheet-eating grin on his face. Meanwhile, Carl is convinced that we are all making fun of him and starts shouting, "What's so funny?" When none of us reply, because we just begin to laugh harder. It infuriates him even more. What's so faking funny? To this day my friend and I will randomly pose the question to each other, so how's Frank gonna get 8 leads out this month? My grandfather passed away, and he was not a religious man, and so we were happy to have the funeral home provide an officiant for the services. My aunt would not hear of it and insisted that she have her pastor officiate. My other aunt, Joy, and I both just shut up and went with it. The service had several moments where he said things that had Joy and I looking at each other out of the corners of our eyes like, what the fuck did he just say? But we made it through the service at the funeral home. Then we went to the graveyard where grandpa was being interred in a mausoleum. The pastor was just supposed to say a quick prayer and be done, but he starts yammering, and Joy and I obediently looked with downcast eyes toward the ground to remain appropriately somber until Pastor, I shit you not, said something like, I'm paraphrasing because this was a long time ago, think of this mausoleum like one of those vacuum tubes at the bank that is taking Glenn to heaven. And I heard Joy take in a gasp, and I made the fatal mistake of looking at her out of the corner of my eye, and in the process, saw both my dad and his brother with equally what the fuck expressions, and Joy and I both started giggling silently. And as I tried so freaking hard not to laugh out loud, I felt like I was suffocating as I held tissues over my nose and mouth, and tried to just breathe without laughing and praying people thought I was crying. I dared not look up, because I could see the shoulders of my dad and uncle and Joy all moving, and I knew they were trying equally hard not to lose it. We made it through the quick prayer, but as soon as the pastor said amen, all of us turned to hightail it back to the limo, and we were laughing so hard that we literally had to hold onto the car until we could stumble in. Now I can't go to a funeral without thinking of that stupid bank vacuum tube comment, and have to fight to keep a straight face. The last thing I heard my aunt say to the pastor as I pulled the limo door shut was, "Oh, that was so beautiful and moving. Clearly everyone was so impacted by your words," and Joy and my dad and uncle and I just could not pull it together. We were laughing so hard and trying to not be so obvious about it. Since the windows were tinted, we weren't so worried about being seen, but we were worried about being heard, so we were still trying hard to stifle our laughter, which made it even harder. Then people started checking on us thinking we were all distraught from grief and kept opening the door to find 4 grown adults doubled over with tears streaming down their faces laughing and completely unable to talk to explain. In a grad level creative writing class at university. Bit of context, my school had a minor sexual assault scandal years ago that shook the faculty and students pretty badly. Anyway, one of the students brought in a story where a character gets sexually assaulted, and during our critique of the piece, one of my classmates, originally from Korea though he speaks great English most of the time, prefaced his comments by saying, "Sexual assault is super important for this campus." What he probably meant was the topic of sexual assault is very relevant to this school or something like that, but his phrasing and the way he said it sent my mind straight to the gutter, and I had to stop myself from bursting out laughing. He spoke it so gravely and seriously, and the sentence was so absurd that it became top comedy. He spoke it like he was advertising for a cancer research fundraiser or some shit. Suddenly I had images in my head of my university having an advertising campaign for sexual assault. Come on, let's get the students involved in sexual assault. It's super important for our campus, apparently. No one else found his phrasing funny but me, though. For the rest of class I simply couldn't hold it together. I had to cover my mouth with my hands to stop everyone from seeing the shit-eating grin on my face while I stifled laugh after laugh for half an hour. Everyone else was having a very serious discussion about sexual assault and how it worked in the story, and I was trying so hard not to die in class. Eventually the professor stopped class for a moment because she saw me cracking a grin and literally asked me, "Are you laughing?" I managed to play it off by bluffing that I had just thought of something really funny and to just ignore me. Luckily everyone believed me and some started laughing too. Frankly because the class was so emotionally heavy up until then, I think, and me being an idiot was some much needed levity. The Korean kid kept asking me if it was something he said, but how could I tell him the truth? I still chuckle about it today. 2 classmates were in my art class that kept distracting me for better or worse. The teacher was always sure though that I was the problem. First time I chose to sit with them, at least across from them. They were big tables. They seemed funny and one was an old friend of sorts, then she changed the seating, but kept us close. Pretty much the same spot. Still ended up distracted. Throwing erasers and joking around. Again, changed seats. Now we are sitting close together. I've kinda gotten tired of them. My old friend turns out to be an asshole and the other really did not care about the class. I'm also failing, cause she didn't like my art. Did my best at it, and my most impressive piece to this day still only got a B finally. Teacher decides that she wants the class to be more focused. New seating arrangement. Awesome. Go on, how I can't wait to be secluded from them, and I could be free to focus on the class. She sets me to the side, where there are 3 school desks. These aren't punishment desks mind you. Just desks off to the side, so more students could take the class. Cool. What are the chances of the other 2 being them? What are the chances people get moved? My ex-friend is placed at one desk next to me. Okay fine. Seating arranged some more. Slowly we run out of students. Literally, last person left is the other guy. The other desk is the last one. I start literally pleading and begging to the teacher, but she doesn't listen. Point silence. Lecture begins. I look at my situation and how hopeless it was and how ridiculous that the teacher, who was very serious, was oblivious to what she was doing. And I just couldn't stop laughing at how crazy and crappy it was. She told me to shut up and all I could do was point at my fellow classmates. She kicked me out till I stopped, which I didn't for a good while point, and craziest part is, I was the quiet kid in school. I told my parents, other teachers and the principal about how she treated me, and she insists that I was the problem. It was the only class in my entire life where I failed due to bad behavior. Confused the hell out of my parents, special ed teacher and counselor. TLDR, teacher puts me in bad group 4 times. Surprised when I couldn't stop laughing at how she set me up for failure on the 4th time. Got punished for it. I was in a crushed by a loader in a work accident about a year and a half ago that left me with 4 fractured discs, a fractured chest plate, and some broken ribs. The pain was intense, and I have never been so scared in my life. I was barely conscious from a nasty concussion, and for whatever reason was in the mood for jokes. After an ambulance was called, some staff sat down where I was laying, and kept me alert and calm. One of them asked me if she could get me anything, and without missing a beat, I said a Jack and Coke, no ice, please. Everyone laughed, and I felt a lot more at ease. Soon, volunteer firemen showed up to get me out. Being a small town, everyone knows everyone, so the first guy on site walks up to me and says, "You must be blank's son, right? We are gonna get you out of here, but we are gonna have to break the windows first, okay?" Again, right on cue, I looked him and said, "Damn it, I just cleaned them this morning." I was only joking to keep myself calm, but I think it put everyone at ease to know I was still alive enough to be a smartass. The ambulance showed up soon after, and I was loaded into the back. As the doors closed, I could just barely make out the song Copperhead Road playing over the radio. The paramedic strapped me down and asked if I was ready to go, to which I replied, "Well, sure, but could you turn up the radio please?" I got a firm no on that one. That night in the hospital, I was being wheeled out every hour or so for x-rays, then left to rest for a bit. The nurse who had been taking me back and forth was a short, stocky old man with a great whistle, and he sang funny little songs as he pushed me through the halls. One time, as I was being lifted down onto the chest x-ray, he sang a very quick song that went, "It's been lonely in the saddle since the horse died," followed by a quick whistle, and I immediately burst out laughing. That is precisely when I learned how bad it hurts to laugh with a broken rib. I think that was some cosmic payback for the smartest comments I had been making all day. Around the time I was 10 or 11 years old, I had friends over to my house after school. At the time, I wasn't 100% latchkey, but close to it. For reasons I still can't quite explain, we found a bunch of dead AA batteries. Eventually, we started whipping them at each other inside the house, which ended up in us taking sides and barricading ourselves behind furniture while still chucking batteries at each other. We were making so much noise that we didn't hear my mom come home and walk in the house. Any other day, she wouldn't be home from work at that time, or would be at her boyfriend's in another town. This just happened to be the one time she came home early. She watched us swing batteries at each other for a short period of time until one of my friends misfired and shattered a lamp. That's when the screaming started. She kicked all my friends out of the house and began reading me the riot act. While I was prepared for a world-class chewing, I was not prepared for the look of rage on her face. I hadn't seen this look on her face before and had no idea how to respond. No matter how hard I tried, I could not stop the uncontrollable laughter that seemed as if it started building in my toes and then rose inside my body before I could feel myself smile behind lips that were straining to keep it all in. The dam burst. I can count on one hand how many times I've laughed uncontrollably in my life. This was one of them. The look of rage which caused me to laugh in the first place got more intense, causing me to laugh harder. I can't even begin to give my mom the credit she deserves for not blacking both of my eyes out that day. I absolutely had it coming. The chewing stopped after she figured out that it absolutely wasn't sinking in. She hardly spoke to me for a day or so after that. I'm late to the party, so nobody will see this, but I suppose it's a memory worth writing down. In my PhD program, we had a very no-nonsense professor teaching a scary seminar, but he mostly was just very strict about following his idiosyncratic rules. For example, he hated the word that, and when you submitted a paper, he would CTRLF that word and drop you a letter grade for each appearance. For presentations, he was obsessed with nailing your time. You lost a letter grade for each minute over/under you were for the required time. There was no negotiation with him about these things, and no excuses were tolerated. So, in his seminar, 75% of your grade was the final presentation. There's only 5 of us, and it was fully expected that we collaborate as a cohort. However, we had 5 different topics, thus 5 different presentations. At some point in our collaboration, we all got it in our heads that it was a quick 5-minute presentation for each of us. We were wrong. During his introduction to class, through context we pick up that it's a 25-minute presentation for each student. We exchanged petrified glances as the professor reminded us that he would be keeping time. My buddy Jordan was randomly selected to go first. The experience of watching somebody stretch 5 minutes of material into 25 is indescribable. He talked so slowly. He painfully repeated each sentence in numerous ways. It was unbearable. It was the worst presentation I had ever witnessed. And I knew there would be hours more of this to follow, including my own attempt. Something about the dark comedy of it all just got a hold of me. And then I made eye contact with poor, scared Jordan as he floundered, and I giggled. I just giggled. A lot. I'm a man. But giggling is the only word I have to describe it. I couldn't stop. It became a core workout. Damn, I'm so nostalgic for being able to laugh at my life. Many years ago, when me and my best friends were in high school, peak maturity for boys, one of my buddies' father was diagnosed with late-stage brain cancer. It was horrific seeing him so quickly decline, and within 6 months he passed. It was gut-wrenching, and one of the hardest things I had to go through as a friend. The day of the funeral service, we friends show up and quietly shuffle into a couple pews toward the back of the church. After our buddy welcomed visitors, he found his way to us and sat right in the middle of our group. The service began, and things were quite normal, sad, and somber, but then they brought up a distant family member to sing a few songs. Let's just say, she would have been one of the mocked contestants during auditions for American Idol. Her squeals caught us all by surprise and our discomfort quickly turned to the sudden urge to laugh. But this was our buddy's dad's funeral. We were in church with people crying. We could not start laughing, no matter how ludicrous the singing was. But, as you know with high school kids, not being able to laugh made it much worse. So there we were, near the back of the church, barely keeping it together, while sharing strained glances to one another, and then it happened. My friend, who had little to smile about since the passing of his father, started crying, but not tears of sorrow. He was wiping away tears of laughter, while slowly succumbing to the hilarity of it all. At that point, we couldn't hold it in anymore. We still didn't want to be rude and disrupt the service/signing, and thank God we were at the back, but we just couldn't help ourselves. Looking from one friend to the next, we found ourselves in a cascade of hushed laughter. It was a good 15 minutes before we could fully collect ourselves. Was it inappropriate? Sure. Was it beautiful seeing our buddy finally feel happiness and laugh for the first time in half a year? Absolutely. I will always remember that moment and felt it brought our group even closer together. I'll tell you two, one for me and one from my best friend who was involved in my story, meaning my story applies just as much to him. My story goes first year of high school, math class. We are using scientific calculators for the first time, which have some letters, but not all of them. Being 12 years old at this point, we start writing swear words in Spanish, our native tongue, sheet like cacapoop or puta sludged. Suddenly, I start laughing to the point my eyes get teary. My friend asks me what's up, and I hand him my calculator. On it, I had written, using a mix of letters, numbers, and other symbols, the word acetone or olive. We break out in deafening laughter, passing the calculator around and causing an eruption. Mind you, we were 12 at the time, so the math teacher told all of us to shut up or we would get kicked out. I folded over and started laughing into my arm, biting on it so as not to laugh out loud. The girl sat behind me was like, "Hey, are you alright? Are you crying?" Turns out it looked like I was bawling my eyes out into the desk, which is partially true, due to the laughing fit causing me to laugh till I cried. On to my friends, same guy from my story. A family friend passed away. He went to the funeral together with another guy we went to school with, as that guy's family was also friends with the deceased. The two guys, aged 11, didn't really know the deceased. As the casket is being carried out of the church, my friend's friend leans over and whispers, "Dude, I really got a sheet." They both began laughing, fighting for their lives not to laugh out loud. I was in English class in 7th grade and we were learning sentence structure. I was asked to read the next paragraph, and one of the lines was, "I'm a student." I don't know why it struck me as so funny, but I was like, of course I am. I wouldn't be reading this if I weren't. I think it was the messiness of the whole thing, and probably a dash of weird hormonal imbalance, but I started laughing, and then couldn't finish reading the rest of the next paragraph. I'm guessing it was probably 2 minutes of me trying and laughing until the teacher sent me out into the hallway to compose myself. And at a time, in my early 20s, I worked a night shift job as a temp at a bumper factory. During the afternoons, I took classes. So, I would go to work, come home, sleep, get up, go to school, rinse repeat. The whole thing went okay, but as fall went on, I couldn't get to sleep. I'd get home at 7 am and go to sleep at first, but then it edged up to falling asleep at 9 am, then 10 am, then 11 am. I kept trying to keep up, but one night, midway through the shift, I was tired and delirious. I was messing up left and right. I started laughing at myself and couldn't stop. I went to the shift manager, laughing, and said between laughs, "I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore. My sleep schedule is thrown off and I'm exhausted." He was a minister in his free time and a generally good guy that understood what I was up to, so he just said, "I agree. Head home, get some sleep." Got a long one, but the payoff is good. I think. Worked at AT&T slinging cell phones. Manager was out on maternity leave, so we had a string of temporary managers that were in and out to cover while she was gone. Important for later. The day involved also happened to have our district manager who absolutely hated me because I was the leader in the store that never bought a retail sales manager bullshit she tried to tell us. Like all customers, come prepared to spend $80 on accessories when they buy their new phone. If they don't buy it, it's because you're doing a bad job. Had a customer come in that I had set up a few months prior. She told me then that if her twin girls got straighters she'd get them iPhones, otherwise they'd get basic phones. Now she's in to buy one an iPhone and one a basic phone. Couldn't believe she followed through and didn't get both iPhones, but was proud she stuck to her guns. We had already discussed it prior, so I knew what she was getting, and she got the iPhone kid all the accessories and stuff, but the basic phone kid got nothing. The temp manager witnessed the transaction and apparently emailed the district manager that I didn't offer anything and basically was just a cashier and should be fired. I know this is what was said because the district manager, in trying to forward that email with a note that they should fire me and talking all kinds of shit about me to her boss, instead accidentally forwarded it to me. Before I had the chance to read the email, she came out and asked me if I saw it. I said no, I didn't, and she said that she accidentally sent me an email with some confidential company docs that were meant for her boss and asked if she could delete them from my email. I said sure, because it seemed genuine, and logged in and looked away while she deleted it. Then she went back to the office and did the resend email thing Outlook can do, which actually sends a copy of the email and says this email has been rescinded. The owner does not wish this to be viewed, or some shit like that. So not even knowing what was going on, naturally I read it and was furious. I emailed her back and said, if this is what you didn't want me to read and you plan to fire me, we seriously need to talk first so I can explain. Tom had no idea what he was watching because it's a long-time customer of mine. She never responded and left out the back door, so she didn't have to face me. Fast forward a few weeks later, and I get called into the manager's office with a new temp manager, not Tom mentioned above, and the district manager. She then tells me that my coworkers told her that I used my tech knowledge to dig up the email and that's how I got it. I laughed and said as far as I knew that wasn't possible, and that I also didn't believe a single coworker told her that. We were thick as thieves in that store, so even if it were true, they wouldn't say that. They all hated this woman. She went on to tell me that it had already proven I did it. I hacked their email, etc. Tons of bullshit, and that she wanted me to admit it. The new temp manager was taking notes and I just couldn't help myself. I burst into hysterical laughter. I literally could not stop laughing. They both kept saying this is no laughing matter over and over, but I was losing it. Could barely choke out the words, "You are trying to fire me because you accidentally sent me an email by mistake." That's like a cop rear-ending someone and telling them they pulled them over because their tail light was out. I was losing it, and they were getting angrier and angrier, mostly the district manager. The temp manager was just playing referee. Eventually I said, do your worst. We both know you're making this up, and I'd like to see you prove it. About 2 weeks later the temp manager pulled me to the side and apologized for the district manager. Said ours and it both told her she had nothing, and that apparently she was lucky I didn't press to have her in trouble for getting into my emails. Didn't even realize that was an option, but pocketed for later lol. On my very first, and only, snowboarding trip, I skipped the tutorial and went straight for the lift with the confidence of Shaun White and the trust that my friends would show me the ropes. After all, they knew I was an amateur and said they would teach me. We get to the top and of course I fall off the lift, no big deal. But then when we get to the hill, they basically say do this, do that, do this. Okay, got it? And then took off down the hill. Only way to go. How hard could it be? So I try to go down the hill and fall instantly, but I get back up and give it another try. I've been skiing before, so I know you're supposed to do like S-turns or whatever to keep yourself from going too fast. I'm trying and doing okay, but then I get distracted and fall again. This time when I get up I forget to do the turns and now I'm hauling all types of us down this hill and headed straight for the ski lift pole, which just happens to run right through this course. This is when I realized I didn't know how to stop, so I threw myself onto my belly. Turns out it's supposed to be your butt, so I guessed wrong and proceeded to helicopter into the air. But on the second rotation my board stuck in the snow and stopped spinning. I did not. One severely strained ligament later I'm laying halfway up a hill dying of laughter from the pain, and then I realize I'm just under a berm and people coming over it won't see me in time to not hit me, and that makes me laugh even more, thinking they'll run into me and cause more damage. Plus I now have to get down the hill. That was a painful day. In my last year of high school, we were invited to go to a big company and design the city of the future in groups. Honestly, it was kinda dumb, but who cares? At least it wasn't a regular school day. Point at the end of the day we got a lecture about how cool engineering / city planning / ecology is and stuff. Only thing was, that lecture was really boring. The guy was just reading a prepared statement in a monotone voice for what seemed like an eternity. My classmates, teachers and I were sitting in the last few rows. After a few minutes we just started whispering dumb jokes and stared wisecracking. The one other teacher, who was probably bored out of mind, started to make some jokes too. We got some really dirty looks from everywhere in the room for being a nuisance. Even though we were whispering, they were right of course. Insert me, I was the second best kid in my class, which wasn't hard feat, since I was basically one of the 2 people who actually cared about school to a certain extent. So you know, I kept quiet, giggled, but nothing more really. At some point, I get this really funny intrusive thought. So with a deathpan I turn myself around in my seat, look my teacher right in the eyes and say, at least know you know what it's like to sit for us to sit in your class. And turn back around, barely keeping a straight face as my teacher sits there, shocked for a second, then grasps for air and starts to laugh loudly and uncontrollably. The guy next to me, the funny guy, lost it as well. Only like 4 people heard, but we started laughed so hard, in the middle of the lecture for 5 minutes straight. All the other teachers hated our guts, but damn did we laugh our ass off. Never even got in trouble for it, though that teacher found it hilarious. I even told him a few minutes later, after we all calmed down enough, that I didn't mean it, and actually enjoyed his classes. But we all still had the giggles, so I couldn't say it with a straight face, and we all started laughing again. Point I kinda feel bad about it for all the people we unconvinced that day, but damn, it must be one of my favorite memories. TLDR, a 4-year-old drew a banana instead of a number. 8 years ago I was on a work placement at a primary school working in a P1 class. 4 to 5-year-olds, a bit like a teacher's assistant. Point I regularly worked with the children in the lower development groups as the teacher doesn't have as much time to support them because she has 30 other kids to worry about, all at slightly varying levels. These children can massively benefit from closer time with an adult. One particularly kid I worked with a lot clearly had a lot of stress in life considering his young age and struggled emotionally, as well as being in some of the lower groups for a lot of subjects, and, slight but still particularly noticeable, fine motor skill delays. One example of those things coming together was he once cried a lot because he was bad at using scissors and so was also refusing to do the activity because he couldn't handle doing it badly. One day we were working together on him drawing numbers of a whiteboard, using a few different techniques, inside bubble writing, etc. Before letting him try freehand. When he first tried the number 8 freehand, he somehow forgot to cross the line over and ended up with a curved oblong shape. At any other point, this would have triggered a meltdown, but instead he stopped, looked at me deadpan, and in the most serious voice ever just said, "Oh no, I've drawn a banana." This kid melted my heart, but the strength it took me not to laugh, as not to discourage him, was more strength than I've ever had to use for anything in my entire life. While I was in boot camp, eating chow, we had to stay quiet, eat productively and finish up at the same time. So, if you arrived at chow at 11 o'clock and chow went to 11:30, no matter when you sat down you had to be done at 11:30. So, if you were last in line you got screwed. I was sitting across from the guy last in line finishing my meal, while he was starting his, and he had a plate full of food. I don't know why, but for some reason his panic and hunger was hilarious, and I started to snicker. My snicker grew into a full-on belly laughing fit. I was doing my best to suppress it, but it only made it worse. By this moment everyone in the chow hall is looking at me, and the RDC comes over and asks, "What the hell is so funny, recruit?" This sent me over the edge and I lose it. Now I'm uncontrollably just cackling with no idea why. He then tells me to stand up and get into plank position. Then very quickly I stopped laughing. And for the next 15 minutes, while everyone was finishing eating, I had to stay in a hard plank, while each time I fell down, I would hear, "Recruits, see this? This is funny. Do you think this is funny, recruit?" Then I would have to say, "Yes, petty officer." And he would yell, "I don't hear you laughing." Then I would fake laugh through snot and sweat. Yeah, I didn't laugh anymore after that. Years ago, during my senior year in high school, I got to spend the night at a friend's house, whose father was a minister at a little church 2 hours away from their house. So we have to get up super early Sunday morning and drive the 2 hours to the church. When we get there I think there was a total of about 20 people, that's including the choir and us. Myself, my friend, her sister, and a girl who sat behind us. We are the only teenagers in the church. The girl had a little brother who looked about 8, and he was the only other child in the whole congregation. The remaining people were definitely above 30 years of age or elderly. They had a guest minister from Philadelphia, whose sermon was on teenage boys needing to take responsibility for getting girls pregnant. I stole looks around the church, and kept asking my friends who was this sermon for, as there weren't any teenage boys in this church. Well, that started a small giggle amongst us. After the sermon was over, and church was about to let out, my friend's father nodded towards her, and she had to stand up and thank everyone for all the graduation cards and gifts that she had received. Then she sat back down. Next her father asked if anyone else have anything else to say. This elderly lady across the church said, "I do." Well, the elderly lady that was sitting beside the girl behind me says, "Oh Lord." I snuck a peek at the woman behind me, and she had on these Coke bottle glasses that made her eyes bigger than they actually are, and the look of disgust on her face made me start giggling again. This time I couldn't stop. My friends started giggling. These were the silent, but your body is shaking really hard giggles. They were giggling because I was giggling, and they whispered to me, "You better hope she doesn't start singing." This woman went on and on and on. I snuck another look at the woman behind me who still had a disgusted look on her face, and that didn't help. Then the woman said, "In 1963 the Lord said to me," I don't remember the rest of what she said, but other people in the church began to notice our group of shaking bodies. Finally church ended, and we were able to get out of the church. I went to the back to get myself together. I got it under control, and the girl that sat behind me and her mother comes through the door. Her mother is fussing at her for giggling in church. She looked at me with daggers in her eyes, which started me all over again. Needless to say, I was not invited back to their house. Flight attendant here. We were about to take off after being delayed a few hours for weather. Tornadoes touched down near our destination. We were effectively cancelled. We end up stuck on the plane for an hour waiting for the rampers to let us back to the gate. At one point a passenger made veiled threats that turned to nothing. We waited 2 more hours to get a hotel. Ended up at a motel, not up to par with our contract. This motel made a Motel 6 look fancy. I start laughing when we arrive around 3 am. The front desk was behind thick plexiglass, bullet protection. The man did not find my laughing amusing point. I asked my coworker how they think the gym looks like. She pointed out that the gym was in the lobby. The equipment looked older than me, 30s. I laugh harder and can't stop. My captain offered to check my room before I went in. I took him up on it cause I don't want to be in a room with a dead body. There was a small blood stain on the side of the bed. I was still laughing. I slept in my uniform and washed my hair in the tub without getting naked. I went to the airport the next day because my trip was technically over. I happened to meet the head of the airport who had to authorize us to come back in the gate. He had gone home for the night, as he was well within his rights to do so. I shared a good laugh with him about the sheet show that had happened. I have had many times that has happened, especially when I see someone fall or get hurt too, but fair, I do laugh at myself getting hurt. I also have anxiety, so sometimes I laugh, even when I don't think it's funny. Here are my 4 stories of dying of laughter at inappropriate times. When I was like 12 or something, me and my family friend got in a stupid little argument. He was younger than me. I went down to his basement as we were at his house because I just wanted to be far away from him before things got worse. And he is furious at me for something, probably something stupid. So he goes after me and his face turns bright red with rage and he comes down the stairs after me huffing and puffing. He barely just touched the first step, then he ate it and rolled all the way down the stairs and smacked his head on the railing and began sobbing. I laughed so hard he was just holding his head and kept saying it's not funny, which made laugh even harder. His mom comes rushing down the stairs after seeing him fall and starts scolding me for laughing at him, and he ended giving himself a concussion. I felt bad laughing after realizing he really hurt himself. When my grandmother fell, I started laughing because it was stupid how she did it. Basically what happened, she leaned in too close to a loose door and she fell out the door full timber and slid all the way down the stairs. I tried to stifle my laughter because the way she fell is hilarious and I also laughed because I was nervous, as it was also very bad too, and she ended having to be rushed to the hospital. Thankfully she has anxiety as well, and she understood most of it was nervous laughter. The time my aunt was playing happy, and you know it, and she jumped out in the air, slipped on the ice, and broke her hip. I couldn't stop laughing because of the way she fell. The time my younger cousin got into my aunt's car and started driving it and drove it into the garage. She's 6. I was in 6th class. I was about 12 and we were talking about bullying and depression. I wasn't laughing about what we were talking about. It was something else entirely, and for some reason I started laughing uncontrollably. I can't remember why, but I was holding it in like my life depended on it, because my teacher literally hated me and she would be so mad. I couldn't breathe anymore, and I was shaking so much at the back of the class that everyone around me noticed and started laughing too. It started a chain reaction and the teacher noticed me and I just exploded. I couldn't stop laughing and she kept on telling me to stop and threatened to give me loads of homework and send me to the principal, but it was useless at that point. Everyone was laughing including the teacher, and the day ended before we could even finish talking about bullying and depression. Another time I was in music class and in the middle of us clapping the rhythm to In the Hall of the Mountain King, I just remembered a video of some guy hamboning and I started giggling uncontrollably. This was my first music class, so nobody knew each other, so I needed to make a good first impression. I was determined to not make a sound and I started shaking so much I was grasping my face and putting my head against the desk mid-clap just to not laugh. Fortunately, I didn't make a sound. Unfortunately, it looked like I was having a mental breakdown and banging my head against my desk. I thought I was being secretive, but I was literally at the front of our tiny class right under the teacher's nose and people noticed. The worst part is someone asked if I was okay. The next lesson everyone sat the other side of the room from me. I was in the Navy. I got to the US Enterprises Nuket in 2008. Every week there is alcohol safety awareness training. Sometime around the end of the year, we all had to sit in a lounge space and watch an hour of random training videos which included a graphic sad about drunk driving. This was about 3/4 of the way through a 1.5 hour training session, where everyone is about to plunge their fingers into their eye sockets. At that 3/4 markers, when they show this graphics app, it has two sets of people playing soccer. A full grown man and his mates. It was a European UK-esque commercial, and the other set is a father with his two kids in the backyard playing soccer. The guy scores a goal and wins. Victory dance time. The kids score a goal against dad. Kid style victory dance time. The man leaves with his buddies to grab a pint. The kids go to the picnic table to grab their juicy juice boxes or Capri Suns. The man gets in his car and gets on the road. The kids are playing in the yard again. The man is visibly intoxicated and swerves, hits a curb and the car flips. Cut to the kids, and here comes the car of that very man through the fence and bushes to roll over those kids. Very similar to this, but it is not this sad. Why did I immediately burst out in laughter? Holy hell, he got smashed and so did those kids. Comes out my mouth. Everyone is dying in laughter with me for a good 3 to 4 seconds and Chief pipes up for all of us to be silent. That it's inappropriate to act that way. I remember that same chief walking out afterwards and grabbing me by the collar to demand why I was laughing like a maniac and making jokes about kids getting killed. I had to explain to him that I know the difference between a commercial / sub being filmed and reality. Apologized to him for getting him upset. The man kept berating me in front of half the division for it. The only thing that got him quiet was me asking him what he wanted me to do, as I already apologized for it. Yeah, the division wasn't any more fond of that man after that. So, I got my laugh and got away with it too. When I was in the Air Force I used to be part of the base honor guard, where we would conduct funeral services. Most of our services were provided for old vets / retirees that had lived long and relatively happy lives. Man. Some were real tearjerkers, while others were true celebrations of life. Though, we had occasional laughs, you almost have to. I recall one ceremony where we arrived about an hour early to speak with the next of kin about how we'd proceed with our portion of the ceremony. I spoke with the wife of the deceased, who was a lovely and very charming lady. Also, she had a great sense of humor. After we had discussed our protocols with her, we had some time to kill, so she proceeded to share a story about her husband's time in the Philippines. He was a crew chief for a cargo aircraft, and apparently he had a very interesting story from his time in the Philippines. One day, as he was offloading his aircraft, he was attacked by a giant anaconda. Somehow the snake made its way onto the aircraft unnoticed and then decided to chase him off it. As the snake made its way off the back of the aircraft in pursuit of him, another flight crew member decided to hop onto an aircraft tow vehicle, called a tug, and ran that bastard over. What's worse is, after further investigation, they had discovered that snake laid some eggs in the aircraft, and so they had to quarantine the aircraft, resulting it never leaving the Philippines. Meanwhile, as she's telling a group of us this story, I stood there in complete shock. For whatever reason, the only response I could come up with was a quote by Samuel L. Jackson: "I'm tired of these snakes on this plane." Apparently I said it loud enough for everyone to hear, and everyone immediately busted out in laughter. Keep in mind, we are still at the funeral home right outside the staging area where the body was being kept. Luckily for me, she had a great sense of humor, and despite not understanding the reference, she still had a good laugh. Lol. A few years ago, mom had been rushed to the ER by coworker because her back was hurting and her arm had lost feeling. So, coworker urges mom to let her drive mom to ER, thinking it's a stroke or heart attack, and calls me to let me know. I get there and obviously, somber mood in the waiting area due to it being an ER. I'm stressed about my mama, so after I check on mom, coworker and I start chatting. We come across a Good Housekeeping type magazine there and flip through it and come across this picture where it looks like someone took a stencil of men's genitals and used that as a template for painting the wall. I show it to coworker and start saying, "We could do this ourselves. Just get naked and paint our boobs, just not the nipples, and just squish them on the walls." Coworker then said we could also get a dude to paint their genitals and squish them on the wall below. We start giggling in that waiting room and my mom is sitting there like we both are losing our minds. We then tell her we are going to start a nude interior decorating service and show her the picture. Now she's looking at us like we grew multiple heads and starts giggling herself as we're sitting there laughing so hard we're almost crying. Obviously, I'm aware of the surrounding people, but I just don't care. I wanted my mom to not cry and worry as we still didn't know what was going on. They finally bring her back to get checked out, and I'm still red-faced and in tears, and the other people in the waiting area are looking at me like I'm an idiot. It did help bring a little levity, and it helped my mom not worry so much for a little bit. It did turn out to be a heart attack and she ended up having double bypass surgery a few months later. Sad thing is, I did a similar thing after her surgery and she couldn't laugh as it hurt too much, so that was my bad. Realize that it's my habit to do that. I went to a boarding school and this happened in 10th standard grade, so the 10th and 12th grade students are retained during holidays and given extra classes because we have board exams, while all the other students are sent home. The next day was Dussehra, a big festival in India, so just that day was a holiday, no classes, but have to stay in the hostel. We had the television in one of our dorm rooms and the senior most students were responsible for its operation and also to prevent misuse of it. Now, we were teenagers. We weren't exactly the most responsible and straight thinking people. So we used to watch the TV in a tiny room called corner room, a sort of storeroom, in which the TV used to stay. We used to watch it on mute, because our house mistress, HM, residence was right beside, and any loud noises will carry over to her house. This particular evening, we were in a boarding school equivalent of Friday night before a long weekend mood, so we got reckless, and got the TV out. Everybody was watching the TV. I went downstairs to call my mom before joining them. Just as I was about to dial, the girl before me who left the phone booth froze in her tracks and was shushed before she could say anything. Her eyes followed someone going up, and she immediately came to me to let me know that our HM came to the dorm. This is not so common during retention times, so I was shell-shocked and worried that everyone was at the TV. Of course, I tried to run up and warn the others, but she was completely blocking the stairs and climbing so slow. We ended up telling her. She went into the TV room, and lo and behold, the entire population was right there except for the two girls who were behind her and one another who was showering. Everybody was so engrossed in the movie, which was a comedy, that they didn't notice the latest addition to the party. Our HM didn't utter a single syllable. She just stood there, watching the show. Nobody paid any attention. Every head was turned the other way. Watch the TV. We were in no position to alert the others, since she blocked us from them tactfully, and the TV, as usual, was on such a low sound that it was hardly audible. There was a funny scene, and everyone started laughing, and one girl from my class started shushing them, saying, quietly, the HM will hear us from her house. Couple minutes passed, and then a few, and then it was about 10 to 15 minutes before someone realized she was just standing there and watching us. I could not stop laughing at all. Our HM looked at me multiple times with glaring eyes, but I just couldn't stop. Sadly, the other girl did not share my problematic sense of humor, so she tried to shush me, but to no avail. My stomach hurt, my hands hurt, my cheeks hurt with trying to hold that laughter in. I just stood there, holding my hysterics in, until I couldn't bear it anymore. Finally, one girl stood up to go to the bathroom and saw us. She alerted everyone, and oh my god, the looks on everybody's faces when they saw the HM. Priceless. We got in big trouble, obviously, and were scolded for a good 1.5 hour. The best part? Our HM came to give us permission to use the TV, since it's a holiday the next day anyway. Instead, we ended up with a good scolding. I still can't stop laughing thinking about it. It was hilarious. There are many more instances where I got in trouble for laughing, but this one takes the cake. My best friend and I, without fail, always lose control during weddings. Honestly, it is probably because there is such a long period of time where you just have to be quiet and there is so much going on around you that we just notice little things and bust out laughing. This has happened at multiple weddings and it always happens at the drop of a hat, and we cannot stop. Now, one of our other best friends is getting married, and it is probably the best wedding we have ever been to. My friend and I resigned. We are going to be on our absolute best behavior. No drinking until the reception. Sit down early and try and acclimate ourselves to the chapel so that things don't startle us. But we were doomed to fail. The moment we pulled into the wedding, we parked in this big gravel parking area that was next to the church. As we did, so this super beat up car pulls up next to us, complete with loud techno music and a guy who resembled Jesus Christ. We were like, who TF is this guy? Cause it was a wedding of two of our close friends and we had never seen this guy before. We chuckle a bit about it, but we make our way inside. Then the chaos starts. One of the bridesmaids, another one of our friends we had heard, got completely sloshed before the wedding to the point the bride almost did not want her to be in the wedding anymore, but she sobered up. Or at least she said she did. As she walked down the aisle, she smashed right into one of the pews and almost fell over. Okay, don't laugh, you can do this then. In one of the most hilarious reveals of my entire life, the Jesus guy from the parking lot comes strolling down the aisle wearing long white robes and looking exactly like Jesus. Now, he is the priest. Now, I cannot explain it, but this revelation sparked something within me and my best friend, and we bust out laughing. It is dead quiet, but all you hear is two dudes who sat at the back of the church because we knew it was going to happen, trying our hardest not to laugh. On top of it all, he was preaching this hellfire and brimstone type stuff. The woman obeys the man and all that nonsense, which was hysterical because the bride is one of the more outspoken, powerful, and independent women we know. We had to resort to biting into our hands until they nearly bled from laughing so hard. Not the worst place in the world, but I always get a good laugh at the Jesus reveal even to this day. We did take the pressure off the drunk bridesmaid because the bride was staring daggers at us from the altar and gave us hell afterwards, so she did not end up being put on blast as much as the two assholes who laughed when we were giving our vows. Weddings. Funniest place on earth. I was a laborer at a construction company. This company had us all come in for a big group meeting once a month. They'd go over things like issues someone had with efficiency or performance. The irony of this, while sitting at a meeting I didn't really have beard, was not wasted on me, so you can imagine my attitude going into these things anyway. At one of these meetings, we were all presented with printed pages of our newly reworked job descriptions. Big bold letters across the top, laborer/carpenter's helper job description yada yada. Next page, big bold letters across the top, carpenter job description yada yada. Last page, lead hand job description. Well, of course I fixated rather quickly on that particular line on the page point, so the owner of the company was leading us through each page. Guess he thought we couldn't read. Fair. It became abundantly clear to me that he had nothing to do with writing these descriptions. He utters the words lead hand job, then pauses. I'm sure he was wondering who the F wrote this. Then I blurt out, before we get any further on this subject, I wasn't even there. Now the guys in the field had a pretty good sense of humor most of the time. The owner and the rest of the office staff usually tried to keep things professional. It was funny to see the different reaction between the two groups. The guys mostly covered their faces to hide their snickering, whereas the office staff was aghast and looking straight at each other, and the owner to see how well over this was going to go. Not great, if you wondering. The owner asked the descriptions to be reworded before they go up on the company bulletin board. It is now the lead/foreman job description. One Halloween about 5 years ago, my boyfriend at the time came to a concert with me and got sheet-faced, basically ruined the night for us. Didn't even get to see the band play, and after chasing him around the venue for an hour, losing him every 5 minimums, then all over the streets of Brooklyn, I decided we needed to go back to the hotel because I had had enough and was starting to get a migraine, despite not even drinking at all. So we finally get back to the hotel, and I'm walking into the elevators and feel myself about to be sick. So I start to speed walk to a garbage can a few feet away, but as I'm running, I projectile vomit in front of me and onto the marble floors. Still running though, and I slip in my tall as heels and slide into the vomit, crash into the garbage can, and fall onto the floor into the streak of bath. So I'm sitting there lying in my sick puddle, kinda annoyed, but start cracking up like a maniac, because holy shit, can you imagine how epically hilarious it must have been to watch that happen? It happened so fast, it was like something out of a comedic movie. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't even drink all night. My boyfriend was blackout levels of drunk, but I'm the one who vomits and slip and slides into it. I really wish I could have seen the video camera footage from the hotel. Someone had a great time laughing at that. Feel bad for whoever had to clean it up though. Honestly, it was my favorite part of the whole night. During my time at acting school we had a vast array of teachers visit us to impart their wisdom. One of such was an esteemed teacher from New York, based in Australia. We were acting intentions and mind you, I'm usually a very composed person and always uphold a professional and inquisitive manner. All's going well, intentions were beheld, and then it came time for mine. That's when she uttered that word. That goddamn word. Penetrate. It hit me immediately, like a wave rushing over my entire being. I started laughing. Hard. And this is in front of a class of 25. I couldn't stop, no matter how hard I tried. It got so bad she asked me to take a seat. And you know what? As soon as I took a seat, it got worse. Over and over she kept pounding that word penetrate to hopeful artists giving their all. Meanwhile I'm biting down on my shirt, my jaw clinging for dear life. You better believe it didn't work. Now I'm just an idiot snickering with a shirt in their mouth. I tried. I really tried. But no matter what I did I couldn't stop laughing. The word playing over and over in my head. How long did this go on for, you might ask? 12 minutes of pure agony. It was then she asked me to leave the room and compose myself. To which I still needed another 10 minutes. In conclusion, I have now desensitized myself to that fateful word. And you best believe the school received comments regarding a certain individual. So much so they are reconsidering visiting our school ever again. TLDR, the word penetrate caused a teacher to question returning to our school ever again. My fiance and I are in China, sightseeing. Ended up at a green tea museum. Fairly quiet day there. The rooms with tea leaves in display cases are decently dark, cool, and have smooth tile flooring. Everything just echoes, so we are trying to be as quiet as possible. Whispering. Enter a small family, mom, dad, and little girl, probably 3 or 4. You know, that weird stage, where the kid is able to make decisions, but the thought process behind said decisions are questionable. We're all reading about the various ways tea is processed and how the leaves are grown, etc. My fiance is translating stuff for me in whispers. The parents are hushing the child, but she's not being too loud. Then it happens in her annoyance at being shushed. Presumably, I don't speak Chinese. The little girl went to step on the mom's foot. Somehow, she lost her balance and went belly first onto the floor with a really solid, resounding smack. There was a moment of silence before the screaming started. You have to understand, seeing a child deliberately stepping on the mom's foot and then slow-mo wiping out with the added cartoonish sound effect was too much to handle. My fiance and I looked at each other, and the immediate thought was, oh no. We are both holding in our laughter. Amidst the screaming, out giggling begins, and we book it to the door leading outside, which causes more giggling. As soon as we were out the door, like, before the door closed, we were howling with laughter. We commonly refer to that moment and burst into laughter again. TLDR, watched a small girl wipe out in comedic fashion in a quiet museum. So, I've got a work story that never fails to draw laughter, inappropriate or not. I had a customer who would always give me shit every time I made her delivery. Always insulting me, always giving me lip, non-stop verbal abuse. Nothing you can do but put up with it. The customer is always right. Anyways, one day her delivery, through no fault of my own, was damaged. I get my ears ripped so hard, sheet is falling through more holes than needed. Right at the end, while I'm fighting back tears, she tells me that, unless her package is inspected before delivery, she will not accept it. Game on. Beach. I inform my supervisor, and he's surprisingly okay with this. He knew exactly who I'm having problems with. Her attitude drove off a dozen drivers in just a few years. Payback time. I'm somewhat of a man of culture, and among other things, I had a copy of Moby Dick. Why is this important? And why is this relevant? Well, let's just say someone wasn't taking care of themselves, and leave it at that. We don't shame people here. This is a shame-free zone. Every day, for months, I would personally inspect her package, and when I was satisfied, I would scrawl a note into the box with lines from Moby Dick. I thought for sure I was going to get reamed for this if it was discovered. My coworkers find out what I'm doing, and they're all for it. Best part is, she knows I'm doing it, but she's not telling me to stop. She wants to know how the story goes. Oh shit, this is gonna be good. I laugh every day after her delivery. Oh man, I'm good. Finally, I get to the end of the book, and I want one last zinger before I switch routes, because I know I'll be able to feel the force from the backlash that'll ensue from this one. I found her on Facebook and photoshopped her face onto the book cover. It goes into the box. I'm a dead man walking. I make the delivery, and by sheer luck she's not there to immediately claim it. Holy fuck, I dodged a bullet there. But I know it's coming. Prepare Uranus, guys, sheet's gonna get wrecked. The next day, my supervisor marches down the line. Oh, he's not happy. If this were the core, there'd be niffahant coming out of every faking orifice. I know I'm well and truly faked. But you know what, I don't care. I'm in the sheet, might as well eat it before ours gets involved. He comes up to me, tears me a new one for my 2-year-long stunt. Holy fuck, how stupid is she? He makes it very clear that he wants an answer. Everyone is watching. Many of them have stupid grins because they know what's coming. I told them what I was going to do when discovered. So, I clear my throat and as loudly as I can belt it out, scream in a pirate accent. Split your lungs with blood and thunder when you see the white whale break your backs and crack your oars, men. If you wish to prevail, this ivory leg is what propels me. Harpoons thrust in the sky, aimed directly for his crooked brow. And look him straight in the eye, white whale, holy grail. No facts given. I laugh all the way to ours. Not my problem anymore. While on a mission in Brazil, I helped at a funeral for a member of one of the congregations, Sister De Santos. While passing out programs, I commented to another missionary that it was sad that Sister De Santos had passed, because I had just seen her the previous day. In fact, I helped her carry home some groceries when I ran into her in the street. It just goes to show you that you can be happy and healthy one day, and the next, poof, all gone. The other missionary looked at me like I was crazy and said, "That's impossible. She died yesterday." I countered, no. She couldn't have. I helped her carry groceries home yesterday. We went back and forth like this for a minute or two, him arguing that she had died yesterday, me saying that she couldn't have. Finally, he looked at me and said, "Who do you think is dead?" I said, "Sister De Santos. Mariah De Santos." He told me to go look in the coffin. So I did, and lo and behold, that was not Mariah De Santos, the church member I had helped home with her groceries a day before, but the Mariah De Santos from the neighboring congregation, who had been terminally ill. I walked back to him and said, "That's not the Sister De Santos I helped. That Sister De Santos is dead." And for some reason this struck us both as very funny, and we started trying not to laugh. After all, we were missionaries at a funeral. The more we tried not to laugh, the more we needed to, so we finally gave up and quickly exited the building to a remote corner of the parking lot and just started howling with laughter. We couldn't stop. We laughed ourselves to tears until our sides hurt and until we could no longer breathe. The whole situation was so ridiculous and obviously not funny, but that just made the whole thing more funny. A small group of us took a weekend school trip to New York City for a HS film festival for our friend that entered their short film. Anyway, they had the top floor of the AMC in Times Square rented out to premiere all of the movies entered. The theater we were in was pretty small and showcasing the category that our friend was in. We were in the back row watching documentary after documentary, and they were pretty mundane. Well, we got to this one documentary that had the same feel as the ones prior, but towards the end, and they had a jarring transition from an old lady playing soft classical piano to a guy with a green mohawk doing a lizard tongue towards the camera at an underground punk rock scene. I was caught off guard by the switch and looked over to my media teacher who was sitting next to me. We exchanged this look like, are they for real with that transition? We looked around to see if anyone else thought that was hilarious, and of course no one else in the theater laughed. So my teacher and I began to try and contain our giggles in any way possible, face into my sweater, eating more popcorn, etc. None of that worked. If anything, it made it worse. Next thing I know, our classmates are now laughing at us for trying not to laugh so hard. This was the type of laughter where you couldn't breathe and tears were rolling down your face. A few of us from my school get up and go outside the theater to try and let it all out and recompose ourselves to go back in. Turns out, it was the last documentary of the session, and so everyone comes out of the theater glaring hard at us. One of our friends who stayed to watch the rest said that, since the documentary was so quiet volume-wise, we could be heard laughing about the scene from the hallway, and what made matters worse was the fact that the kid who's projected was also in the theater, which to us made it even funnier at the fact of how inappropriate our timing was. Needless to say, that documentary did not win, and we laughed about it some more at dinner later that night. A few years ago, at a college basketball game I was required to attend, was in the cadet corps, had to fill seats on less popular games. The halftime shows were usually neat acts from visiting whatever, like some Russian gymnasts or this guy who clearly hadn't trained his dogs as well as he thought he had. But this story is about the show that started with the announcer stating, "Please welcome the exhibition dance team from Street Someone's School for the Special Needs." Time froze as my head snapped up from my phone. What did he just say? I asked incredulously. Sure, I'd misheard. We're college students in Texas, surely they know that's a bad idea. Faking. Don't, my friend next to me says as she hits me. I assure her I'll try not to point. It starts, and it's just terrible. I know they're trying their best and enjoying themselves, but it's clear only 3 know the choreography and everyone's doing their own thing, mostly offbeat. The camera keeps giving close-ups of these children, and they are making the strangest faces and dancing so poorly. I start chuckling. She hits me again. I apologize, but can't stop. 20 seconds later, someone a few rows ahead turns around and gives me a disgusted look. I apologize with my eyes, but cannot stop. 3 minutes later, there are 200 people wishing I was dead, including myself, as I'm laughing so hard I have tears in my eyes. The fact no one else thought it was funny, and they all hated me for it, was the real hilarity for me. I run for the door and hide in the bathroom until halftime is over. I return to the stands. She hits me again. Only a couple weeks ago I was in a class on political and war history of Sweden in the military with our platoon leader. I'm doing military service in the Swedish Army ATM. He was talking about the geographical situation and brought up an image of Northern Europe on the projector and stood in front of it with one of those sticks pointing things out. As I quite quickly realized, however, in the sidebar of Bing Images, don't ask me why he was using Bing, there were one of those similar images tabs. And one of those images was the exact same map, but overlaid with quite a graphic image showing how Sweden and Finland looks like a cork and balls. If you haven't seen it, just Google it. Heck, just look at a map of Northern Europe and you'll see it. So there he was, a very respected and quite old military guy, gesturing about over this big map, and right next to him this crude drawing of a dick. And of course all I could think about when I saw him with the actual map was that. I tried to keep it together, but couldn't help but sit there giggling like a little idiot. Now keep in mind we are all quite a light-hearted bunch, including our platoon leader, but still sitting and laughing miles off at a picture of a dick when we were talking about the military history and current political situation wasn't very appropriate. He eventually noticed me and interrupted his presentation saying, "And now I've obviously done something quite funny here. You/socially awkward raccoon can barely breathe there in the back." And I had to try and keep it together and politely inform him of the slightly graphic image there to his right. Everyone started laughing, of course him included. He tried to carry on with the presentation and managed to get the right picture in full screen. But now we were all laughing as he tried to explain how the roll of the tip of the business and gestured over and covered the importance of the border of the ballsack. Himself, seeing the comedy of the situation, proclaimed, "Well, this obviously isn't working. I think we'll have to return to this map at a later time. Probably won't forget this moment for some time, and I'm really glad I'm in the kind of situation where we could all laugh about it together, and that I didn't get shot for my immature sense of humor." Also, for any Swedes out there, all I could think of was Gustav Ekman as Pap from Presenting the Weather. I'm a white man living in Hawaii. There is a fair amount of racial and cultural tension here, though I'd say it's more so on the latter. The tension tends mostly to be between local and mainland Aminsits, rather than directed at white people in general. It rarely comes to violence, but it has happened, and I've heard a number of horror stories. I've lived here almost my entire life, but I don't come across as local in any sense. Most people when they meet me initially think I'm fresh off the plane from Ohio, so avoiding possibly inflammatory situations has been something I make a habit of. Around 15 years ago, I was a student at University of Hawaii at Manoa in a form and theory of poetry class. First day of class, and there's one of those introduce yourself activities where we are all supposed to be talking about our favorite poets. One of the first people mentions the musician, Israel Kamakoiwalol, commonly known as Brother Eyes. You've probably heard his rendition of Over the Rainbow, but beyond that, he was, and still is, kind of a local hero. One of those people who is just loved absolutely. At this time, he had died several years earlier, and he was still spoken of very reverently. So of course, the conversation shifted almost immediately to everyone sharing their experiences with Brad Eyes and his music, and how it touched their lives. I like the guy's music, but I don't idolize him. I don't really get that reverent attitude toward any celebrities. Unfortunately, I'm also the whitest person in the room, and I know that, if I say that, I'm going to just come across as some clueless haddle, and that's going to torpedo my social prospects with these classmates for the whole semester. On top of that, there's a big, angry looking local guy sitting right next to me, stands about 6'9" and looks like he could chuck me out the 4th story window of the classroom with one hand. So I'm trying to think of any way possible to get out of this. Do I lie? Just pretend I love the dude. Talk about how my uncle took me to one of his shows and it changed my life. The tension in myself already has me on edge. And then this girl across the room starts talking about her feelings on Brother Eyes, and she starts weeping. Tears streaming down her face, opening up to everyone. This just ratchets up the feeling of needing to say something reverential, and in a feeling of like, oh my god, give me a break. I rolled my eyes. Not to denigrate her experiences at all, just in my own frustration at needing to find a way out of making an ass of myself. It was brief, but the big local guy next to me must have seen the eye roll. He leans over to me and says Fuck, I think. This is the part where I get thrown out the window. Brad Eyes? More like Brad was right. The tension snapped in an instant. I start trying to choke down a laugh. Koika, the big local guy, starts slapping his hand on the desk and cracks up. I started to lose it, and everyone is staring at us. The girl weeping across the room is wide-eyed and seemingly horrified, and the inappropriateness of the moment broke me completely. I was doubled over laughing. Koika was trying to tell everyone it was his fault, but he was laughing too hard to get it out. We were very politely asked to leave the room until we could get it under control. That dude wound up being one of my best friends through my days. I'm not very religious, but I was raised a Christian. Probably around my sophomore year of high school, my family and I were in church for the Christmas Eve sermon. Back then, even though I was never truly pulled in by it, church was a very regular thing. Sundays and holidays, until it became less frequent. I had been going 4 years now, and I swear to this day, some pastors would sneak sexual innuendos into a lot of their sermons. I couldn't ever prove it, since no one ever even reacted, because it was church of course, but I swear it was on purpose. Some of them were too much of a reach to be accidental. Anyways, on Christmas Eve, we were in church, and it was towards the end of the whole thing. No more preaching, but they were discussing volunteer work. They were looking for people to help decorate the church for an event, I think. Anyway, the pastor had said, now, maybe manual labor isn't your thing. Maybe you're thinking, I can't help with the hard work, but I'm really good on my knees. He was talking about praying, having volunteers to offer prayers for others at this event. To this day, after he said the good on my knees thing, I swear to you, he paused for like 5 seconds, just to get a reaction. Of course, just like the other times, no one did. I don't know how though. It was dead quiet, and I was laughing so hard trying to hold it in. My sister already knew, and she punched me, discreetly, to let me know I was making a scene. I got out of there, but damn, those people are assholes for having those iron wills. Definitely at my uncle's wake. He lived hard and died younger than he needed to, rough around the edges, immature his whole life. He only made it to 60 and just barely got there. You know the type point anyway. There was no formal funeral, just some nice words said at a memorial service, held at a funeral home. Open casket. Maybe 60 or 70 people there, straight back chairs, facing the casket. He was buried in a t-shirt and jeans, and someone put a 6-pack of Michelob in there with him. As lighthearted as that scene seems, under the circumstances, there was real grief too. His father was there, devastated, and his widow, and young adult kids. So it was a solemn affair at the end, the chaplain said, and now, we are going to sit quietly and reflect while listen to 3 of Ron's favorite songs. I invite you to meditate on his life and the joy you all shared with him. And then, over the funeral home sound system, a pounding drum beat, and the unmistakable swirl of the low synthesizer belonging to Mr. Jeddy Lee, a modern day warrior / mean stride, today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Yes, Tom Sawyer, by Rush. Followed by Journey's Lights, and I don't remember the third one. Because as soon as the Rush song started I panicked and thought, don't look at my brother, don't look at my brother, oh god, don't look at my brother. I looked at my brother. Totally straight face. Didn't even turn his head to acknowledge I had looked over at him. He cocked his left eyebrow. And that was it for me. I buried my head in my hands, and my shoulders started to shake. My cousin Donnie reached over and patted me on the back, and that only made me laugh harder. Knowing he thought that it was the insane beats of Mr. Neil Peart combined with personal grief for my uncle who secretly paid for all his niece's first tattoos, caused me to break down sobbing. It made the whole thing funnier. I was helpless, so I stood up. I always snag the aisle seats at these shindigs, and kind of sprint waddled out of the room, covering my face. I ran to the nearest bathroom and screamed with laughter until I could finally catch my breath. Rip Uncle Ron. You were a real one. So this is my first ever edit post. Just made an account to post here. Because this was so inappropriate but funny. Almost 9 years ago my husband and I lost a baby at 33 weeks. To say we were devastated would be an understatement. We were in the hospital being induced to meet our angel baby, and they asked if we wanted a priest to come and speak with us, and we said yes. About an hour later the priest comes in and complains about being so busy, like not there with us really. Starts by saying we can always have more kids cause we are young, and then gets interrupted by multiple phone calls and took them all in the room with us before really talking to us. He finally came back to us and starts praying when his cell rings again while he's saying some prayer, and just lets it ring until it goes to voicemail. My husband and I were very put off from him from the get-go, but my poor husband lost it and was hysterically quietly laughing into my neck while hugging me, and that made me start laughing. Because we were both like, what the fuck dude, he was so unprofessional and it was all just so wrong. It took us a long time to regain our composure after he left, while being induced after suffering such a horrible loss. To top it off, several days later, when we had her funeral, I was barely holding things together, and we pulled to the cemetery, and guess who is officiating the ceremony? Yep, same guy. We parked and were laughing so hard that it was him that we had to hide from family. He thankfully was much better the second time. It was all just so wrong, but what could you do but laugh? I secretly think that our angel baby knew we needed that laugh, and she orchestrated it all. It will be 9 years next month, and when I think back to that time, that clueless man still makes me laugh. Thanks baby girl for giving mama a smile. I'm late to this, but from a stint working at Office Depot Point, I worked in a large college town, so the place was effectively dead on Saturdays because of football, but we still opened to all 6 customers that day. No one ever wanted to be there because we were literally within earshot of the 60k person stadium, and people were tailgating in the parking lot for the game while we just got to stand and watch. Needless to say, the atmosphere on Saturdays was always a bit relaxed and nonsensical. We had a guy working in the copy and print section named Danny. Names changed. Danny sounded like Tiny Tim and Mickey Mouse had a son. He was a kinda weird but alright dude, but he worked in a corner of the store and we didn't interact with him much. We also had an angry coworker named Brandon Brown. He was a cool dude, but he had a bit of a short temper, so it was always fun to mess with him, usually via the radio and earpiece everyone wore. Well, this day, we were having a blast whispering Brandon Brown into the radio ad nauseam. Always when someone was with a customer, and it always happened when you were within eyesight of someone else, so they could see your reaction. Just the absurdity of repeating it over and over, and knowing you had to keep composure in front of the customer, made it impossible to handle. After a while, Danny had had enough. He got on the radio and was just yelling, "Do you guys know how hard it is to help customers when all you hear in your ear is Brandon Brown, Brandon Brown, Brandon Brown? You guys really need to shut up." There was an awkward pause for about 8 seconds. Then someone who, to this day, still hasn't been identified, hit us with the Mickey Mouse laugh and everyone lost it. The manager was back in her office laughing. I was dying in front of someone picking up their computer. The guys in the aisles were on ladders trying to stay standing. It's hard to explain to the person standing in front of you why you are laughing so hard without saying the exact reason, and also not seem like you are laughing at them. Honestly, the best retail store I worked in during college. Danny quit for unrelated reasons sometime after and started representing strippers in town as some kind of talent agency. He came in and had us print off business cards for him. Apologies for any formatting errors etc. I'm typing this out on my mobile while on a train. Also, there's a TLDR at the bottom. This is going back 25 to 30 years ago. My family and I had to attend the funeral of a distant aunt, who I don't even remember ever meeting her. One of my cousins and her husband, we will call them Amanda and Adam, had a camcorder and volunteered to record the funeral for the rest of the family who couldn't make it to the funeral. The reception was held at another family member's house. All the women of the various families were in the living room watching the ceremony on VCR and wailing. I'm originally from the Pacific Islands, Fiji, and in our culture it is tradition for the women to wail during a funeral. All the men were in the backyard, solemnly drinking kava, a traditional drink, in memory of my aunt. Being too young to drink, I was sitting outside joking around with some of my cousins in a hushed voice. You could clearly hear the women wailing from down the street. Sudden their tone changed, then several of them started screaming, then the screams turned to uncontrollable laughter. Thinking that there might have been a mouse or something that startled the women, a couple of my uncles and older cousins got up and went inside to see what was happening. That's when Amanda came running out the door and just bolted down the street, shortly followed by a very embarrassed looking Adam. One of my favorite older cousins who had gone in to investigate came out and told everyone outside what happened in vivid detail. So the women were watching the video, and at the end, while the screen went blank, they had not switched off the VCR. After a short while, it cut to a recording of Amanda lying flat on her back, legs in the air, deadpan staring at the camera moaning away, while Adam takes her to Pound Town. We found out a few days later that Adam was tasked with buying a new tape for the funeral. He had forgotten, so decided to grab one of the existing tapes, clear it and record over it. I guess he didn't clear the entire tape. To this day, whenever we are at a family funeral, someone will always bring this up and everyone will burst out laughing. TLDR, a family member recorded an auntie's funeral over a tape of one of their homemade bonus, without clearing the tape first. The tape was played at the reception and has been a constant source of laughter and jokes at all subsequent family funerals. It was Christmas Day, and I was working as a customer service agent for an airline at my local airport. We were plagued with horrible on-time performance and rampant cancellations due to maintenance/aircraft unavailability. Since it was a small airport, we were only served with 2 flights a day normally, but since it was Christmas we were reduced to a single morning inbound and outbound flight. The outbound flight was around 3/4 full on a 50-seater, so it was a busy day for us. Everything was going great, all passengers checked in and accounted for, all bags checked, and people are making their way through security. I was tracking the inbound flight on FlightAware, and it was about 15 minutes away, already and it's decent. Then within minutes a very thick fog rolls in, instantly reducing visibility to almost nothing. I check the AWOS, Automatic Weather Observation System, that is located on the airport. 1/8 statute miles visibility and ceiling of 150 feet. Sheet. The minimum visibility/ceiling required for approach is 300 feet. Since our instrument landing system was deactivated a year ago. Look at FlightAware. Plane turns around. Get a call from dispatch. They don't have enough fuel to halt. They need to return to their origin. By the way, we are also cancelling both flights. Now be me, minus 19-year-old working early on Christmas morning. Care deeply about my passengers and getting them home on the very edge of a breakdown due to constant flights being cancelled throughout past few months and from being yelled at constantly for things out of my control. 30-something passengers made up of people flying home to be with family on this important holiday. All I can do is offer a booking to the next available flight due to the cancellation being the result of weather out of airline's control. Next flight is tomorrow. I hang up the phone with dispatch, stare out into security room full of smiling people unaware of the tragedy that has just taken place. I'm the one who has to tell them. I will be the one to tell them they won't have Christmas with their families. I break. I nervously and audibly laugh while in shock. It's a small terminal, so they can definitely hear me. They're confused and concerned. I picked up the phone we used to make announcements and ruined 30-something people's Christmas in an instant. I got them all rebooked, got yelled at because apparently I control the weather, then went home. Please don't fly on Christmas Eve/day if you have the choice. And if your flight cancels, please know that we genuinely care about you and that we are doing our best. 4 friends and I were on our way back from a beer fest. We were hammered, stoned and on a whole bunch of mushrooms. Our car was stuck in dead stop traffic for probably an hour and we didn't care. We were laughing, yelling, listening to loud music. Eventually we started guessing what the cause of the traffic jam was and came up with all sorts of crazy ideas. Later we made it up to the front and we saw a car that had somehow verged off the road and landed up on the side of a cliff with all 4 wheels against the rock. Kind of reminded me of a mountain goat. We all just stared in amazement on our way by. There were cruisers, ambulances, fire trucks, tow trucks. There was a man in a gurney with a white blanket covering his whole body. He definitely died in the accident. After a few moments of processing, someone yelled out that guy died and burst out laughing. We all joined in yelling that guy died. We could not stop laughing. Then our friends called from another car who were all with us at the festival and just as faked up as us. We put them on speaker and they asked if we knew what the traffic was all about as they had left a little later than us. This car smashed into the cliff and the guy died, haha. Both cars ended up back at the house and we sat out in the yard for a few more hours drinking and smoking and laughing about the dead guy as our trips started coming down. Back in technical training in the military, we were getting a random dorm inspection and I had a roommate. My roommate and I are standing outside the door at attention and our military training leader, MTL, walked into our room. Let me rewind for 5 minutes. I had just dropped the kids off at the pool in the bathroom and wasn't sure if I had flushed or not. Just one of those rare moments of a memory lapse at a really bad time. So before our MTL walks into our room, while we are at attention, I tell my buddy that I think there is a turd in the toilet. He starts to giggle, but we keep it locked up as the MTL walks up and into our room. In a ho, MTL is doing his thing checking our bed sheets, closets, sinks, drawers, all squared away good to go. The man was genuinely impressed and was very vocal about it. Little does the dude know that he might walk into a little floater in the toilet. My buddy and I start giggling again. Nothing was said. We just couldn't help ourselves. Our MTL catches wind of the giggling and comes back to the door and starts questioning us. There was no turning back. We were in full giggle mode like 2 middle school kids. He keeps questioning us and the giggling turns into straight belly laughing. The good kind that hurts your cheeks and stomach/abs. We done messed up. MTL was pretty upset and so were we. I just couldn't stop laughing for the life of me. Anyways, he storms off and tells us to be downstairs in our dress uniforms. I hate to admit this part, but there wasn't anything in the toilet. That bowl was sparkling clean. For those curious, He told me I was the worst airman he's ever come across, after making me stand outside his office for what seemed like hours in my blues. Good times. So sophomore year of high school, me and 4 of my friends are trying to work on a final project, cramming what should been 3 months of work into one weekend. The first day goes relatively well, we get a fair amount done, and are feeling like we can actually wing this if we keep up the pace. Point that night we are having dinner, and one of my friends walks off to take a call. I follow once I'm done eating, and walk into the bedroom to find my friend, let's call her friend 1, absolutely sobbing her heart out, because she just received news that her grandfather died. We all gather round and comfort her, of course, and after a few hours of this, we are milling about in the house. Friend 1 is packing up and getting ready to go home when I walk back into the bedroom to find friend 2 also crying with the phone to her ear and what can only be described as a sound of a banshee on steroids emanating from the device. Apparently, she's just had a huge fight with her mom over some lost money and been grounded for the foreseeable future. Flash forward to 15 minutes later and all 5 of us are sitting in the bedroom, 2 of 5 sniffling and staring into the void as friend's mom and our host walks in with a look of grief on her face to inform us that her uncle has just died of a heart attack and we can no longer stay the night since they have to leave for the uncle's house. Friend and I, the only non-grieving ones at this point, are sitting in the stony silence kinda staring at each other with expressions of immense discomfort. We both don't do well with emotion on our faces. When I can't help it, something takes over my brain and I lean over to her and whisper, you look like a constipated duck right now. Neither of us has ever seen a constipated duck, as far as I can tell. At that, her eyes widen and face changes. It is at this moment, with 3 of our group in tears, that me and friend 4 run to the door and out into the courtyard as one, only to absolutely dissolve in helpless laughter. The disbelief of what has just transpired in the past few hours, coupled with incredible discomfort at 3 crying friends, finally gets to us. We try to collect ourselves several times only for one of us to squeak out constipated duck before we are gone again. PS. We failed the project.